applying more to the robotics trade. They were talking about AI. There's a couple different ETFs that you can get. We saw Rich Tech Robotic, and then yesterday, did you see iRobot?
Yeah.
Bankrupt.
That's a little crazy.
Yeah, so that was a $6 or $7 stock 2 weeks ago, and everybody was robot crazy. And then they came out and said, like, our Roomba sort of swept up all the profits, and now they're all gone. And now iRobot, as of yesterday, was hovering around that dollar. Oh, now there it is.
$1.50, yeah.
So finally, I didn't even realize it broke. Actually, it must have came close to breaking right there. Actually, it was right at past 4 o'clock. Actually, Obi, we closed yesterday around this $1.20 marker, which was like okay, and now you're underneath the dollar. So there goes iRobot. I didn't even notice this today, down 21%. I'm getting a little bit of a frog in my throat here. I feel like, but there goes iRobot, nicely cooking. To the downside. Anything on your radar early here?
Funny enough, about the iRobot, like, was it just over a year ago that Amazon tried to buy them off?
Oh yeah, way more than, no, it was way more than a year ago. It was for $61.
Yeah, how crazy is that? And it's just like, I was thinking about this, like, did they, if I was iRobot, I'd be like, yo, FTC, come on. How you gotta?
Yeah, that's what I said yesterday to Neil. I was like, is it not time for someone to buy them out now?
I think someone has. I think they said one of their Chinese suppliers have bought them out. But yeah, it seems like it's headed for a straight beeline to zero, really cleaning up all the longs on the way down.
Yeah, they swept all the longs under the rug there.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
They got rugged.
I mean, it makes sense because, like, I don't know if have you tried the Roomba versus some of the other products?
We have a Roomba. I have.
So some of these other ones for the same price point. Yeah. Do so much of a better job and have so many more advanced.
What are the names of the other ones?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
But, like, you know what I mean?
No, but that's the thing. They've cornered the market, but maybe they're not producing as well. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We have an iRobot. We have a Roomba there. We don't really.
So some of these other ones for the same price point
did I hit it?
do so much of a better job and are so. No, but in terms of what I'm watching, I think it's pretty relevant over the past. Some of these other ones for this where I have no idea. Kind of showing some weakness out of place. This is just SMH. There's an hourly chart on SMH. You can see this prior high that we made in October.
So finally, I didn't even realize it broke.
We've attempted to push that once again.
Close to breaking right there.
A little bit of
actually, it was right at
sure we're still in that uptrend, but a little bit of
closed yesterday around this $1.20 market, which was like okay, and now you're underneath the dollar. So there goes iRobot. I didn't even notice this today.
So I think we're taking a little bit of a breather going into the end of the year. It's not like we're going to run up all year.
There goes iRobot.
So yeah, maybe some profit taking going into
once again. And he almost nailed it. How much do you think Amazon is up this year?
Oh, I know exactly. It's testing its year open.
Yeah, it's 1%. Yeah.
It's testing its year open.
Yeah, so I was thinking about that. Microsoft's up 13%. Amazon's up 1%. I think Google's obviously up a lot. There, we just looked at Tesla's just now. I mean, Tesla had a little bit of a bad take because of where it was at Jan 1st, but Tesla's up about 10% now. And then you know what I was looking at? It's funny because today we got news about Ford, right? Ford finally scrapping their EV plans. They're taking a $19.5 billion write-down spread out over the next couple quarters. They're completely getting rid of the F-150 EV, and they're going to long-range hybrid models, which I think is absolutely an amazing thing to do. Like, I was thinking about this myself, like, we have the Tesla and then the wife wants the Rivian, but I don't think I really want two EV cars. It's a little stressful sometimes thinking about like, oh, when's the, for me, I'm lucky because we can come here and charge it up. But I was just thinking like, if I didn't have the charging here, you'd for sure have to install something in your house that would give you a little bit more amperage, because the plug-in into your house is like, you basically get like 100 kilometers or so a night if I charge it, which is still fine, you know, driving around the city. But for longer trips and stuff like that, I really think the EV hybrid model is worth it. You know, it's going to be great on highways, things like that, and then you can also rely on, you know, the old-fashioned filling up your tank to make sure you can get to the spot you need to get to. But you guys have any EV vehicles?
So here's the thing. So we've recently done a few renovations around the house. So I made it a thing. I was like, okay, well, you got to get a charger in the garage. Right. So we got a whole separate line. You're right. You have to do like a whole thing.
Yeah.
Whole separate line. We don't have an EV yet, but you know.
So are you guys putting in an electric, like a new?
The charger is there.
Oh, it's there now.
The connection for the charger is there.
Oh,
so
good,
like the outlet specific, maybe not, because I got to figure out which one. know what yet, but yeah.
I just think that they didn't. I think Ford, by doing this, they finally decided like that. A lot of the construction, like whoever the base is for the F-150s, they're just not down right now for that whole 100% EV look. You know, you don't want to be on that construction site. You need some power, and you only have like 10% left. You got to charge that thing up, you know. So, but anyways, the reason why we asked about, you know, Amazon up 1%. Everybody wants to own Amazon, you know. Some of these names, Microsoft.
That's the 12-month chart. So
Amazon's been.
That's the open. We're testing the open. Look at that Doji, man.
12-month chart.
A little bit of an indecision on the year on Amazon.
You're hilarious with 12-month charts. But right into here, this is, no, you're 100, I mean, that's what we're talking about. So Ford actually this year up almost 40%. So it's just a straight line. But if you
candle that started, take that guy.
40%, Walter.
So right there. It should be 38.95 in the cash market, but whatever product you're marketing in. And then I would just take the high of the session. You're welcome to do just the first hour, because 30-minute statement release, 30-minute press conference, hour left in the session to resolve everything. So there was 2 candles up here that weren't part of the FOMC. They were just part of the day. So those areas are interesting. Spot gamma is also telling us that we're in some negative gamma territory because we're under that low. Everything also is still pointing towards almost like a vol crush type of end of year, which leads us to 7,000. And the way we get there might not be explosive. It could just be us getting like pulled up to it in sort of a backing up maneuver that looks like a breakout. It's kind of why it feels tricky to target a new high right now, because the way we get there is not going to be explosive. It's just going to be a lack of sell. That's what's being suggested, and it's also the way the market's positioned and how we would flow through a negative gamma territory to get to 7,000. So if you ever read those elements and how it works, it's mostly like a vol crush dynamic. Usually, just dealers kind of walking backwards in the market. Everything else feels like I'm repeating myself. So flat to the pre-FOMC levels. 5-day volatility is basically nothing because we haven't moved. LOL. Given the negative gamma, we don't think the SPX pins today and the VIX expiry is tomorrow, which provides turning points. So I don't know if we can glean anything from those notes, but it's kind of showing, we're seeing intraday trade. We're not seeing movement, wherewithal movement. Sessionary movement is just sparks. So 1% up, 1% down, high end, low end, rally, sell off, different days offer different moves, but it's all the same area. And it happens a lot when we get into these like multi-week overlapping ranges, which we're currently in. So I don't know if there's anything else we can do here without shifting right into trace. So I'm kind of looking at clicking the button here. I'm just seeing if there's any other interesting notes. Not really. So outside of the adjustment of the risk pivot. So for trace, I think I would be looking, are there some 0 DT positions today we can kind of glean as support and resistance? I'm looking for bigger positioning here, not so much just the largest bars, but like something that's a real standout. And I do see like a 68.75 place of interest up here. We're kind of getting into like 90% relative sizing there. That would be enough for me to still lean towards this idea of a 1% move today. I don't know if non-farm payroll has enough to move us that far, but I like the idea of a 1% day. Because really, when you look at our sessions, high to low, we have been moving anywhere from 0.8 to 1% every single day. The assumption that we're going to move less than that today feels like it's ignoring previous volatility and previous actual volatility. So given that the market is probably looking to trade somewhere near 6,800 as of this morning, if non-farm payroll can give us an idea of rally or sell-off, 6,870 to 6,880 seems like a good bullish target. I don't like the idea of shooting for Friday's high just yet, but that would be a great total objective, because what we'd be experiencing is a reversal of the distance traveled from Friday's low to Friday's high. And, if the overnight trade right now is not really seeing any further downside, maybe we can get some clues that that's starting to happen, but it seems like a bit of a far shot, at least for now. You'll also notice that I'd be looking at the closing price of last week. Not last week, sorry, the week before. So once again, a market with little to no movement, but targeting systems inside of these ranges. So 6870 bullish. How do we confirm that? Hopefully we can get in fast, but really getting over 6840 would be a great sign. And then, as long as we don't get stuffed at yesterday's high, we should have a little bit of a further move. If we were to move back down, and I'm going back to trace here, notice how it kind of leans out down here. It's maybe not as heavy. The only thing I'm seeing is maybe as a trigger is this 6780, which would mean we need another pretty clear breakdown. And it wouldn't be enough just to break yesterday's low again. We'd probably want to move down like 25 points to really say that the market's getting bearish with positioning that confirms it. Because I just don't see, I'm not really seeing anything here that would suggest that the market wants to run to these zones until we get some of these put positions into intrinsic profit. So there is one that does stand out though. 6780 is much bigger than all of its surrounding neighbors. So you'll kind of notice this negative 11 million right here, gamma exposure. And as far as what's on the call side, nothing really sits as big as that, even if I zoom out. So our biggest node appears to be the 6780. It's not a key price as far as I'm aware, but it's a larger position. So just kind of seeing if I can spot anything else here. Not really. I mean, it kind of levels out here. This is a bit more consistent. There's some inconsistencies down here with how the market's positioned. It's more skewed one way or another, and my eyes are drawn to that 6780 even on the open interest, just because it stands out as much larger down here. Moving to the upside, it's more laddered. It's like, stepwise, but it gets kind of erratic down here, which is why we have those big inflection moments. So that's what I see. Neither of those are really a good game plan. I think right now, if we can get non-farm payroll to maybe give us like a clue, then maybe we could position towards the continuations. To me, being bullish right now is either you're going to completely reject all of this zone and buy straight through. But more importantly, you got to stay above 68.40. If you're not doing that, you're not really proving anything, and you're not giving price back to an entire week of market participation. So we're under all of this right now. And if we can't get back inside of it, it doesn't feel like we're really buying. We're more just like pushing price back to them so they can sell some more. So, a recovery of this would be great. I don't see it yet. It seems like the right approach. So close, very opportunistic, but not quite a rally. So hopefully that makes sense. That's really all I have here. What's my plan for AMCI? I don't have one yet. I just started looking at it. And then the carry trade discussion. In 2 minutes for me to summarize it, it might be better for you and even myself to just pull up some notes on Google. Because the reason it's in focus right now is because the Bank of Japan can raise their interest rates, and in doing so, those who position with the Japanese yen as kind of like a low rate leverage product, they sell against that, and then they use that to buy equities. But it's very leveraged and typically something that's sensitive to rate adjustments. Right now, the fear is that those rate differences are starting to compress. So they often wide, Bank of Japan and just the Japanese interest rates versus what we have in the US markets. That is starting to compress. And when that happens, some of that leverage has to be unwound because the purpose of that entire trade is no longer viable for those who are taking those positions. So some people will de-risk by getting liquidated. Some people will de-risk it slowly, in more of a systematic approach. And what that does is we're often going to see sell pressure in the overall market as there's an unwinding of leverage long positions, typically, usually in stuff with high beta. So, go look at all of your culprit stocks this year, anything with high relative performance and the potential for a lot of marginable positions, like NVIDIA, but more so just anything with like high risk, high flyers. They usually start to unwind there. So, pull up Google if you really want a good rundown here, because we've seen it before. It happened in 2024. It can happen on a spark, like changes in how the policy is being handled for rate adjustments across the two countries, along with how they use these two forces to take positions. And it's an understanding of that helps you understand the effect. Because you'd want to know how the trade is built, and then the unwinding of the trade, which is usually how it's referenced. This is a pretty good write-up here as far as what I know. So type it into Google. So hopefully that's helpful. Just it's something in focus right now. You'll start to hear about it. But short-term game plan, non-farm payroll should be in a couple minutes. Stay tuned for pre-market prep. Hopefully we can kind of navigate this short-term area real quick, and then I would say I'm looking long, but I need those confirmations. Without them, we're probably stuck in this lower zone, and it's more about where you get in, So it's a little bit more nuanced. So trade safe, stay tuned, and we'll talk to you all later today. Bye for now.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Peter was a good man. He's in here. I can't see him, but I see him connecting. He left. He's going to try to connect one more time, and we'll eventually get him here. So he's a good man for now, but hopefully he'll join us here in just a second. As Zoom is giving us a little bit of a hard time this morning. So, guys, hopefully you had a great day yesterday. Good morning over in our chat. Good to see you guys. Quick look at our gappers list as Peter rejoins us here in just a moment. Let me move this over here. At the moment, a lot of stuff in the green, my friends. You can see it on here. You're seeing a couple of tickers on there. Circle of Internet, MSRT, IonQ, APLD, and BMNR just left the building. Just left. But it was here for a second ago, and it is gone now. And then towards the gap down list, a couple on here. TRY making some noise once again. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to try to reset this link. I'm going to disconnect and reconnect. And let's see. And I knew today was going to be funky with Zoom because it asked me to enter my password. Once I saw that, I'm like, okay, yeah, we're going to have issues with Zoom today. It's just a funky system when me and Peter cover for each other. So give me 1 second. Yeah, Peter, nothing. I just reset. And nothing. So I'm typing to him as he goes in and out. We'll try one more thing here. I'm going to try to disconnect one more time that he disconnected again. Hopefully he's able to hear me. I want him to wait first. Don't join just yet. And I'm going to connect again. All right, Peter, hopefully you're hearing me. Give me a second. Don't connect yet. Okay, try connecting now. So we both were disconnected. I connected. You try to connect and see if that works. All right, as we wait for Peter here, friends, what an awesome day it was yesterday. Some better moves than we've seen. Oh, I hear something.
There we go. It worked this time.
Still don't see you, but I hear you.
Oh,
it's good enough.
Here I am. Here I am.
There you are. All right, there it is. Awesome. All right, Peter's in the building, my friends. All right, before we get into anything, we just went over our gappers list, Peter. Got a couple of things in the green, some stuff in the red. Tell us what's happening in our U.S. economic calendar, and we'll get into some fun stuff this morning.
Yeah, a whole mess of data came out this morning. None of it particularly impactful. Non-farm payrolls, as you can see, came out higher. Unemployment rate actually was higher. So the non-farm payrolls is a good thing. The higher unemployment rate is a bad thing. Retail sales were down, bad. Housing starts, haven't seen the number yet. The PMI services number, that comes out at 945. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't have the room to put on here, which also came out this morning. We have, let's see, what have I actually covered and haven't covered? We've got export price index that came out. The core retail sales was higher. Average hourly earnings was lower than anticipated at 0.1%. Bottom line, all these numbers are roughly around the estimates, slightly higher, slightly lower. And if you look at the market, well, what did it do? It popped up initially, came right back down, and said, all right, we'll just continue our regularly scheduled programming. So overall, it's going to be yet another quiet day from an economic data point of view. The market, we were saying this during the government shutdown. The market just continued without the data. It seems to have now adopted that as a mantra, hasn't it? It just says, I don't care about data. I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
The heck with all of you.
Who needs numbers?
Who needs numbers? Yeah. Numbers are for wimps. We don't need numbers. I don't need no stinking numbers. It's just going on. So anyways, yeah. And meanwhile, we're stuck out here and just waiting for something to move. Well, not a bad day yesterday in trading, was it? It was. It wasn't easy, but there was movers. There was opportunity.
Yeah, agree 100%. We did have a much better day yesterday and Friday too. Friday was awesome. So the last two trading days, right, Friday and Monday, I think have been just amazing. So let's hope that continues here as we go into second day of the week, my friends. All right, let's get into our gappers list brought to you by the beautiful tradingterminal.com. You can always head there and get tools just like this one to get you ready for the market open. Let's start with the first one on deck on our gap up list. BDRX is first on, and at the moment we are up 23% on this one. 5.9 million shares traded, so we got some volume here. It is a low flow stock sitting under 1 million shares flow is what I'm showing. I think I'm showing 600,000. Peter, if you want to confirm that with your source as well for this one. So pretty low flow stock, up 23%, 6 million shares traded. Look at the daily, the last week of trading at least, right? It's been just all over the place, gapping up, selling down, moving back up again. Just a lot of movement here. This is typically not something that we trade or like to watch, so I'm probably going to leave it alone. Peter, any news regarding some of these movements we're seeing?
This is a UK biotech. Yes, the float is right down there around 200,000 shares. They have enrolled patients. So I think we mentioned this about a week ago. They've enrolled patients in their phase 3 trial of the Sorentia drug, and I assume it's just some goodwill related to that. I don't see any. That news is like almost 2 weeks old now, and I don't see anything since. So I don't know why it's moving, but with a float that low, it's not going to take much. And I wouldn't take. I'm not going to take the risk on it. Maybe I should say.
Yeah, I don't like it either, man. So I'm going to leave it alone and continue on to the next one, which is going to be APLD. Oh, 1 second. APLD. APLD. Can I type today? There we go. So APLD, we have 706,000 shares traded. This Applied Digital got going this morning. You can see here the nice pop over from 23 to about 23.70 almost. And again, seeing some action this morning. Daily, we saw a nice sell-off yesterday and trying to hold this area of support that has been support in the past. You can see it here on a previous day close line. You can see how much support we had previously going back to November. Peter, what's going on with this one? What is the latest and greatest?
I don't know. I don't see any news here, so I'm not sure why it's particularly moving today. The short ratio, the short float is fairly high. We're sitting about 35% on the short float. So this very well could just be a short squeeze as someone tries to take the opportunity to force people out of their positions and pop this thing higher because I'm not seeing any news on it. I think this trades. I'm seeing here. Is this trading on the American Stock Exchange? No, it's a NASDAQ stock. So. Yep. NASDAQ stock, it is short sale restricted, but it's still shortable. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with it, but just looking at yesterday, it had a intriguing drop off the open, but was relatively flat after that. So might be a tough trade if you're trying to get a bounce back type play today on it.
Yeah, not quite my thing here. So moving on to the next one, and that's going to be Circle. Wow, this gap up list started very strong. If you look at it now, we lost some ground. It's like it started nicely, and then tickers have started disappearing. Only two standing here
because a lot of the stuff is around. It's around the 2% change, which is what is needed to get on our list minimum, right? And they're just dropping off because they're dropping under our that ratio, right? So, anyways, but yeah, it's not a very busy day for gappers, is it?
Yeah, not at all, man. Pretty quiet here. Circle of Internet is on deck today. So if I look at that one, we do have some movement here. We're up 2.6 on it. 605,000 shares traded this morning. And right now showing some activity. Hold on, I got the 5 minute correctly, but not the daily. There it is. Here's the 5 minute. What I'm looking at. So again, some action this morning on it. Up 2.6, 605,000 shares traded. And yeah, I haven't really watched this one lately. I know that we were watching it quite a bit before, but I haven't noticed this drop, Peter. Look at the drop on Circle of Internet. I haven't looked at the entire daily like I'm doing now. And it's been having a really hard time. Can you believe the stock was sitting at 250, hanging out around 197, 190, and has lost a lot of ground back to 77. The IPO looks like around $70, so just hanging out just slightly above their IPO price, at least what I'm showing here.
Yeah. Now, a while back, Circle of Internet announced they were going. They've created a platform for the USDC, right? The U.S. dollar-denominated stablecoin. And they got some good news today as Visa has announced that they are adopting Circle of Internet's platform as the way you could use it to settle your Visa bill if you want. So incorporating it into their network gives them not only a big customer with a very broad reach, but more legitimacy as they adopt that approach. And they've done that over some other options like using Solana blockchain or, of course, Bitcoin. So that's a big nod in their favor. It might be, it's tough. This is a unique type of news, so I don't know how much it's going to move Circle of Internet. I like the news. It feels like it's the type of thing that could cause this to, have a good move over the course of the day as more people become aware of this. I would want to see the volume higher, but this is a NASDAQ stock, oddly, trading on the New York Stock Exchange. So we might be waiting for this, the open for a little more volume. So Carlos, I actually think I will I'll put this on my secondary. I'll watch it just to see if it does anything interesting. It's been on a downturn for a while here if I look at the daily on CRCL. So I'm thinking that as we sit now almost exactly at the price that it IPO'd at, what you've got on the screen is like all of the data available, right? Because this goes back to when it IPO'd. So this is a great price for it to bounce higher from if people think the news is strong enough for that. So it might be worth watching just in case that occurs.
Yeah, I think so, man. It looks very active. I mean, I think it's worth even on a secondary list. We don't know how it's going to trade. It can be a little funky at times, but it's got some news behind it, and I think it's worth taking a look at. So CRCL going on deck this morning. All right, and that covers our gap up. Again, a lot of stuff disappeared from here, so only these two left. As I'm speaking, CRCL says, we're leaving the building too. Bye-bye. And there it goes below 2%, right at 2%. So it might be bouncing back and forth here in a bit. There it is, right back to it. All right. Peter, as far as gapping up, anything you like this morning that might not be showing here?
I really have nothing that's gapping up significantly. There's, the only things that are really gapping this morning seem to be a whole bunch of low floats that I'm not really going to spend a lot of time putting my attention to. Interestingly, I noticed that as a group, like Coin, Hood, Mara, MSTR, all gapping slightly higher, not by much this morning. I'm not sure why that is, because I did check out cryptocurrency prices, and they're not, well, at least Bitcoin prices, not doing much this morning. Bitcoin's down, or Ethereum is down, Tether, Solana, all down today. So, but as we've pointed out before, they don't always move in sync with the price directly. They tend to have this laggard effect. I still, NVIDIA, I suppose, is moderately. It's 0.5 percentage point green. It's got its usual volume. And while it's not green, it's on the red side. I've got to keep an eye on Tesla because I still have regret for not taking that Tesla trade off the open yesterday. The rest of the day, Tesla was pretty fugly. But sorry for the technical term there, but it was great at the open. So,
yeah, we'll see. The usual suspects, right? I mean, I'm gonna Tesla again. Probably gonna be on the list again. It is gapping down. I thought it was gapping up, but it is gapping down slightly. So I might be watching that also. But before we get to the action, let's get to the gap down list. Let's see what's going on here. And then it will be just like yesterday. A lot of our usual suspects did very well. We had a nice pop on a few of them, and then a beautiful sell-off on many takers. Some give us a hard time, but others were very nice. As you were mentioning, we did see some opportunities there. Gapping down, leading the way this morning off the trading terminal gappers list is RADX. RADX this morning down 40%. So, look at this. Look at this madness. So popped up here all the way to gapped up yesterday about $14. We'll call it that for now. Went up to 16.20 and then slammed all the way back down. And today is making everybody pay if you're trying to catch it long again here. So down some more, down 40%, hard to borrow. I gotta tell you, Peter, this low flow garbage stuff, man. You just, I'm telling you, you know what? And I say it because I've been there. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been there where I look for the shiny stuff, right? Look for the shiny stuff, thinking, hey, you know, man, this is gapping up this morning in the pre-market. In fact, let's show you. We got some time because our gappers list is not working too well as far as quality. You know, you come in here yesterday morning, the 15th, things is looking good. You take this long, you just get slammed. And then you see this happening here. You think, oh, maybe he wants to go for another run after this consolidation. And you're stubborn. You got no risk management. You got no self-control. Next thing you know, you find yourself down $6 from where it was trading at yesterday. I mean, it happens. You think it sounds funny, but it happens. Has happened to me for not being disciplined, not having a plan. And it's usually with these lower flow garbage stuff, right? That you can really end up hurting your capital, hurting your account, and blowing up big time. So we can't stress enough why please stay away from these. Not saying they're bad, but it requires a different level of discipline, I believe. They're less forgiving when you make mistakes, and you could really hurt your accounts badly. So again, just be so careful with these things, man. This I love the fact that we trade other stuff, that we don't focus on these lower flow stocks, because man, if we did, I don't know how we'll be doing. I really don't know. It's just that tough to trade.
Yeah, and as you point out, it's that risk management, because the moves happen so fast, right? Sometimes it can drop, you know, even something like this at $6 right here. It could drop $2 in a matter of seconds, and then you're well out of your risk parameters, and then you've got to make some really tough choices, right? Do you hang on with a hope and a prayer that it's going to get back? And sometimes, you know, how many of us have done this, right? Where you're down more than you expected, and you sit there and you're like, please, 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 just get back to break even. I will get out. I will never do this again. I promise I'll get it to break even. And the thing moves back to break even, and you're like, well, now it's moving higher. Maybe it'll just go a little bit higher. Maybe I'll just hold on, and it'll give me, and I can turn this into a win. And the next thing you know, it's down again, and you're like, damn it, I should have got out of break even. What the hell? I promised. I committed my soul to that. Right? Yeah. I mean, we've all made those promises. So this is why these are so tough to trade, and why we generally avoid them.
Yeah. Been there, done that, man. So again, just careful. With that, I mean, none to see here. It's just second day play, which are the worst for these type of takers, especially when they're gapping down like this, and they're hard to borrow. You cannot even short this stuff if you wanted to, at least with Interactive Brokers. So extra cautious there. Let's head back to the list here. TRY.
Look at all the comments.
Yeah. What they're saying, what are the comments?
It's everybody. Yeah, you're describing my day yesterday, or been there. I know that. Yeah. Like we've all had. I've done it. We've all had that exact same conversation with ourselves, and I said, this is why, you know, like we try and counsel you to avoid these, because we know we've been there. We've done it.
Yeah, we done it. We done it. Unfortunately, Us man, or US man, or us man, I'm not sure, but he's asking anyone from Hong Kong. We were just in Hong Kong, and actually there are a few people that are from Hong Kong in chat. So if you live there, definitely connect with some people, would be nice. But let's continue. Gappers list this morning. Here we are, friends. TRY was another one that has been in play the last couple of days. Looked like finally it's doing what I thought it wanted to do the first day, which it didn't. It proved me wrong. It popped up and actually went to 1250. I thought the news was garbage, and that it should drop all the way back down to 8. But you know, it didn't. It actually did pretty well to the upside. I gotta admit. But today we're gapping down here, 5.1, Peter, 526,000 shares traded. Is the fun now over? Is it now time to see this come back?
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? It needs more news. So the Friday, if you remember, the rumor was that President Trump was going to move marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 drug, which would reclassify it federally and would be a benefit potentially to those that are trying to sell, especially that want to be able to move product or money across state borders, which can be a big problem right now. But they needed the follow-up, right? We need the news. We need the confirmation. When is it going to happen? Will it happen? How is it going to happen? Right? Got a few details like that, and nothing's been forthcoming. So being that we haven't heard anything since that, I mean, and it could happen any moment for all I know. But without any information, Tilray is almost doomed to start to slide back until and not only Tilray, right? Some of the others that were moving alongside it, but Tilray was sort of the lead, I think, in terms of the size of the move. So it desperately needs some confirmation of that rumor for this thing to regain its lofty heights that it was at on Friday. So without that, Carlos, yeah, it's likely just to slide. But there's a risk in this, right? This is another one of these risk ones that, again, if that news happens, this thing could immediately reverse path and go higher. So you got to be careful, right? So do you go long? Do you go short? You might want to go short playing the lack of information, and that only holds, of course, until there is information. So yeah, it's for me too much, too risky. I wait for the news to come out. You might want to watch it waiting for that news, but again, it might not happen today, tomorrow, next week. Maybe it'll be a New Year thing. I have no idea. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah, friends, I agree with Chris MC asking people to give us some love and hit the like button. Really appreciate that. It does help out the channel a bunch, and it also gets Peter paid. I think it's like 10 cents per like or something. Yeah. So a couple of likes every day, a couple of likes a week, a month. It's a long-term thing. It adds up to about, what is it, Peter? Maybe $300 a year. And with that, he goes get a nice steak over at his favorite steakhouse. So help us make sure that Peter can buy his steak this year. Not enough for whiskey, not the type he likes to drink, but enough for the steak at least. All right, friends, sitting at 101 likes. We'd love to be at 400. That is our goal. Excellent. All right, with that out of the way, let's continue here. Let's take a look at the next one. It's going to be, look, PL. PL has been also on our list, has been making some noise. Look at this daily here. Did pop up pretty nice a few days ago, last week, and then this week kind of just hovering between 18 and 19 and 1950. Today, we're feeling a little pressure. We're down 4%, 208,000 shares traded. It is not a low flow stock, but you got to be careful. You don't get a great volume, and it looks like the volume is starting to taper off. So again, the trading might not be as clean as it gets back down to, I guess, it's normal trading volume. So you want to be cautious once it does that. But here it is, Peter, down 4%, 208,000 shares traded. I don't know if this pop is over. I got to say, it could be a nice short, but again, I'm not sure how well the price action is going to be.
Yeah, I don't like, this is like not even a second day play. It's like a third, fourth day play after that pop. It's really just sort of selling off a little bit after the enthusiasm wanes. I wasn't even watching it earlier on. So when it was closer to the news, because there's nothing new on it. So it's not making my list.
Yeah, we'll leave it alone here. All right, let's continue. And DX, this is another one that comes up here and there. DXYZ. I feel like I watched this a couple of times, and it makes sense given the way the daily set up here. You can tell the last 3 or 4 trading days, we've seen an increase in volume clearly, and we also have some nice movement here as far as the daily candle goes. As far as the intraday price action, that's a whole different story. But as far as the daily candles, we've definitely been getting more action. Peter, I don't know if you ever kept this on your list or watched it. Looks like yesterday might have been okay. Look at this drop here. But again, I didn't watch the price action. Not sure how clean it was. What's your thoughts on this one?
I definitely did not watch it yesterday, but you're right. It did. I mean, it was a short play off the open yesterday. I noticed it's on short sale restriction today, so it's still shortable, but you gotta wait for an uptick. Yeah, it looks like the fun was right at the open if you were going to take advantage of it. I can't see playing this today again. Yesterday was sort of the big retracement after the initial pop higher. I think the fun's over on this. I mean, look at the volume even declined yesterday, right? The peak volume was really at the high there. If you look at the daily chart, and it looks like we're heading back down. So, yeah, not my thing.
Yeah, and even if the fun is over again, even trading, it's just kind of think it's going to be difficult. If we think it's going to start to drop here, if anything, I like was it PL? I want to do that type of play where it's just come back to reality here. I think PL might be the one. I just do like the way this is setting up here. But again, that's not a strategy, so be very, very careful. At least I don't have one that covers this type of trading where this comes back to reality here or not. But that one looks much better. All right, and continuing here in our list, we looked at a couple of these already. NKTR is making its way up here. Let's take a look at that one. Then we'll hop around a little bit and see what else is on deck this morning. Oh, this is pure garbage. Look at this. What's going on here? So we're down 5.6. It got halted. Has come back to life. I mean, this is as garbage as it gets right here. This is horrible. Throw the trucks. And yeah, don't like this at all, Peter. What's your thoughts on it?
It got some attention because they released some study data from a phase 2B study, for patients with severe to very severe alopecia. But I assume those that know more than I do are reading the data and say that it's not as impressive as they would hope. So anyways, I don't know. The company always releases it. They always make it sound positive no matter what the data actually says. But somebody's not buying it. So, but I don't know enough to invest in or trade intelligibly, so I'm going to avoid it.
I was going to say, it feels like it should be down like 10%, but I missed this here. The previous day close line is here. From the move, right? From the top, maybe, but because it was around almost 58.90 or so. And look at this drop, man. That's an $8 more. That's almost a $20 drop to this spike down here. Since then, has recovered. This is dangerous, man. The spread, yeah, this is. What's the float on this, by the way? Is there a low flow as well? And yeah, 18.
No, it's
18 million.
I see 20 million shares.
Yeah. Yeah, 20 million. I mean, it's not low flow, but I normally consider anything under 40 million low flow. I don't know what the technical number is, if it's 20 or lower, but under 40, you just got to be cautious. At least I'm very cautious, right? But I don't know what the actual number is, Peter. Do we have a solid line, solid yellow line? What that is?
No, it's one of those judgment calls. I usually use 25 million, but it's there's no like official. This is a low float, and this is because then you get mid float stocks, and I mean it all depends on how it trades, right? On any given day. But yeah, anywhere in that range, it's worth starting to just give it a little more attention. Make sure you sort of pay attention to how it's actually moving on the day. 50 million. Some even use that, Carlos, as a level, right? So yeah, I find anywhere in that range, you can just start to pay a little more attention.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know where I got 40 from. I think it was probably a very old slide from Dr. Andrew Aziz when he was doing classes in Barefoot Traders when I was learning. I think he had a slide that said 40 and it just stuck with me. But yeah, let's continue here. The gap down list seems to be growing a little bit with some more tickers towards the bottom, but we're going to stop here. Peter, I want to see what you have that you like this morning that might be gapping down before we get to some of the usual suspects that we might be watching this morning.
Yeah, I don't have much other than the stuff we've already talked about. And of course, the usual suspects. I said I like Tesla because yesterday it gave some good moves again, at least at the open. And if that's what we're starting with, we'll watch that. And then later on in the day, I actually liked NVIDIA and AMD. AMD was actually a favorite of mine through the midday, just as we were finishing our part of the program, Carlos. AMD was showing these series of lower highs and really was using the VWAP as top level support and sold off through the late afternoon. Unfortunately, I wasn't here late afternoon. I had to leave to go to a meeting, but really, so I didn't want to get into anything, but just look at that. In hindsight, it looks pretty obvious, but I was watching this around 11 and you can see how it looked like it was going to break higher above VWAP and then said, nah, I don't think I can do this, and then started to go lower. So there was a series of good trades there. If you're willing to sort of say it's clearly not able to break through that level and is going lower. So I got two of them actually where I sort of traded it moved down a little bit. You get a partial and it comes back up to VWAP and stops me out. So, but anyways, I enjoyed it because I like that type of pattern. Didn't get the big move, but still. Anyway, so it's on my list. And the other one that we're still waiting for the other shoe to drop, so to speak, or we're waiting for news on Warner Brothers and Netflix. Netflix has been in a little bit of a free fall ever since that news broke that maybe they're not going to be able to close this deal. And we're just waiting to see, right, what happens next. And again, this is one of those things that it's tough to tell how long it could take to resolve. There's rumors now of maybe a third or even a fourth player that might put a bid in. But we've been here before, right? There's been lots of Warner Brothers has been. There's been unsolicited bids for it in the past. A lot of rumor that maybe they'd be interested in a sale. Clearly they were, because they thought they'd closed it, I guess, with Netflix before Paramount jumped in. And again, the rumor out there is that we may get some other bids. The current leading bid, if you will, is that all-in Paramount bid for $30 a share. That's on Warner Brothers, but again, that's going to affect Netflix. It seems to be the better trading one rather than WBD, right? Which has not, at least from what I was looking at in the last couple of days. Like, look at it yesterday. How ugly is that? So, yeah, I'm just waiting. We're waiting on news. So
yeah, we'll see how it goes there. Could be a good secondary. I'll put it on my secondary list. I won't watch it because on the primary, I think there's better things to look at. But on the secondary list, could be interesting as we wait for any type of news to break out. Which probably, you know how it goes. They'll probably drop this news extremely early in the morning or after hours. We might not get it during market hours. That tends to be the preferred time to do that type of announcements. All right. All right, I have Tesla on deck. A lot of you guys mentioning Tesla. And yes, my good buddy David is saying, David Jordan, the strategy for Tesla is to go long at the open. I agree. I'm going to go long. Bell rings. I'm going long Tesla because that seems to be working. So that's going to be our strategy for today. Tesla opens up. Once you hear this, don't get confused by it. Don't start trading yet. Once you hear that, the strategy is long Tesla.
This is just a test.
This is just a test. Yeah, I don't want nobody rushing. Can you imagine somebody's not really paying attention? They're like doing some stuff and they hear that and they come running. I'm late. No, you're early. All right. So Tesla's good. I saw someone mention Apple. Give me tickers, guys. Let's see what you guys like this morning. Apple here is what is going on? Oh, that's not this morning. Okay, no, it's kind of quiet. I was looking at I thought the drop was for this morning, but here I don't see anything much going on. Volume is light. They did have a nice drop yesterday, so they traded very well to the downside. But right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot going on. So secondary, because Apple can do this. They can put in a very quiet pre-market activity and still give you a good trading day. And let's see if yesterday meant anything for today's trading activity. Right now, it's just slightly in the red, but not a whole lot going on at the moment. RZLV, I believe we've seen this before. It's not my type of trading. Yeah, we have here it is. But today they're up 26%. So look at it go, Peter, from like 2,023 cents, 30 cents, excuse me, to about $3 almost, trying to get to $3. So nice pop there. Again, lower price stock. I'm not sure what the flow is on this one, but typically not something that I'm going to watch. But it is in play, Will, and Will is in it actually. He's partially out on this one. So great job taking this trade, if that is a part of your plan there. All right. What else, friends? Let's take a look. AVGO. AVGO. Yeah.
Resolve posted record revenue of 17 million. I sometimes think of companies in terms of how many Andrews is that company, and so record $17 million revenue. That's only a couple of Andrews, so that's really not that impressive for a company of that size.
So. 4 or 5 Andrews. Put your Andrews in chat there. I'm put my
probably
little
not
Andy
even
emoji.
Probably only like 2 Andrews.
2 Andrews. I put too many Andrews there.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyways.
Okay. For those that are trying to figure out what's Carl's talking about, so we have these emojis. We have these emojis in chat now. And you can see Andrews, and this Andrew. I think he's saying amazing on that one. Yeah, he's saying amazing. There's this other one here. What is this one? Is it I knew it or something? I forget what this one is, but there's a couple. And then we got Peter. We got a couple of emojis here. Fun. Available for our Lambos and garbage. Does that say take the trade? things says take the damn trade.
That's a tiny little thought bubble there, speech bubble. So
yeah.
All right.
1.3 Andrew, he says. So Andrew's in chat, he's answering. He's 1.3 Andrews on that company.
1.3 Andrews. There you go. So you know, for a company, when I look at it, and they have like, you know, they list a team of a dozen top executives. That's not that impressive. So
yeah. No.
All right. Moving on.
Careful with that one, friends. Looks like it wants to get going. Careful. At least it has some news, right? Sometimes you see this stuff move and there's no news. At least there's some news. There's something actually happening. AVGO, the last couple of days, another great short play yesterday. You know, this thing,
it's been
man.
moving fairly well.
Yeah.
So not in if you're a long-term buy and hold, you're not that happy because of course it's dropped right down and lost all of the gains it had over the last month. But I like the way it's moved. Good consistent trading volume as long as you're not afraid of the direction. So
yeah, big. The last 2 days, big drop here. Again, not sure if it can do it again, but I like it. I like the way this thing's been trading. So I am going to add it to, I'll add it right here next to Tesla. We got space for today. Not usually a ticker that we put on deck, but we got volume again. This pre-market activity showing 986,000 shares traded. And the great thing about this one is that, it's a higher price stock. You don't got to take a boatload of shares. Like, you could literally take, 50 to 100 shares, and you can do very well because this is going to move. It moved $12 on Friday when we traded. Was it Friday? I think it was Friday. It moved like $12. It's just insane. I didn't get all of that. I got a big chunk of that, but you don't need to take a boatload of shares when you have a stock that can move like that. You want to manage your risk accordingly. That's very, very important. So AVGO on deck here. Oracle is another one that's been making a lot of noise lately. Today, what do we got going on? Pretty quiet. It's losing a little bit of volume on the daily, so the volume is tapering off a little bit. So it might just go to its quiet, regular trading, right? We had a very nice stretch with Oracle. We cannot be pissed at all. This thing gave us a nice pop here, and almost, out of, a couple of days here, you had some really good trading, right? You can see the volume has definitely changed. It has been much higher than what it was prior to September. It's been much better. But today, I'm not sure on it. I think we'll have to wait and see if there's anything really going on it. I don't see it in play as far as it goes right now. And PLTR, my good buddy Mojito in chat is giving me PLTR. Let's take a look. PLTR right now, it's okay. It's quiet, nothing explosive, nothing blockbuster here. But I like this ticker. I'm not gonna lie. I do like to watch this ticker. I think it can give us good opportunities more often than not. I will put it on my list there. PLTR on a secondary. I am gonna add Nvidia, though it gave me a bit of a hard time. Yes, actually it gave me a great trade, and then it took some back on 2 other trades that did not work out, right? But look at the intraday. Like, this is not, yes, it is trending lower, but this is not clean. It's very difficult to survive this because if you look at it, almost every other candle is pulling back right back to your entry, right? So this is hard to trade, to stay in a trade and survive the move, the pullbacks to your move lower. So this is not easy trading. Besides this one move we got here, the rest has been extremely choppy, very difficult to trade. But hopefully today could be much better because we know it can do that when it wants to. So Tesla, AVGO, and Nvidia for me, Peter. For you so far, what do you have on your list?
Other than the usuals, I'm going to be watching Nvidia and AMD. I also mentioned Tesla, and we'll watch those. CRCL was one that we talked about. I think I'll keep it there just to see if it does anything interesting. That's probably it for now. We'll wait and see what else happens.
Yep. I'm actually going to move CRCL up. I do like the way, after going to the list. Go ahead.
No, I just I got to avoid all of the trading slop out there. So I've been looking for an excuse to use the word slop.
Okay. There you go.
Because Merriam-Webster, the dictionary people, they released their word of the year, and apparently their word of the year for 2025 is slop.
For 2025 is slop. Okay.
Slop. And I have to say, I've never used it. I haven't really heard anybody use it. I get the term. It's really referred to AI, like crappy AI videos and AI content that's being mashed down our throats and just being put out there. It's AI slop, is the term. But it's like I'm not sure that I don't know how they pick these words of the year. Like, where do they hang out with a bunch of 20-somethings in a lab somewhere? Or I don't know. Where do they pick these up?
Yeah, I don't get it. I'm Googling it. The only thing that comes up is it being added to the Webster dictionary. Like, it doesn't come up anywhere else. So they're making the word popular. Exactly. It's not a word that's a word. 6-7 would have been better off. I agree. I agree. 6-7.
No.
6-7 would have been more important than this.
It's not a word.
I'm telling you.
It's not a thing. It doesn't. No.
Listen, man. I love it. I'm enjoying the 6-7 thing. It's kind of like us back in the days when you saw what's one of these Volkswagen punch buggies? Now, how stupid was that? Right? You punch somebody because you saw one of those Volkswagen. It's the same thing. It had no meaning whatsoever, but it was fun, right? The kids are doing the same thing we did, just a different way. That's all it is, right? So it reminded me of that. When you saw one of these punch buggies, we were in the street in the corner, we punch your friend right in the freaking shoulder, So it was fun. It was fun. All right.
I was it's funny you talk about this in the different language. I was telling my wife the other day. So I'll watch pickleball, right? I like to watch professional pickleball because you can get it broadcast on a number of channels online on YouTube or whatever. And it's interesting to me to watch. Like they were talking at one point. There was this match and the ball kept hitting the net tape. And they're like, man, the net is always in play. That net really has main character energy. It's really showing main character energy there, the net. And I'm like, all right.
What?
Now I know how old you people are who are doing the announcing. But see, people like there's professional pickleball? Absolutely.
Oh, yes, there's professional everything. I mean, it's insane. If you watch Olympics,
if you've never watched,
I love professional everything. It's
Annalie Waters, the GOAT. She is at the ripe old age of 18 now. She's yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. All right, friends. Let's take the next couple of 6 to 7 minutes going over what our community has available for us. Let's head over to BearBullTraders.com. Click on webinars so you can see what's happening for the next 6 to 7 days on here. Peter's going to take you through it.
Oh. Why? All right. It is Tuesday. We have 2 webinars for you today, guys, that we want to talk about. First off, midday, we're going to talk about mastering a trend trading. Eamon's going to be doing that. That's that's next week. Sorry, that's going to be over the Christmas week. Never mind. For this week, we're going to be talking about market analysis. That's our evening webinar, 8 o'clock tonight. Thor's going to be leading that. And hopefully that's one that you'll join us for. He always puts on a good show. He knows what he's talking about, and his webinars always will help give you a clue as to how you can better view the markets. So that's the main event tonight at 8 o'clock for our elite members in the webinar room. Over the course of the day today, this is what I was trying to say. Phil and Brendan, with their normally scheduled webinars, are happening. The small account option session is happening at 11 a.m. Once again in the webinar room for our elite members. And then in the onboarding room for all membership classes, we've got Brendan, who's going to talk about the DAS Trader Pro setup, how you can best use that platform and just get things configured and set up in a way that's going to be most effective for your trading. So those are our webinars for today, 11, 12, and 8 p.m. Hopefully you will dial in for those if you're a member. If you want to become a member, all you have to do is go to BearBullTraders.com. You can find the different membership options. For instance, if you just join with the intro offer, you can do that right now and then join Brendan's webinar at noon and be part of that. If you want to join the elite series of webinars at 11 and 8 p.m., then you'd have to use either the elite monthly or the elite annual. So one of those 2 options would get you in. So pick the one that's right for you, and hopefully we'll see you in the Bear Bull Trading community sometime soon. Carlos, we'll set a couple of levels, then we can hand over to our live traders, and you and I are going to see what we can find with everybody out here on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's do it. Friends, if you haven't had the opportunity to do so, it's a great time to hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. We appreciate it. It does help us out a ton. So right now we're sitting at, where is that? 172 likes. So a little bit lower than we're like. Oh my goodness. So sorry. Yeah, there, I hit the like button. 173 likes. So we'd love for you guys to help us there. Please support us. It does mean a lot to us because it helps the channel. It helps the algos do their thing. And we have about 600 to 700 people watching. So we'd love to see you guys support us there if you can. Really appreciate it, friends. So thank you so much for that. All right, let's get to it, friends. Our list this morning, starting off with Tesla, which has been just incredible. Long at the beginning, short later down the towards the middle of the morning or right at the morning. It's just been awesome. We're giving us a lot of opportunities. Probably one of the best trading tickers that has been very active in the last couple of days. Love the pre-market sitting at 468.7. No. 468.75, and the high of the pre-market. I was like, well, yeah, doesn't seem right, but no, that is right. Oh, no, not on purpose. No. So that is right. And then 474.41 is 40 is the high of the pre-market there. So pretty much within that range from yesterday, if you see here on the daily, above that, we talked about the areas of resistance that we're trying to get above. The next we did get above this one here, these two spikes, so that's good. The next one coming up is going to be from last year, November, December timeframe. Let me zoom in a little bit. It's going to be right around that 440, 487.96, 47.96. So let's see if it wants to do that. But aside from that, we do have plenty of levels towards the bottom here. Highs and lows for the last two trading days, doing a great job. I don't think you really need to add anything else on our good buddy Tesla. AVGO is another one that, again, 2 straight days here just sell off back to back. And man, how well it's been trading. Now we're sitting at a nice area of support, right? Look at October, look at November. We had some support here. This is when we went into our nice little run all the way to we'll call it 415, right? We're back right on that level again. So let's see if this is going to support this stock, or are we going to head lower or sideways, right? 3 ways the price can move here. Love the pre-market 335.77. We'll put one there, and towards the bottom below that, below this big area of support that we're seeing, it's going to be 332.16. And right below that, just in case, 329.15. Again, remember, if you're trading this one, you do not need to take a boatload of shares. It can move quite a bit, so be reasonable with your sizing and manage risk accordingly. 340.88, 89 is the high of the pre-market, and above that, you got the highs and lows for the last 2 sell-off of the trading days we have there. I am going to mark down this area that's not being caught, this 346.68. It's a good area right on there. Next is NVIDIA. Not so great yesterday. Gave us one decent move. Then aside from that, it was very tough to trade. 177.80 is your high. Your low is pretty much covered by the low of the last 2 trading days. If you look right on here, you can see the low of the last 2 trading days being covered there. That is also your low of your pre-market as well. Also some good support happening here. Going back into the end of November. Some levels to mark down. We have 173.04, and then we have all the way down here 169.54. So you're set there on our good buddy NVIDIA. One that we're adding on our main list today is that's usually not on here. Circle of Internet. Very, very good action in the pre-market. 700,000 shares traded. It is up 2%, and they got some news. And the pre-market looks clean on this. Looks very clean. So let's see if it can trade well when the bell rings here and we get more volume. 78.70 is your high this morning. Above that, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days got you covered. Do not need to add anything else. Don't make this more complicated than what it needs to be. Look at the support here that we're getting at this previous day close line, right? Support here, and even yesterday, right? So that is also your low of your pre-market, just slightly below that. So we were covered there. And then towards the bottom, in case we continue lower, 73.37, and then the big levels down here at 68.74. But I will mark this, minor level. It's around 71.23, just in case we do lose that 73.37. We got some areas that we can aim for if we are short on this thing, or reversals, whichever comes our way here. All right, Peter, what is our team watching? And then we'll get over to handing it off to the chat room and getting ready for this opening day, less than 7 minutes away. Oh, Peter, you're on mute.
So I am. Yes, indeed. Thor's watching Mara and Amazon, as well as some futures contracts. Of course, Mike has got his usual watch list. He's watching Tesla and the scanners. Phil's going to be looking at Tesla, NVIDIA, and Google. Brian, trading live here. Tesla, NVIDIA, PLTR, and Hood. We didn't spend a lot of time on Hood, but you never know when this thing is going to move. Let's see. Is Hood, well, it's not really doing much here this morning. So like I mentioned, actually, I should have posted my list, but like I mentioned, I'm going to be watching the usual in NVIDIA, Tesla, and AMD, and then I'm going to put CRCL on my secondary list, and I might keep an eye on, I don't know what else we'll keep an eye on this morning. We'll wait and see what the market moves. So that's it for me. That's what we got so far. We got some more people getting their lists in, though. Eamon doesn't like anything this morning, and Paris, back in action. I haven't seen Paris in here in a while. Tesla, NVIDIA, PLTR, Intel, and Apple. So you know what he's going to be focusing on. I don't care what his list says. It's Tesla. So.
Oh, yeah. He loves him some Tesla, that's for sure. All right, friends, over in chat, have an amazing trading day, guys. Trade safe, and we'll see you guys a little bit later. Andrew and Brian up next here in chat. We'll take you through the market open, and we'll catch up a little bit later with you guys. So have a good one.
Take care. Trade smart.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Eamon says he's not liking much. I can't say that I'm crazy about much right now. Scanner list is really slim pickings here. So we'll have to see what comes. I think payrolls ticked up higher than expected, but the unemployment rate was higher as well. So
how are you, Brian?
I am doing well, thank you, sir. How are you?
I am good. Jet lag. I'm up since 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
I watched Wolf of Wall Street because I couldn't sleep.
Wolf of Wall Street, did you?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, really interesting. What a great movie.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, no, I did some drop on my eyes. It's just I get dry eyes. AMCI is the recent IPO, huh? It's just going up like crazy. 65%. What's your watch list, Brian?
Usual NVIDIA, Tesla, PLTR, AMD. I'm watching Hood.
Why Hood?
Seems to be finding a bottom here on a daily. Maybe, I don't know. SPY and Qs, they both look a little weak, actually. Let's try to wake up here.
AMCI, I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of anything right now here either.
Yeah, good action yesterday. CRCL, yeah.
Is there anything good, guys? CRCL.
QURE looks kind of interesting.
Let's see what Benzinga says. Paris, what are you looking at?
ASTS looks weak.
What's Tesla doing? Tesla is gapping down a little bit yesterday. Really didn't go to all-time high. So the job numbers came, created a little bit of chaos, but the market kind of sold off after that. The bonds popped up, but they sold off. So, Ernestus, we don't really trade crypto in the chat room. So I don't have really any strategy for crypto directly, but we are trading stocks related to the crypto market like HOOD, NVDA, that kind of things. The strategies that we are using are for US stock market because it has a certain open and close. Crypto is a little bit different, so I'm not really 100%, confident on my strategies on the crypto market because it's a different instrument. But Mara coin, yeah, thanks, Kai. These are the things that you can trade on instead of.
Yeah. What do you mean, Thor? I'm looking at a weak open right now. You're seeing some interest to the downside. SPY just lost yesterday's low.
All right, market is open. Ding, ding.
Here we go. Ding, ding, ding.
Benzinga is announcing that. Let's see where we're gonna get with this. Tesla was pretty active yesterday. Let's see if Tesla is giving us anything. More on the Atlas. 473.
Okay. Let's see what happens here. Getting a pop on PLTR.
Qs are coming above the VWAP. They might want to go green.
AMD just went green.
Tesla has good volume, but it's really indecisive. CRCL, no volume. AMCI has good volume, but I don't know. I mean, Tesla might be go to 473, 72, but it's really, ugly. Yeah, nothing crazy. MSTR strategy. Getting the scanner is not much going on. Broadcom, we always see the scanner. Broadcom is interesting. It's popping up. Broadcom AVGO.
Tesla's selling off a bit, some orders to the downside.
TQQ wants to go green, 52. Looks like it.
Yeah, trying.
I don't like anything right now. Oh, Tesla sold off.
Yeah, Tesla's dropping. Tesla's got a big order at 465.
Maybe we should short Tesla. Let's see if we can get a pullback on this 1 minute. Maybe we can short Tesla. Tesla looks like really setting off. Give us a pullback. Yeah, 460. Tesla is at S3, huh?
Just shorted a bit. Just a small size.
On Tesla?
On that little pop. Yeah, just on that pop and see if it's going to find a level. If it's going to find some support here. I'm just looking at this to 465.
Let's see if you can get a little bit of pullback. I'd like to make it the opening range breakdown.
I just covered some.
Waiting for now. Qs are holding the VWAP 609. Something is telling me TQQ can go red to green, but I don't want to take it. Tesla doesn't want to give us a pullback, huh? To go short. AMD popped up, NVIDIA is nothing. PLTR is strong.
Out of it. Don't like the, looks like it's going to try to pop up here. There's an order at 469.
Yeah, Tesla 466.50. There's some bids down there. I was thinking of going short on it, but I was hoping that maybe get a little bit better entry.
Yeah, there's lots of orders stacked there.
Maybe this is the chance. I'm gonna get some short on Tesla here for 67.50. I can add more a little bit if it gets to 469. See if you can get to below S3. Alright, so I'm adding a little bit more on Tesla here for 69 on short, but that's a really big squeeze. I don't like that.
Qs are really choppy.
Oh, that's not good. That's a really big squeeze on Tesla. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna cover my short, guys. I'm gonna go long Tesla. Qs went long. I'm gonna go long Tesla. Cover my shorts. Flip my position to long at 470. Let's see if Tesla can actually make a 5-minute bullish engulf and Qs are popping higher.
Wow, yeah, Qs have gone green.
Broadcom, AVGO. Yeah, this one is nice too. Let's see if the Tesla can hold the VWAP or not in this long.
Wow, PLTR took off. Hats is long. Kind of was watching PLTR. It seemed like it really wanted to break through that PDC level.
All right, let's see if Tesla can go toward 473. The high of the day is really making a 5-minute bullish engulfing. Let's see if you can actually hold it. Aiming long on Tesla, nice. All right, let's see if Tesla can go toward the high of the day. Is now making a bullish engulfing. 72 is a big atlas. Let's see if you can go to the high of the day. I'm gonna add a little bit more on Tesla here for the break of 472. See if you can go to high of the day 474. All right, 472, there's big orders. Right now, 5 minutes is really becoming like a bullish engulfing. See if you can go to 474. So this candlestick is closing now. Let's see. I'm still long on Tesla, guys. 473 is the big atlas. I want to see if you can get to 473, 474. Not a bad idea to add a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to PDC. There's some orders there.
All right, lovely. All right, 474.
I'm long 475 calls. Ken, see if see if you get a move up here.
All right, so what I can do is I can put some orders actually.
SPY is breaking lower here. No, I really don't like this trade either. I'm going to get out of that Tesla. Don't like the direction SPY is going.
I'm still long on Tesla. Let's see if we can get that breakout of 474. I have put some order already up there, see if it can actually get filled. Zingo is quiet.
Short the SPY. See where we go.
VGO, Broadcom is pulling back. Everything is now kind of pulling back. Tesla is also pulling back. Let's see if he holds the VWAP or not. See if he can go back for the 474.
And it covers some there. Let's see.
Tesla on the daily chart. Yeah, 474 was a previous level that was very important, but we did break that level yesterday. So let's see if we can actually go. Going back up. Adding a little bit more on Tesla, just in case if you can actually break out.
Yeah, covering some more SPY.
Tesla, come on, Tesla. Oh, there you go. It's going 474 is Atlas. Oh, there you go. My orders are up there at 474. Rejected that. No, reject. $473.80. Oh, yeah, 474 is really good orders sitting there. No, don't reject. Rejected that. No, that was a great trade. Damn. Oh man, I think Tesla is failing on that level. Damn it.
All covering some more. SPY.
Dirt. I canceled my order and I guess I'm gonna get it stopped out.
Just covered a fairly significant amount of my SPY there at S3.
I'm still on Tesla, guys. I haven't got it stopped out. I canceled my order, but let's see what it does at this VWAP. It's pretty choppy and disgusting. Maybe this is my chance to get out at break even. But let's see. This can go to about 472. Oh, maybe it's going
okay. Look at SPY and Qs are rallying back hard here. Glad I got out. Wow, look at Nvidia is going to go green.
Wow.
What did you do?
I'm still in Tesla.
Did you tweet something?
I didn't do anything. Oh, there you go. Nice, 474. Nice. Now I'm partialing some here. Oh, it's gonna go green. Hopefully.
Man, I'm glad I got out of that SPY short. Holy cow! Somebody said something.
Benzinga didn't announce anything.
You just got a big rally in the market.
I still have a big position on Tesla. I want to see if you can get green on it. I'm gonna sell 1,000 share at 475 and 475.50.
Qs have gone green again. They're trying anyway. IWM's gone green.
Uh-huh. 475, nice. Got filled.
Yeah, just tagged that level. There was a big order there.
$475.30 is the previous day close. It's gonna go through that red to green. I have ordered at 475.50 and maybe 476. Put some more there as well. Nice. Nice. Wow, that was a very tricky move on Tesla. So MTJ, the reason that I didn't get a stopped out was I was very close to get a stopped out, and I wanted to see if it actually closes above the below the VWAP or not. It did close, but quickly bounced back. So I was like 5 seconds until I get a stopped out. That turned out to be a false breakout. But even if I got a stopped out, I probably would have got back in there because the whole market really bounced back as after. Look at the Q, is very similar pattern.
Yeah, market's taking off here.
So anyone who was short Tesla, they had to cover. Like I was short on Tesla, but I had to really cover at the VWAP. So that's why crossing the VWAP with volume is so important. Like it changes the whole balance of trading. $476 I got filled. Now I think Tesla is gonna go to 477.56 is the R4. 477.50. Gonna sell more shares. Yeah.
SPY just went green. There we go.
Oh yeah, nice. Anyone took the Tesla or TSLL? So the reason that I didn't take TSLL was just I was watching Tesla, but I probably should have traded TSLL.
Qs and SPY are ripping.
Nice. I got filled on Tesla at R3. Yeah, I'm gonna hold some Tesla. See, I made the losses back on Tesla, so anything that is going up is just now profit for me. And my average is below the VWAP, so I'm pretty good in the average. Nice.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Santa Claus is coming in town. Santa Claus is coming in town. 478, not a bad idea to have some orders at 478. Did anyone took long Tesla, guys, with us? Brian, did you take long on Tesla?
No, I didn't. I had it short. Early in the session. Right at R3 right now. There's a big order at 478. Gonna get there or not?
Oh, there you go. I got filled 478, guys, on Tesla. Tesla might be all-day runner today.
Yeah, it could be going to 480.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit more on Tesla here. Might actually go to 480. Looks really bullish right now. All right, so Jay, I didn't wait today for the confirmation. So as you see, I flipped my position right at the VWAP because this candlestick squeeze was very strong with the heavy volume. But you could potentially wait for a confirmation. It did give you another entry at when it came up. It did give you another entry around 471 at 939. So based on my experience, I thought that this is a very bullish price action, so I kind of, anticipated that. But you could wait for confirmation. Again, this is one of those things that is very difficult to teach. It comes with experience. Like a mechanic that you go and you take the car, you listen to the car, and kind of got a feeling that what could be wrong with it. It's based on experience. The order flow was really bullish. The Atlas was really bullish on it. So I have some, I put some orders on Tesla at 479 and 480. I made all the losses on the short back. So it's a pretty good situation here. NVIDIA came above the VWAP, TQQ went to 52. SPY is still red.
Yeah, it's trying to go green. Qs are near high of day. PLTR is breaking out.
Tesla is going to go through 479, or there you go. Atlas took the Atlas. So
there is a big order at 480. 482 is yesterday's high of day.
Oh, 480 was yesterday high of day. Yeah. It's 481.
Yeah, close to 482.
Yeah. What is Broadcom doing? AVGO bounce back below the VWAP, huh? Hood, your buddy Hood. Brian, you said Hood. Look at that, 5% up. How did you find Hood? There was nothing special about it.
It just looked like it was going to bottom here.
A man who knows the future, huh? You knew it.
Yeah, I just turned the clock forward on my computer.
It's a 5% move on Hood. I was wondering, what did you see in Hood that?
I like just like the daily.
All right, best of.
Cues are breaking out. Unfortunately, I didn't trade it.
All right, let's see if Tesla can go to 479, 480. I think it's really bullish. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to 480 today. 478.50 is level. 489 it feels today. So, Jared, you think all-time high today? All-time high today, huh? All-time high was at 488. Maybe. I'm heavy long. I'm very seriously long on Tesla. Pretty much my whole life is in Tesla right now. Hood was a 920. Hood, yeah, Hood bounced back. John, they are not good cars, John. Yeah, they are not. I don't like the suspension of Teslas. Have you been into the German suspension cars like Mercedes or BMW? They're so comfortable. It's like a spaceship. Although you pay for that suspension too, so that's another discussion. 480. Yeah. There you go. Boom. Yeah, Louis Baldwin. As a passenger, it really drives me. I get the road seat on it. All right, so Tesla is gonna go toward the yesterday high. So I'm gonna put some order in there. I'm very good on it, so the ads were really good. So I'm gonna put some 481.30, which is the yesterday high. Most likely it's gonna go through that. Yeah, the suspension obviously is expensive. Like German cars are having a really good suspensions, but you pay for it too. It comes everything to the price. Harvey,
how's the suspension on your Lamborghini?
It's a stiff car. Like I enjoy it, but passengers,
yeah,
they feel it. It's it's not a very comfortable car, like a sport car.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be super comfortable. It's not supposed to ride like a Rolls.
Yes. QBTS.
Or a Bentley. Ooh. SPY is selling off here.
Thanks, guys.
So the Nasdaq did some kind of filing to go to 23-hour day trading.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know why that 1 hour is for bathroom break.
Yeah, it's for settling. Yeah, it's for I think it's for bathroom breaks. Yeah.
So when does it start? In the second quarter of 2020?
I think so, yeah.
Well, that could be interesting, guys. Chatroom would be 24/7. We're gonna hire people from around the clock. Amen is gonna be a night shift in Moscow, in Russia.
He'll be on night shift.
I'm gonna add a little more on Tesla here, 478. Let's see if he can actually. He looks like he wants to break out. So. So you have to hire people from New Zealand, Australia, Japan, different time zones.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Anyone know a Japanese Carlos? Like, pre-market. That would be really nice.
Yeah, from Thailand.
I guess Carlos would be out of job because there is no more pre-market. There is. I
never thought about that, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know what well, I think NYSE is obviously still trading regular hours, but yeah, it's gonna be kind of different for sure.
All right, so let's see if Tesla can go to 481. Some order 482 as well. Just a little bit of profit doesn't hurt. All right, here we go, Tesla. $920 on Tesla? Not really. We're far from 920.
No, it didn't even get to the 9.
Yeah.
Let alone the 20.
It's really strong right now. Let's see if we can get to 482 now. My average is 473. So my average is way above. I don't know. Nobody really knows what's going to happen on the market. We'll see. We'll adapt.
Yeah. That's the thing. You just got to see what happens and then adapt. I don't know what it's going to be like. PLTR.
There you go. Filled 482. Yeah, this is yesterday high. This is explosive. Jared, we did it, buddy. French trader, we did it. All right, so I'm going to put some orders at 483.50, which is R4. John, it's you. Thank you, John. John, do you think Elon Musk is going to become the first trillionaire if he goes the SpaceX IPO? I think it would be. I think if the IPO goes at around $1.5 trillion, he would be the first trillionaire because he owns 30% of SpaceX now.
I think John's going to get some shares in SpaceX.
Mike's son is also working at SpaceX.
Yeah, but Musk has said that if you're a long time, maybe if you're a long time holder of Tesla shares, then you can get some SpaceX shares.
The amount of harshness that we gave to John for believing in Tesla, man, it was brutal. This guy.
Maybe Paris will get some shares too.
Yeah.
He's been in therapy. Paris loves his Tesla too. Market can't decide what to do here. It's going up, it's going down.
All right, so Tesla bounced back from the yesterday high. It's still far from my stop loss. We'll give it some time to adjust, see what's going to happen. NVIDIA is super choppy, Qs are choppy. CRCL is moving up, huh? Yeah. 10%. So Teddy is asking a very good question. So why the unemployment is higher, market is going up? I suggest not really try to make sense of this economical data. Don't get a bias. It's super complex to really make any decision based on that. Sometimes good news is bad news. Bad news is good news. Sometimes good news is good news. And as a day trader or as a trader, you really shouldn't have any bias toward what these numbers mean. One way of looking at it is that if the unemployment goes higher and higher, it means that they have to loosen up the monetary policy, so the rates are coming lower and lower. It means that there are more risk-taking would be more rewarded. So the companies like Q, Tesla, and they have very high PE. They're more valuable because there's more interest in them.
I think if you want to analyze this, I think in the higher unemployment rate, the Fed seems to be focused on the labor market. So higher unemployment rate means maybe Fed is more likely to ease interest rates. So that could be why the market is up a little bit, because it's anticipating maybe another more bias to cutting rates. But like Andrew says, it's kind of not worth trying to figure out what the market's going to do with data. It's better just to trade the price action. Yeah, Oracle's popping a little bit here. Qs have been really choppy in the SPY. SPY is back down sort of at a pre-market level here. 679.20. It's like, into this real chop now. Tesla's rolling over a bit. SPY is dropping. Short the SPY right now. We lost that 479.20 level.
All right, so market is rolling over.
Just going to cover some. Trading the 680 puts.
What are you trading, Brian? Shorting the market?
Yeah, just shorted the market. Came down to yesterday's, or that 679.20 area, bounced, couldn't get above the 9 EMA on that bounce. So it started to break down again. I shorted it.
All right, Tesla's going back down to previous day close.
Are you still in Tesla?
Yeah.
Now it's doing a 920.
Yeah, I had a little bit here as a 920 here, but I kind of lost my hope on it because it looks like it's really turned around. I'm adding a little bit more here. My average is just below the VWAP, so what is this Benzinga announcing? There's a penny stock. What is it? Benzinga is announcing a penny stock. What is it with the IMF? Yeah, I think kind of Tesla looks like it's really losing it. So it won't be a 920, but I'm still, my average is just below the VWAP, so I'm gonna hold it below the VWAP, see what's gonna happen. VMAR, yeah. This one is Vision Marine Technology. VMAR.
VMAR.
Yeah, this one is like penny stock, start from 40 cents. Did they find the
Tilray? Tilray moved up quite a bit. Is there something?
Tilray is going up to. It's the rescheduling news, huh? I don't know, honestly. Tesla, what's Tesla doing? Nice. Let's see Tesla. Let's see if Tesla can go back up. But it really broke this level, so it looks like that the squeeze is over. And I'm not really that much hopeful that it's going to go back up, but I have a good average, so I'm going to hold on in there. Pfizer is selling off. What's happening with Pfizer? Oh, Pfizer is really selling off. Short Pfizer. Oh, we need another pandemic for Pfizer. Another lockdown. Do you remember those times, Brian? We had to wash our groceries.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
brutal. All right, so I'm still long Tesla, guys. We'll see what's gonna happen with Tesla. It looks like really losing it. It's gonna go. The Atlas is toward 475, which is yesterday close. It's gonna hit there. Jesse, what did you do? Nice. Nice trade on TSLL, Jesse. How much did you make? Nice, $428. Is it the funded account, Jesse? Hold on. Nice, well done.
Tesla might bounce here at 475. Ooh, it just went red. It's right at the VWAP right now. SPY is at right back at low of day now.
Yeah, well, Tesla is went red. I kind of lost the hope on Tesla, but I'm sticking to my average entry, see if I can get stopped out. But it looks really that it's losing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's SPY doesn't look like it's
Yeah.
got any support here.
Same as
We'll
Tesla.
see.
It doesn't look really. I'm getting out of my Tesla position, guys. Canceling all of orders and selling it all. That was a good. Oh, my order is still up there. Cancel. Nice.
Okay, well,
Nice.
the SPY short worked out.
Nice. Look at that. You're up $13,000. Of course, you get a payout. Congratulations. When is it that you're 3 months over? Soxopros. Very nice. It's very nice. Beautiful.
Yeah, nice. Okay, well, I'm all over the short SPY, so let's see if it bounces here. I suspect it will, because this is S3 and this was low of day. It's probably going to get a bounce here anyway.
All right, so I don't know if I want to take another trade at this moment. Qs are rolling over.
Wow, no bounce on the SPY.
Yeah, it looks like we go to the low of the day. SPY and how's the daily chart on SPY? It's kind of trying to go down to 675.
Okay. Thor is saying this isn't a good place to buy. AMD just went to low day. Wow, PLTR really just loves those V reversals.
Yeah.
When it decides to go a different direction, it just goes.
Yeah. Yes. So I'm pretty good, guys. I'm above $13,000. So one big loss on Tesla and one big win on Tesla short and long. So things are pretty good here. I kind of, I don't know, I can't read Tesla what's going to do, but it was a really good trading. So we're holding this one here. Kyle, nice. Kyle, you're up too, huh? You are $12,000. Very nice. Beautiful, Kyle. Kyle, you got one time already $10,000 from us, yes? In the funded account? Or it was a different Kyle? No, it wasn't different. It was different Kyle. All right, Qs are gonna go to the low of the day. IW oil is really selling off, $55. Oof. Wow, it's at the low of the liberation. Thor, you're short AVGO? Nice. Oh, that's from R3 reverse. Yeah, that's your typical trade. All right, now the hell is breaking loose here. Very nice, beautiful. Brian, how was your day? What did you trade?
Well, I was shorted Tesla. I got lost money on that, and then I've shorted the SPY a couple times. Kind of got back in the green, so I wish I'd have wish I'd have held it longer, but it's easy to say when you look back. And I'm just selling more of my pot stocks here that I had from a swing from Friday.
Look at that, Brian. It's $1. What is this news on it?
What's VMAR?
VMAR. I bought some VMAR.
Hasn't been halted, eh?
Oh, it's been halted many times.
Has
I
it?
bought some VMAR, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't see it on the 5-minute chart.
Let's see if we can go through one. Just for fun. Small share size, guys.
So look at we're bouncing back now on the SPY.
Shares. I think all the penny stocks traders are probably all over them.
Yeah.
Good fill. I sold them at 97.
Wow. Roku really sold off.
I made $10 on 1,000 shares.
Roku was kind of a lead balloon trade. So lead balloon trades gapping up, but trading below the VWAP at the open. Sold off. You hear Kathy Woods buying more in Bitcoin here.
So Tesla is doing what? All right, Brian, do you want to go to YouTube?
Sure.
Let's see you guys in YouTube, guys. Quickly.
Yeah, oil is really getting sold off, hey?
Not better than you, but we're doing good. How you
What are
doing,
you
man?
What is that Ontario thing that you're sharing?
What Ontario thing?
Oh, come on.
That's Peter's screen, huh? Ministry
Peter.
of
I think so. Peter, are you sharing?
Peter, what kind of shady things going on?
Oh, sorry. That's my certificate for my blood test. You don't have to see that.
How is it? Good?
Didn't realize
We're good.
Carlos was sharing that. My bad.
No, I wasn't sharing it. He could see it on Zoom. Zoom, you could see everything.
Oh, I see. Oh,
yeah.
I see. All right. Well, if you need to know what blood tests I need to go for, there you go.
All right. How's your day, Peter?
We've been both Carlos and I say you're not going to be happy. We haven't taken a trade yet. Both Carlos and I are just watching.
You missed the Tesla rally.
We watched you take that. We both said there's no way either one of us could have taken that. It's just not the type of it's not in our trade book.
Oh, yeah, good. That's perfect. Yeah, that's really amazing. That you stick to your trade. I had a pretty good day, so I'm gonna go over them. But Brian, you want to talk about your trades first?
Yeah, no, I tried it. Tesla looked weak at the open, so I tried a short, and it did bottom at S3, but then it came right back up. So ended up losing money on that trade. But I shorted the SPY a couple times, and it worked out fairly well. So I just managed to get back into the green. And that's kind of the way my day went.
Nice. Any question, guys, about the trading today? I'm gonna do the recap later, but today I had a pretty good day on Tesla, so I did a really loss on short on Tesla. Quickly covered it to the long, but it was a pretty good turn out to be profitable. And yeah, now the positions are sitting on some bonds and some stocks. Yeah, so
the SPY is trying to come back here. Yeah, Pfizer was being mentioned in the trading room. I don't know what. I think there was some news about Pfizer Investor Day or something. Wow, it's really been getting sold off. Man, if they just started selling that right from the open, they didn't, it's been relentless, except for a bit of a consolidation around 25.50. I did have a number of swing trades on that involved pot, so it seems to be popping up today. Pot is popping, so I've been selling some of those swing trades.
Guys are going all quiet. Oh, Andrew's disappeared.
Yeah, I came rushing back to him like, oh, I thought something went wrong. I came rushing back to my
No.
desk like, oh, what happened?
Yeah.
Man
Yeah,
down,
no,
man down.
Yeah.
Man down. Andrew, it might be on mute, I think.
Yeah, I'm just sort of paying attention to some of my swing trades here. Just trying to get out of some of these pot stocks. But I also noticed the SPY did a sort of a 920 trade. Didn't catch it, but after
All
that
right.
sell-off, SPY bounced back, came back up through the 9 EMA, hit the 20 EMA and rejected. So would have been a good
All right.
920 trade.
So I'm going to do a recap actually today of the trade that we did. It was really nice trading. So I did 2 trades on Tesla, 1 trade on the short side and 1 trade onto the long side. So, and the key here was that I quickly covered my short position and flipped my position to the long. And if I wouldn't have done that, even if I wouldn't have got stopped out, it would have been a very, very big loss on the short trade. So I'm going to go through the trade that I did and then answer a couple of questions the people that might have. So Tesla on a daily chart, just putting everything on perspective, let me remove all the levels that we have here. To put it in perspective, Tesla was near the 52-week high yesterday, popped up. It's not all-time high. All-time high is at 480, which goes back to 2024. But we did break the 52-week high at around 473. I don't exactly know what was the news on it. I think there was some sort of a delivery or something that's really popped up. And today was, a day that I looked at it and see potentially if you can get a, break up or break down. But as you see, it made a new high of around 480, and obviously the all-time high is at 488. At the open, opened really weak. So really sold off for the first 3 minutes. And I thought that, that could be a good short because we also had the market atlas, looking at the market atlas that potentially can, go towards 460, 465 and, going down. So they did a really nice 1 minute open range breakdown. I didn't take that trade. It would have been a really good short. If you want to go short here, put a stop loss here. But I didn't take that trade, went down to this level. It did bounce back a little bit. And I said, okay, I'm going to short it here if you want to break the 466. And the market atlas was showing some orders at 466. I went short and then suddenly really squeezed back up with some really good volume. I decided to add a little bit more on it on the short in case it shows weakness and wants to go lower. And again, remember, in that time was minus 1% in the day. So I said, okay, it's weak. Market is kind of weak. Let me add a little bit more on that. So this is not averaging up. It's actually, adding to my position. But as soon as the squeeze with volume went through the VWAP, I said, okay, I'm going to get a stopped out on it. And I quickly got a stopped out. And then since the volume was really good and this candlestick turned out to be super squeezy candlestick, I decided to flip my position and go long on that. So not only I covered my short, but I went long on this for the break of high of the day. And Market Atlas, after you went through the VWAP, completely switched to bullish. And then, I added more. We did break the high of the day one time here, came back up to the VWAP. My average was, somewhere around 470. I still had the belief that it could possibly go higher, added more back. Again, the Market Atlas was really showing going up. And as you see here, went up red to green. It did drop at one point, and it really worried me. And that was exactly my average around here, 470. That was my original stop loss I was thinking of getting out. I was so close to get stopped out, but that turned out to be a fail, drop, and then quickly bounce back. If I would have gone stopped out here, I would have probably got back in the long here, because that was a really quick squeeze out of the VWAP. So, and this is very important, because sometimes you really, do these failed fake breakdowns and then quickly come back up. So that was the moment that I would have probably got back in there. And then we did a red to green and really nice move up. Market Atlas was very clear on that. And then I actually decided to continue adding to that position to break the 482, which was the 52-week high of yesterday, which would be the 52-week high. And we did go all the way up to 482. I think the high of the day was 482.06. I got out some at 482. It did bounce back, and I did a 920 trade on it. Kind of knew that it might not really work, so I came to 920 moving average. I went long, and then I got to stop at the break even, which was kind of at the VWAP, and that kind of lost hope on it that it's going to go anywhere. So that's as simple as you can get, but this is very important that the getting stopped out is the most important thing that people have to learn. If I was short here and I wouldn't get stopped out and continuously adding to my position here, I would have blown up my account. So a lot of people are telling me what's the difference between adding and averaging up. Is when I'm averaging up, I have this really big stop loss in my mind, that is the VWAP. If it crosses the VWAP, you have no business staying short in there, at least not based on my trade book and my strategies. And that's probably, this squeeze is probably coming from a lot of people that they need to cover their shorts. And that's why it's suddenly, squeezes really fast. So you get out and flip your position. If you really think that, it's just turned out to be a good trade on the long side, just flip your position. Or if sometimes you get stopped out here, you can always come back. And you see, even if I would have come back here, still I would have gotten a really good move on this. So don't be afraid of getting stopped out. That's a one of the big problems that we have. And on a 5-minute chart is, I looked at the 5-minute chart. Actually, it did become, when I took the trade, was becoming almost a bullish engulfing. And this bullish engulfing was one of my favorite strategies, and I explained that in my book as well. So for those of you who are still reading books in the AI time, this is a really good book that to learn about these strategies. So, and I see it did really work out very nicely. And more than anything else, I want to talk about something, guys, about getting stopped out. Yesterday, someone, I'm sorry, who's, oh, that's mine. Sorry, yeah. Yesterday, somebody emailed me, and he said that one of my friends is continuously, constantly buying this funded account, and he doesn't know how to trade. Can you do something about it? And then we checked the email, and I saw that there is one person that actually has bought 6 funded accounts and blew them up. So I asked Mike to email him and say, hey, dude, guys, don't buy the funded account. You don't have a strategy. You just keep losing money on that. And he emailed me back. I can later share the email without name in the newsletter. And he said, Andrew, my problem is that I cannot get stopped out. So what we recommended to him is that, first of all, don't waste your money like this. Practice on a simulator and practice on accepting the loss. It's very important to accept the loss. Otherwise, you just keep, burning your cash, like in the market or in the funded account or any challenge or anything like that. Is accepting the loss is very important. I know it's painful. I know it's not in our human nature, but it saves your life. It protects your life. And it's very important to accept the loss, as painful as it can be, but you always have the chance to get back. And that's the very important lesson, that you always have the chance to get back into the trade. And it is going to happen. If you want to become a trader, you have to accept that market has it's the nature of the market. You cannot be 100% correct. the Conner, one of our funded account traders that actually made over $10,000, and I paid him 2 days ago, he had an accuracy of only 30%. 70% of his trades were lost. But because his winners were big, he was profitable after 3 months. And of course, sometimes he gets lucky with the one or two good trades, and it really helps in the pushing the profit up, and that's what you really want. And we did publish a paper on that with 75% loss and 25% accuracy, you can still significantly beat the market if you let the winners just run for you. So accept the loss and keep your trading very simple. And you don't need to make many trades. For me, you look at my chart, there's a lot of dots, but it's actually 2 trades. Partials and adds are part of that trade management of one single trade. So if I want to show you guys what's happening here, so if I want to show you what's happening here, so that's one trade that I got stopped out, and then I flip my position, and these are all one trade. Obviously, these ads worked, and one ad didn't work. And I don't blame myself. I don't cry that, oh, why this ad didn't work. It's just the nature of the market that sometimes it doesn't work for you. And your job is to find those patterns and recognize those patterns and trade those patterns nicely. Any question, guys, about the stuff that we discussed here? All right, if not, I'm going to post this recap in YouTube and then answer the questions over there. Yeah, thanks for watching. Brian, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah.
Yeah, detecting a false breakout can be challenging. PLTR is I was just noting this morning. Every stock has its own character, and PLTR just seems to love to do V reversals. You saw one just around 9:40, and there was another one just after 10 o'clock, just literally a V reversal. Those are very hard to trade because they don't give you any indication that the trend's going to change until it's well into the change. So, I mean, I try not to trade breakouts because sometimes they are false breakouts. Like it'll break higher. Like AMD kind of did that this morning as well around 10 o'clock. Looked like it was going to break out. AMD is notorious for doing false breakouts. And sometimes it's market makers. They'll want to sell shares, so they let the price go up and make it look like it's breaking out. Bunch of people buy in, they sell their shares, and then the thing drops. So I don't know. I find trading breakouts is more difficult. Is not a great trade for me anyway. So I tend not to use that strategy. Yeah, sometimes it's definitely a buy the dip mentality, but I think with PLTR this morning it was two pop-ups, and there was a V reversal on the downside as well at about 9:45. I mean, if you're going to trade reversals, it's better to wait for a confirmation, which would be like a double bottom or double top for a short, or a higher low for a long. You get a pop up, then you get a pullback, and a higher low, and then a pop up again. That would be PLTR. Kind of did that just maybe about 5 minutes ago, but kind of look to trade off levels rather than breakouts. Like this one short that I did on the SPY at around 10:10, 10:15. We pulled back to yesterday's low, which was also a level ahead marked on pre-market low, and then the market bounced a bit. The SPY bounced a bit, and it rejected at the moving averages, stopped going up again, and so that's kind of where I took an entry on a short with a tight stop. So I knew a break above those moving averages, I'd stop out. But I kind of felt like that was a good opportunity to take a short on the market, and then it did start to break down from there. So market's really struggling to find buyers today. We're just no there's no enthusiastic selling or buying for that matter.
Do we have any other big, economical data is coming this week?
I don't know if we had retail sales this morning, which was a delayed number. We had the unemployment report, which was a delayed number.
Tomorrow we have
from
retail.
The shutdown.
Yeah. So if you come to Trading Terminal, guys, Carlos, if you can go share full screen. So if you come to Trading Terminal in the economy calendar, we bring it into the homepage, and based on the day. So on Tuesday, comes automatically at like the numbers that we're coming at 3:30. They're very low impact. So what you want to really look for is the high impact one. So the impact has the ones that are very high impact, like housing and everything. So for tomorrow, the high impact ones are at 8:30. Retail sales, so retail numbers month to month, they're usually high impact. Thursday we have jobless claims. That's a very high impact because the initial jobless claim, these are impacting the Federal Reserve. The inflation also comes on Thursday as well. So and Friday usually
we got the CPI data, which I believe is also delayed. Is a delayed number. And and I think there's PCE data on Friday. So these are both inflation indicators, which I don't think I think they're probably going to come in pretty much in line. So I don't think there's going to be any surprises there.
Yeah, it looks like the market has really has difficulty to find a direction anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, people have been asking, when's the Santa rally going to happen here? But I think it's kind of been going on throughout the entire year. So I think Santa's just tired. He's exhausted. Had a little bit of a AI scare, pullback, whatever you want to call it, and now the market's kind of trying to find some new leaders here in the market. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the sector performance today, pretty much everything's down, except communication services, which is just barely in the green.
Yeah, so guys, somebody's asking about the research papers that we have. Again, of course, you go back to the screen. If you search my name, Andrew Aziz papers with Carlos Zaratini, you find a lot of papers that we have. And the ones that are very interesting for you would be this one, the volume weighted average price, the holy grail for day trading systems. And obviously we did one, can day trading really be profitable? This one is really nice if you want to see actually opening range breakout systems. And this one is also really nice. The profitable day trading strategy for US equity market essentially looks at the volatility bands of S&P 500, and if it breaks out above or below, you go long or you go short. So they're a little bit mathematical. So if you have a mathematic background, they're research papers or academic research papers. So if you really want to learn about these ones in a more statistical way, you can actually read them, and they're actually quite successful in terms of download. And Carlo got some recognition, some award for them from quant community. So Carlo Zarattini used to be a quant at BlackRock. So he was the guy who was really making all of these. This is the guy. So look at him. Look at him. What do you see? He's a quant. So it's my friend. It's my picture with him in Switzerland. So he was the person who actually developed this high frequency algo trading for BlackRock. So it's coming from quantitative background. So they're all available open source SSRN. So you can actually search them, and you can actually find them. So they're all open source. So you should be able to see. You can maybe refresh or something like that. But again, they're not. You need to be able to read the academic papers. So they're a little bit. They're not like my book. They're academic.
SPY has gone. The Qs have gone green on the day. Again.
Yeah, market really wants to be.
Market's coming back up. Tesla book looks a little bullish here.
Netflix. Pivot called the Netflix short from R3.
Netflix is. I was looking at that for a swing. It's really trying to hold this 92.50 level.
Yeah. But other than that, the market really seems. I did trade VMAR, guys. I did actually make $10 on VMAR. I did trade VMAR, guys. I made $10 on that with 1,000 shares. So at 95 to 96 or 97 or something like that. But I'm glad I got out because really dropped like 40%. It's crazy. You gotta be careful on these penny stocks.
I'll have to come down and we can go to Starbucks and spend that $10.
Yeah, it's US dollar. Or yeah, dude's coffee shop. Nathan, how are you doing? Are you ready for Vegas? Nathan is coming to Vegas to do live trading with us.
Weekend and cold last weekend. Our weak little immune system.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna hand it over to Nathan and Thor. Don't make people sick, and see you guys
even by
tonight.
Computer.
Yeah, Thor, are you doing a presentation tonight about Market Atlas?
Yes, I am definitely doing some presenting on Market Atlas
Nice,
tonight.
that's awesome. So, guys, again, Market Atlas is an amazing tool. Again, Carlos, go full the screen. So, Market Atlas is a great tool that we built. And we actually just added 6,000 new tickers for the CME group that, the ES and NQ are obviously the big ones. RTY is also IWM, but You don't know the tickers. I forwarded you, Nathan and Thor, a spreadsheet with all the tickers in there. And I'm gonna put actually a link here for the people to actually go and see what are the tickers that CME Group. The CME has in Chicago there are 4 exchanges. One of them is these equities. One of them are very focused on commodities. One of them is focused on energy. The other one I think is very focused on currencies. So the one that you really need is the CME Group, CMEG. Really it's useful for us. It's pretty expensive, unfortunately, it's the exchange. There are fees associated with that. So you can upgrade that, or if you don't want it, you don't need to upgrade. You can just stay with the equity that comes from NASDAQ. I'm sure Thor and Nate are gonna go over them. Having said that, I'm gonna hand it over to you guys. Thank you so much, and see you tonight in webinars by Thor.
Thank you very much. So everybody, we have a fun day out in YouTube. So I'm going to start.
All right. How's everyone doing? Hey, Paris.
Okay, what's up? Hey, Gary. What's up, Bull Traders?
I am long NVIDIA, by the way.
Haha, me too, brother. Me too.
And I don't know. Should I target 180? Should I target 185? Well, maybe 180 today, 185 tomorrow. That's how I'm thinking.
We got in at a perfect, exact same spot as this thing.
Yeah. So, well, anyway.
So I think I'm at least looking for the high of the day. So
if you're looking for high of day, you should look for 180.
Yeah, 180 is a lot, man. Like 180, I don't think 180 is gonna come.
Yeah, let me show it to you.
Yeah, 180 is a lot.
Show it to you, Paris. 180. Maybe not. Maybe 179. You might be right.
Okay, I think 178 is a good deal. I would take 178.
179. Dude, you gotta aim for the moon and be happy with the roof. That's all I do. You gotta aim for the moon, but be happy with the roof.
META Meta introducing SAM Audio AI model to segment sound.
At this point, if this becomes a high of day breakout, it's breaking R3, and there's really no resistance until at least this area. And given that it's probably 11 a.m. in the day, probably 11:15 by the time we reach that, unlikely we reverse all of that and start going down. Most likely we either chop here for more time and then go, or we just go. But time will tell. Right now, worst case, I break even. I do have, so I was late today to trading. I had to attend an event in my daughter's school. So I took one long, stop out, long, stopped out. Thankfully, I played this one wide. But I was like, this is a possibility coming back to this area. Long, stopped out, then long again, and still in it. And this R3 resistance should hold, according to me, it should at least hold the 9 EMA on the 2. And that's what I'm looking for it to hold. It just becomes too many lines like this. Yeah. So, but yeah, if it's coming back inside the 89 EMA on the 2-minute chart now, I'm out. How's your Paris?
Yeah, I'm green on the day. Not that awesome day, but I'm green. I traded Nvidia a lot. I was short biased on mostly all of the stocks today. So I was shorting them at the open, and later, like until like 10:30, where like if you look at it, let me bring up the Epic pen. There are a lot of execution, so it gets a little tricky. Okay, Nvidia is now dropping again. There is again some news or something. There is a lot of like sporadic volume, like it comes out of nowhere and it just drops like crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, and same with the longs too. Like there's a very like there's no continuous buying or selling. It's just that there's some volume that kicks in, and then I'm actually adding more a little bit on Nvidia. I'm adding more on Nvidia. Let's see if it has a chance to continue and make new highs. So yeah, so let's talk about the trade. So I was short biased. Uh, so this was my first trade. I went short at literally this was a ABCD pattern, sold off, pulled back. I shorted for another low of the day. It did drop, but it stopped me out at break even. So nothing crazy. Same thing, I shorted here at 177, looking for a drop. It popped up, stopped me out break even. Another third trade, shorted here at 174.50, covered, added more, stopped out break even. And I think, no, I think this was, sorry, I covered some and then completely got stopped out at break even. And then I went short right here, and when it claimed back away in 177, I got stopped out. And then short again at 177. So 177 was the area where I was seeing some supply. So 177, I went tier 2 size. Now it's coming back again. It's rejected 177 again. So that's not good. There's a lot of volume on 177. Yeah, I'm close to getting stopped out. My average is 177.55, 176.55. Yeah, okay. Stopped out break even, guys. Yeah, that was a bad drop. Yeah, there's so much of sporadic volume today, so no continuation as such. So got stopped out break even. But yeah, so this was a trade that worked out really well. Added tier 2 size, short, covered some, added more, scaled out to the downside, and then stopped out, like literally stopped me out at break even. And then I tried long. So this was the area where I was like, okay, the stock is not dropping. Like every single time it drops, it's making higher highs right here. So then my thesis changed to long. I was looking for the break of high of the day, and then stopped out. Very quickly got out when it did pop up, but did not have continuation. Then one more time on the long side, this worked out really nice, added more, scaled out, added more, and now stopped out at break even. So yeah, that was the trade. I was looking for the high of the day, but never got in on this. So that was my trade on this thing. And then what do you call? Then I traded PLTR. So at the open, I traded PLTR. PLTR was like, I was short bias. I was like, okay, very convinced that this is gonna drop, because on a daily, it looked like it was holding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it was gapping below the opening, the entire range. And I was very much convinced that like 180 was the area, like shorting at around 182 and then scaling at 180, and 180 can drop to like even 176. So I was very much convinced that it would drop, but it never did. And that's why I had a bias on, I wanted to short the 182 and then 183, and then it just wasn't ready to drop. And then I completely, this was a bad loss. So that was like 182 and then added at 183 heavy. But then as soon as the 183 lifted, I got stopped out. And then I went short again, another couple of times. Tier 2 size stopped out, and this was the third one, was the break even, and then I did not touch it. Like it literally rallied from there. So this was like a bad loss, and that's why I'm close to break even on the day, because of this bad loss that I had to cover. So yeah, so that's it for me on the day. PLTR looks like it wants to drop now. Let's take a shot on PLTR. I'm short on PLTR. Let's see if it has a chance to drop. So let's see if PLTR has continuation to the downside. Yeah, it's still holding the VWAP right now. Let's see if it fails. My stop loss would be about 184.50.
Susan, I did trade SPY. That's true. I traded SPY around here, got stopped out. Then I entered long here, played it till here, and got out. Then entered long here, played it till like back here, and that's it. So lost some, made some, but nothing significant. I think we go back up on SPY, given how the open interest is structured. And I think we go back high on NVIDIA, but I think that would become, if we don't reach escape velocity by like 11:15, unlikely we're going to reach for the rest of the day. So we're just going to drop. So I'm not interested in this name anymore. But for some reason, I'm not interested in shorting today. Shorting today. Then sadly enough, the only name I would ever want to short is, not sadly, likely enough, is PNTR, which Paris is short. And it's purely a function of the price structure of where it is on the daily. But even then, I don't think so. We go a lot lower. So maybe the trades for the day are over. I don't know. Oh, Percival, my unpopular. Well, no, it's not unpopular. It's just not a good one. Paris is short PLTR, so while we wait for that to happen, I have two things to cover today. One is the Trading Buddy questionnaire, and the other is my opinion on Bitcoin, more from a philosophical investing standpoint and not from a trading standpoint, right? What do you guys want to do first? Let's do the questionnaire, the Trading Buddy questionnaire. Right here. So folks, if you are interested in getting a trading buddy, thanks to Megan, we have a questionnaire. Please fill it out. I promise I will go over each and every single response, and I will try to match you as best to my ability as I can. Trading buddy. And if I may, actually, then I would need to stand up for this. You know, this would be interesting because this is coming such a full circle for me. And there's a reason I'm getting up, is because was it 3 years ago? I would say 2021, 2, I don't know, something like that. When it first started, is where I got my trading buddy. Mia. Who all remembers? Anyone in this room who remembers Mia? Some of you might. And he would actually be very proud of me that I am the one who's actually circulating the trading buddy questionnaire. Just a few years ago, he was my trading buddy, and then he committed suicide. So I just wanted to take a moment of silence, about a minute, to pay him respect. If you guys would indulge me, thanks. Thank you. So this is really coming full circle for me. So please go ahead, fill this, and I'll make sure that I go through this and I help each and every one of you who's looking for a trading buddy. SoCal, I have posted it in the chat as well as in the alert section. Looks like this is a very interesting area on the SPY. If we break here, we can't break here. Actually, we can't go to 675. I don't. In fact, that's what I would look for. Yeah, so if you're talking about the questionnaire, I would leave the questionnaire. It's open. It's not like you need to do it this hour. You probably give it a week, maybe. Let's give it till end of this week. 4 days, or should we give it till end of next week for you guys to fill a 5-minute form?
Yeah, stopped out of PLTR, guys. Above 81, 84.50.
Yeah, most people might not show up every day, SoCal, at least at 11. So I'm gonna have Andrew also announce this, or whoever's in the morning also announce this a couple of times. So let's give it a few days so we can have as much participation as possible before we, and you know, the more the merrier. So let's give it a few days. I'll leave it open. MSFI bounced back. Nvidia bounced back. Not really. This is so choppy.
Yeah, it is a very choppy day. Very, very choppy day.
Yeah, you don't want to trade this. What is this? I don't want to trade this.
The direction has not been decided.
I think the direction has been decided, Faraz, and I think it's sideways.
Like looking at SPY, it looks like it wants to trend lower, but the stocks are not trending lower. The stocks are just very resistant to even go lower.
Yeah. All I know is whenever the move starts, at least on Nvidia, if the move starts, not when, it will be a strong move. It's because it's also a function of where the price is on the daily. And the price on the daily is very enticing for it to have like a good move. Look, but things fail too. So it's not like it has to go up. Jared expects, some part of Jared expects 110 on Nvidia. So, you know, that's a different story altogether. Quite possible.
Nvidia?
Yeah.
How much on Nvidia again? 110?
120.
Nvidia?
Not today, but eventually. He's like, I don't know, he was looking, he had a rationale behind it, which kind of made sense. He's not like gung-ho about like this is what should happen, but it's like that's also a possibility.
Like 10%, like $70, which is close to
33%.
33 or 33.50%.
No, $60 on a $180 stock, give or take.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think things are looking to sell off.
yeah, it did, Lewis, but what you are looking at is, I mean, even if you look at this, let's try to look at it from a weekly basis. What you are looking at, it went to 150 and it pulled back to 80, right? But over here, what we're saying is it's already consolidating. So unless you're saying it goes from 220 to 110, that's peak to trough, come back here. That's actually, you know what? I don't know, but
Guys, I'm taking a shot on Tesla. 475.50. Let's see if it loses the VWAP. It has been holding the 475 VWAP.
oh, this is a very interesting weekly. And this is a go down weekly to 166.
I'm short Tesla, guys. Let's see if it loses the VWAP. I want to see it lose the VWAP. It's holding the VWAP for now.
Yeah, Lewis, I agree with you. 150 is probably more realistic, but what's the fun in that? What is the fun in that? Tesla. You're shorting an all-time high day?
I'm adding more on Tesla. I want to see it drop the 475.
Drop is coming.
475 continues to hold. I hate you, Tesla. Drop the 475.
Tesla should fall now. Must be loud and dead when Paras says, I hate you, Tesla. Tesla has to drop. It's like, you hurt my feelings.
Yeah, 475 needs to drop. The 475 has been holding up pretty nicely though. Okay, now it dropped. Beauty. Let's see. It drops again, continues selling. Come on, Tesla. Don't buy back again, idiot. Flush below 475. Come on, lose it, Tesla. It still hasn't lost it. It's still holding the 475. Now it's gonna squeeze me. Out, guys. I hate you, Tesla, man. That squeezed me. Oh. 1 second, I did not completely get out. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, I completely got out, guys. That was unfortunate.
Star ball 140%.
If Tesla sells off again, I'm gonna be so mad.
It's like the only name holding while the market is going down, Paras.
Yeah, that is insane. Now Tesla wants to sell off. I'm taking a short one more time on Tesla. Taking a short on Tesla. Okay, squeezed me again. Yeah, I'm now red on the day. I gave back my profits. Man, this is the time I keep giving back from 11 to 12.
It's the chop time. You have to be, more patient with the names or what. I don't like trading 11:30 to more and more. Just, the momentum phase is over. So I just.
Yeah, the reason I'm trying to short is because of the level that I have. And it keeps coming below 475.56. I don't know where I'm getting this from, but 478 and 475.56 were those levels. And the SPY is weak overall. So it's been just tricky. Yeah, I'm gonna call it, guys. I don't want to dig a deeper hole for myself. So I'll just call it. I'm red on the day. But I can handle this loss. So
You see the green large wick 11:17 on Tesla? Let's see what it is. I don't know why you think it grabbed liquidity, Chandra. It's literally going down, hit a couple of levels, bounce back, hit another level, bounce lower, closed green. Then we chopped to figure out our direction. And now we figured out our direction. But we would need to clear. We probably go to like here, maybe even go here. But yeah,
DLRY is up 20%.
I don't trade those names, man. I cannot trade those names. I'm not good at them. I'd rather play SPX, buy 20 lots on SPX, than buy 2,000 shares on BMNR. Just not my style. NVIDIA holding. Doing on the larger time frame. Still nothing crazy.
So what was the another thing that you were planning on talking about?
The trading buddy. Oh, and the Bitcoin thesis.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's hear an unpopular opinion. Actually, new for a fresh new here. So Bitcoin. So let's go back to 2010, right? The Bitcoin is engineered. Now it has a set supply. So I forget what the exact number is, but let's look at it from a ratio perspective from when Bitcoin existed to when US dollar was at that point. And let's call the ratio of BTC to USD ratio as 1, right? Or 100. Let's take it as 100. Now, the thing of this, hopefully I can actually, let's just do it in the middle so it's easier. BTC, USD, and this is in ratios, not absolute. Let's call it. So when Bitcoin came into existence, there was a certain amount of circulation of USD. Now, what happened in 2010, 11, and 12 was a lot of printing. So this ratio technically fell down to like 100:1000, but it doesn't work that way, right? Because Bitcoin is still quoted in dollars. So what this essentially means is Bitcoin, because it has stayed constant in currency terms, but US dollar has gone down in terms of value because of printing, then Bitcoin, just by the printing of virtue of printing of US dollar, should go up in price. So that's what we experienced from 2010 to 2020, right? Also the fact that most of the money which was produced, printed, was actually used towards more unproductive assets, consumption primarily and not investment. So we have 3 parts in GDP, right? There's consumption, there is government expenditure, and there's investment. A lot of it went towards the consumption part. And because it went here, it was more of a, had it gone towards this side, investing, maybe BTC would have not ballooned up as much as it did. Because it went more towards wasteful expenditure, the value of the US dollar actually technically even further went down, which then meant BTC should have gone up more, which it did. Then eventually the Fed tightening cycle started. And since then, BTC has been relatively lackluster. Because, sorry, not Fed tightening, the Fed buying back cycle started. And now we might see the printers on again, which might make Bitcoin run again, but unlikely in my opinion. I think the major outperformance period of Bitcoin is over with. Can we get 25, 30, 35% annualized returns? Unlikely in my opinion going forward, but then this is purely based on this theory. The other part is if somebody can tell me a use case of Bitcoin, why I should have a Bitcoin, that would be great. I'm looking at the chat. If can one person tell me a use case of Bitcoin? I can tell you a couple. Dark web. Good. I like that. So basically all illegal stuff. Let's just start there. I agree with that, right? I mean, there's a very good use case over there. As technology has evolved, human adoption of technology has been relatively quick and more faster and faster and faster. Like the adoption of AI is like thousands of times faster than the adoption of the internet or even the cell phones. We are still trying to figure out use case of Bitcoin 15 effing years after existence. We're still debating about it. If in 15 years you have not figured out what to do with it, why are we talking about it? 15 years. That's a long enough time to figure out what to do with it. How many of you have ever shopped with a Bitcoin? Someone might have, I don't know. So to me, Bitcoin, now look, Bitcoin is the best of cryptos out there. And technically cryptos is a long word for a lot of those digital coins out there. They're just digital coins, they are not cryptos. Bitcoin is the best of the lot, I'll give you that. Just the way it's structured in terms of the math involved in it and no centralization. But I still don't see why it should be worth $1 million. Like why? What's the use case? If you don't have a use case, then you should be worth cost plus. Your cost should be a function of whatever your cost is, which at this point is just electricity, right? So cost plus whatever profit margin you want to give that. And it will only be worth that. Why should it be worth more? Why should I pay a premium for it? And if it's for ease of transactions, then yeah, fine, but why should it be more expensive to use it than just a regular Swift channel? If it's cheaper, it makes sense. So for international transactions, right? So, but then it can only rise in price so that it matches the Swift network, which then tells you that there's a natural cap, even if you start looking at it from a transactions or a ledger perspective of this is what the price should be, because otherwise we can just do it manually or we can fall back to the old system. So from a use case perspective, there is a wall on a Bitcoin, and that is assuming we agree with the use case. It's still been 15 years. Yeah, Percival, we can talk about it. But it's just like 15 years, nobody has figured out a use case for it. Yeah, it's all nice that it will happen in the future. When is the future? It's been 15 years. Right, give me how about it? 5 years from now more. If we don't have people transacting, that would be 20 years. Would you guys agree at 20 years we should not be talking about, oh, Bitcoin is the future? I mean, what is the effing present at this point? Why is it the future? So that's why I don't like Bitcoin anymore. Like, it's done in my opinion. How old is that video, Percival? Let's see. Oh. I'll look into it. I will look into it.
I think sometimes it also has to do with the adoption of Bitcoin, right? When a lot of people start adopting it, the value of that commodity.
Agreed, Paris. Completely agreed. But what's the timeline? Like, what's a good timeline for adoption? That's my question. It's been 15 years that it has existed.
Yeah.
And every other technology has got adopted relatively faster than Bitcoin at this point in the last, whatever came out in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
So like that's like, and even if there's adoption, like why would I want to pay more than the previous guy to transact?
That is true too, because like just because of the limited supply on the Bitcoin standpoint, the value, the more people come into it, when there's a more demand, the value of the Bitcoin increases, and the less, like it's a counterintuitive thing, right? The less of a
So this is what you're saying, Boris, and I've spent a lifetime looking at things this way. Where is this? Right? Supply demand, classic. If what supplies on the left side? An economist here. Supplies here. I forgot. Supply, demand. So what you're saying is demand. If supply is constant, right? So supply is constant, and as demand goes higher, price, then this becomes price, right? And if demand is here, then then this becomes. Now my problem is this is price, this is not value. And what I'm trying to tell you, Paris, is this. There's a difference between price and value. Price is what you're willing to pay because your perceived value of that particular thing is a little higher than the price you're paying, right? So value is, in your perception, higher than the price. On the flip side, the guy who's selling it, whatever it is, the value is lower than the price he's receiving for it. And hence, there's always a move in what is value.
Yeah.
Because price is pretty easy to see. Price is the price which you have transacted at. That's the current price. All right, you know what? I'm sorry, hold on. I'm just going to long Tesla. Oh, shit. Not Tesla, sorry, NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA is popping up. Now it seems like it wants to go break the high of the day. Yeah, I'm not in it. So I was thinking of longing it at 160, 176.20, but yeah, I'm not.
I wasn't looking at it. I would have longed it. So that's the difference. So why it might pop up because temporarily demand is higher than supply or supply is constant, but as demand comes down, the price should come back down again, and then again demand will come back and the price will move back again. But that would lead to like price moving in this direction. Hold on, first let me put a stop loss. Let's first put here. That would make me move price. Am I drawing this right? Supply, demand. I forgot how it used to be. Supply is constant, demand, right? And then this becomes price. And yeah. This is the gap. Right. So then this would be substitution of what exists, like the SWIFT network or payment network. If the cost of transacting in Bitcoin is higher than the cost which is currently exists, then what's the point? So there's a natural cap anyways. Look, this is my theory. This need not be 100% true or even 1% true. Major shift of power never happens without a fight. Governments will not ever let public take power with help of BTC.
Isn't the government loading up on BTC?
Oh man, really? Are we gonna fail again? Don't fail this time, please. That's a nice thing to say, blah blah blah, but really it's irrelevant. I mean, how is it even relevant? Please don't do this to me.
Yeah, there is like today is one of those days where just no continuation.
I can get stopped out and see if I can.
Tesla is trying to go to the high of the day. The only thing that was tradable on a long side was Tesla today.
Yeah.
Nvidia is just choppy. And today, even the volume in the entire market was low. When I was watching in the morning, there's only a couple of stocks that had volume more than 1 million or a 2 million, but
This better work because this is about, we doubled the size here. This was a chaser entry, this is a better entry. And if we hold, we might add more.
yeah, TLRY, like looking back, it looks good, but it never had any volume in the pre-market. There has been news about the wheat stocks lately. That's why all of the wheat stocks are gapping up, because there's a news about changing the schedule by the Trump administration, and but there was no volume in the pre-market on TLRY, so it's usually difficult to catch. And even at the open, there wasn't much of a volume. Like 200,000 shares on a stock that is $11 is nothing. So I wouldn't say it was catchable, and even like these moves, it looks good on a price action standpoint, but the order flow is like not there at all. Now the volume has dried completely, like half of what it was trading earlier, of course, the time of the day. Volume SPY is at 1.32 times normal.
SPY? SPY is 92% R-wall. It's actually lower than the regular. Why do you say that? Oh. It's relative volume relative to what? What's your average? 14 days? Louis? Steve? And Steve, you don't even need to use all of this. It's just in your system, built into DAS. Just look at that.
Yeah, DAS says 91%. And Yeah, I think you just feel it. Like, I think maybe it's the intuition or something. You just know, like, you just feel that the volume is low today.
I mean, it's we might come back to 176. That might annoy me. I think I'm gonna get stopped out, and then we'll have to enter again. This time it should work. In fact, I'm not even gonna go this low now. I'm gonna move it. It's gonna work. It's gonna work now. Come on, give me this 71. So I can get it. Ah, there we go. Come on, higher. I wanted to close over 78, this blue line. No.
Tesla is strong now. It held the 478 now. Held the 475, held the 478, and now it's looking to go for 480.
The reason Tesla, right?
Yeah, Tesla would be soon at 500. This stock doesn't want to stop.
This is the reason I want to keep on focusing on NVIDIA.
Oh, NVIDIA.
Okay. We are going. I promise you 179, baby. Well, no, I don't promise anyone anything besides myself because I'm already in the trade.
Yeah, very nice. I think now it's going to break the high of the day. I'm not in it, but
so now this was adding in. This wasn't averaging down. No, because my stop loss would have been slightly under VWAP anyways. So because we came closer to it, I was like, I'm so close to a stop loss, might as well add it. But by the time we added it, actually jumped a bit. But the last thing I want to do is take money off the table. But at the same time, I don't want to lose money on this trade anymore. So how much our cost? Yeah. And if we break even again, then so be it. And so be it.
I think now it's gonna go break the 170.
Yeah, but you never know. Now that we break it, now that if we don't hold it, then so be it. But I'm a bigger fan of 2-minute candles now. If I do it right, actually, this should not even come below this price. Ideally, not come below this price, 176.80, 78.80. But let's see what happens. We held, sudden breakdown, breakout. This was the fake breakdown of the hold, and we at least come till here.
Now it's gonna break. I think it's gonna lift soon. Lift. Pop. Boom. 177 now. So.
Oh, I wasn't looking. Yeah. Question is, can we hold till 179 without? Yeah, that's just possibly should be able to.
Okay, guys, I think it's top of the hour. Let's wrap it up. And
oh, sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, take care, Gary. Have a great rest of the day.
Okay.
See you guys tomorrow.
All right. See you guys tomorrow. All right. Take care, everyone. Please, just a reminder again, there is a Trading Buddy questionnaire live. It's in the alert section. Please take your time. If you are looking for a Trading Buddy, help, please just fill it. Thanks. Bye.
Hey everyone, good afternoon, guys. Hey Joachim, Luis, Alan, Susan, and Jules. Good day today. Honestly, this was a little bit painful. I had a range order on Tesla after the ad. I left to make a cup of tea. I got subbed out and then it ran. That was a really good re-entry around here, but I was not in front of my screen, but still was a good one. But overall, this was an amazing day, especially for a day where I had nothing on my watch list. I had a loser on AMG, there it is. Lost a full R on it. But to be fair, this is a bad trade. First entry was okay. I can see that on the daily chart we're sitting at the low of the range. On the 60-minute chart, it went to the upside, made a pullback before the continuation. On the 1-minute chart, nice fake break and recovery. The entry was supposed to be around here or around here, but I missed it. So I waited for the drop on the 1-minute chart just to get an entry as close as possible to where the original entry was supposed to be. And then I added on the 4th candle, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's me breaking my 3-candle rule. And I instantly got subbed out for a full R loser. It's okay though. Nothing too much to regret. Tesla had a parabolic reversal entry on it, but this was not a parabolic reversal setup. One of my mentees called it in the Discord server for a short, and I said that yes, 60-minute chart looks short. You have some sort of a lower high setup, but you don't want to play a short on a stock that is at all-time high, and it literally broke all-time high yesterday on some decent volume. And I said that I personally would prefer to play long on it if it gives some sort of long setup. What happens at the open? It drops far from the 9 on the 1. That's what we call a risk-free parabolic reversal entry. I played it on a new 1-minute high to the long side, had a really tight stop loss, partialed all the way up here. That was a 4 hours in realized. Left around 1.5 in the unrealized, added around here, moved my stop loss to break even, and got stopped out on the remaining. So 3 hours up today, but good day overall, especially like I said for a day where I liked nothing. How did you guys do today? You know what's the painful part? And I was talking about one of my about this with one of my mentees. They mentioned that Ayman, sometimes I get into the trade and then I hear Andrew is going against me, and that affects my trading. And I said that I've been in that spot, and in fact I was there today. You know how it felt that I take Tesla to the long side, and literally the same second where I play it to the long side, I'm listening to Andrew, and Andrew says, I'm taking Tesla short. So this was my entry. I'm pulling the trigger, and Andrew says, I'm taking Tesla short. And I'm like, what am I doing? What's happening? Yeah, that was uncomfortable because it was literally the very same second where I'm playing it long. Andrew is saying, I'm taking it short. And I'm just instantly taking a look at the charts. What am I missing? What is he seeing that I do not see at the moment? Because we're at all-time high, good weekly chart. We're around an automatic level. These are levels that are usually held in nicely. And it's my risk-free parabolic reversal. But you know, you don't need a lot of sense. You don't need to make a lot of sense of the chart when Andrew is trading it. Andrew has the feeling, and if he feels it, sometimes you're wrong about it. So when I heard Andrew is doing wrong, I went through Atlas, I went through the chart, and then it didn't take so long to see it spiking up. And then Andrew says, okay, I'm going to play it long. And I'm like, okay, I'm in the right side. Just start locking in some profits. But what I want to tell you here is that if you have a trade book and a setup that you know is working in the long run, trust your setup. Remember that Andrew could be wrong, I could be wrong, Brian could be wrong, Peter, Carlos, I mean literally any trader out there who is trading at BBT could be wrong. There were also moments where long at the same time. That's not the case. It is your setup. You know that in the long run it works, and you have to just simply trust the numbers. Even if you lose a trade, the next trade would be a winner, and it would be a winner with a good risk to reward ratio. What was your stop loss? My stop loss was at the low of the entry candle. He has that influence on us. Yes, Luis, he has it. Yeah, so obviously, yeah, this was actually a beautiful trade. AMD was an embarrassing trade, but I want to share with you both the winners and the losers. Every time I take a loser, I'll share it. If it's a winner, I'll share it. Just to show that that's the real part of trading. I think the one who is the most transparent at BBT is John. When he jumps in with his 20 charts in one screen, and then you see his whole day in front of you. A quick summary, I'd say. Oh, there you are, John. No, it's not a mess. I actually like the way your charts look like. But like I said, you just take a look at the chart and you have a summary of how the day was. Candy, let's see what you did. You traded this reversal at the level CVX. So level was okay. It was around the decent zone, I'd say. 60-minute chart was extended enough. I don't like the 5-minute chart much, but it's not the worst. It's what we call a parallel, where you get a stock that is selling off steadily. It doesn't get extended from the 9. The open price, the distance between the open price and the 9 moving average usually is the same. I can see that there was some sort of fake break. You did get a good entry. It went against you. You got stopped out. I wouldn't blame you on this one. I know that I would not have played it, but I also see reasons of why this could have been played. The main reason why I wouldn't have played it is because it was parallel on the 5-minute chart. And when I see a stock that's parallel, I wait for a reversal candle on the 5-minute chart and a new high, combination of two. Or I wait for a reversal candle on the 15-minute chart with a double bottom on the 5-minute chart. So what's happening on Tesla? Tesla's ATR is $16. It ran up today around $15. It could break all-time high today, but I would wait for tomorrow. I think tomorrow we are going to have an interesting day on Tesla. I mean, take a look at the SPY and give me your opinion, please. Let's take a look at the SPY. Let's see. What do we have around here on the SPY? So SPY, weekly chart, double top. It keeps rejecting this all-time high level. Selling off below the previous weekly low candle. Daily chart broke below the consolidation area. 60-minute chart is strong. Even though it's selling off, it keeps getting bought back up. It's selling off, it keeps getting bought back up. But all these higher time frames are against us. And even though the 60 is holding, I think it's going to just sink down. It's trying to hold, but it feels like it's using its last resources before it finally dumps.
I'm more short biased on the SPY today. The ATR on it is somewhere around $6. $6.75 looks realistic. Let's take a look at Atlas. Even though using Atlas for stocks like the SPY or the Qs is not that helpful, the reason behind that is they're usually balanced. So you can't have enough information on Atlas, but sometimes we could have something, some sign. Let me see. Just open it. It doesn't want to load for some reason. Unfortunate today. I think it's my VPN, it's not working. Feels painful to have to access Atlas only using VPN. Okay, there it is, it's on. Andrew is blocking me living in Russia. He doesn't want me to access Atlas. Okay, yeah, it's like I said, it's neutral. There is nothing much on it. No signals, but I'm still short biased on it. I don't see a reason to short it though. I see the strength in the 60. Emir, can you show your Tesla trading one more time? Yes, I can do that. There it is. So I played it for a risk-free parabolic reversal, Leon. I partialed all the way to the pre-market levels. I added on the bull flag on the 1 minute chart combined with a 5 minute open range breakout, and I wanted to hold it all the way to previous day close and the high, but unfortunately it got me out before that. I can see you caught the last momentum on it. Honestly, this was a bit of a risky trade. You played it on an extended 5 minute chart. Luckily it did hit your target, but you want to make sure that your entries are within the first or the second candle. Another ideal entry would have been between 471.70-ish to 475.60-ish. Like this zone around here was a good entry as well. Yeah, this is an automatic level. I think it's yesterday's low, if I'm not wrong. I prioritize yesterday's low, yesterday's high, 2 days ago low, and 2 days ago high, more than manual levels. Trader 57. Let's take a look at Hood. Yes. Hood, daily chart sitting at a buy zone. Weekly chart looks okay for a long. 60-minute chart already overbought, but below the 200 or below the 50 moving average. ATR $7, and it could go all the way to 122. We don't target 100% of the ATR. We usually go for 80%, which is basically these automatic level. If I have to bet, I would bet on a shorter term move to the long side, but the move is already done on it at this stage. It's probably done. No, look, you did apply it one way, Leon. You did play the ATR, you did target the high of the ATR, you saw that the stock has more room into it, but I would say that the execution wasn't A. You want to combine the ATR with a setup. The ATR room for a target was there, but there was no ideal setup for you to play it. But you did well. And that makes sense. You don't want to do that because you got a late entry. That's why you want to exit earlier. Emil, what's your prediction for Tesla tomorrow? It would be a long. If it keeps what it's doing around here, tomorrow is definitely a long for me on Tesla. I would have put it for a long today as well if it did not do this move during the pre-market, like this weird price action move around here. Not all-time high. I mean, yeah, not all-time high, but still, it broke a multi-week consolidation area or multi-month consolidation area. We've been holding below this level since September, right? And we finally broke it. How do you feel about previous high on Tesla? Will it act as a resistance? The $482 level, Candy? Normally, first time it goes into the level, it rejects it. Second time is most likely going to be broken. The thing is that this high is also around the ATR area. So it could hold. If it was not an ATR level, I would have expected it to break. 485 from weeks ago. Oh, this high, 487. I do not think it's going to hold if that level is going to be below 50% of the average true range. Let's say we are going to open at 480 tomorrow. The ATR is $15. I would expect it to reach it and break it. If we open, let's say, at 476 or 475, or maybe below that, I would expect it to hold. It's hard to make a full ATR move or 80% of the ATR into a level and then also break it. That's happening less likely. But if it's in the beginning of the move, opens, hits the level, there's still a lot of room left based on the ATR. There is still a lot of momentum because the market just opened. It will get that fuel to burst through the level. Die sellers. Jared, that's personal. Exactly. Chat, there is a full course on multiple time frame analysis right now, and there will be a book hopefully in January if all goes well by end of January. Yeah, hopefully by end of January. I just wanted to add a few small pieces here and there, and then let the editor do one last round through it. Then put in reviews. That would be the last step. But what do you think, guys? A black background for the cover or a white background? Let's run the poll actually. Let's. The BBT theme, Gary. What's the BBT theme? Tell me. Andrew has the trade book, white background. Mike, trading psychology. The psychology book also has a white background. I think everyone is going out of the theme. Orange, Michael. The house series is all black. I agree with that. Green because of green trades. Wait, can you imagine a background color for the book that looks like this? I'm gonna use paint to design that cover. Harvey, you have to do more than that to convince me. Use some reverse psychology. Pink. That would be a weird one. Nobody's gonna buy that. Honestly, white, right? I mean, I'm really confused between black and white. I think I'll do a poll and I'll just run a few charts or a few designs on my X account asking for your votes. So actually, let's do that. If you're not following me still, make sure to follow me, please. And when I run the poll there, you'll choose the best. I'll go by whatever you guys choose. Can you review my reversal trade on MRK? Grab the double bottom on the 5-minute chart by 90. Then out by 98. So you grab. Okay, that's actually a good one. I love it. The 15-minute chart was oversold. The hourly chart oversold into a level as far as I can tell. Yes, it is around the buy zone. Good double bottom on the 5-minute chart, especially if there was some volume spikes on it down here, which there was. Yeah, there were a couple volume spikes around the low. And you exited by VWAP, which is 98. I think you did well, Sean. That was amazing. No, the content should be good. The content should be good. But the cover plays a huge role as well, and the name. Thank you, Sean. So what do we have now, guys? What is setting up? Apple is just so ugly. This is really ugly. I don't see anything setting up around here. BAC has nothing. Okay, Sean. I'll use your vote. I'll make sure to use it. So Roku and Tesla is just amazing. Feels like a shame when you get wicked out, but I get used to this. I was also talking yesterday with one of my mentees, and I mentioned that the market is going to test you in so many weird ways. There will be days where you get into a trade, you get sold out the first time, second time, a third time, a fourth time, and then it literally wicks you out to the penny, and the moment you decide not to re-enter, it's just gonna run straight up. The market is really weird. I bet some of you have been in this situation, but I remember clearly being in this type of situations. Giving it first, second, third attempt, getting wicked out to the penny on my final attempt, then I'm like, okay, I'm done for the day, and then it just instantly starts running in my favor. And these are, it's a nightmare scenario. I mean, these are literally the worst moments out there. These are literally the worst moments out there. But you get used to them, because these are the moments that trigger you psychologically, and in the future, rather than being out in 3 trades, you'll be giving it a 4th and a 5th and a 6th attempt. And every now and then you'll be catching a winner, and that's the worst case, catching a winner doing something you should not, because sometimes it's just not going to work. And these moments where it doesn't work, these are the big dumps in your PNL curves. I love these liquidity sweeps, Sean. This is my win rate hasn't been as high as it's been recently, because I've been using these liquidity sweeps for my entries. I'll show you, I mean, just the liquidity sweeps entries. I just start somewhere within the middle. That's what I'm doing. I'm waiting for these dumps before getting the entry. I'm waiting for these dumps before getting the entry. Here it just got me, to be honest. But same thing around here. You see, there is the level. It just sweeps, goes below before the move actually happens. Same thing around here. It goes here before the move actually happens, and this has been happening for so much time recently, or for so long, and it's just the best to see. Sometimes it happens during the pre-market. I call them fake breakdowns, but yeah, you could call them also liquidity sweeps, like this on TSLL, right? And then the real move happens. So I love them. I love seeing this type of manipulation, and I use it in my favor for an entry. And it gives you, like you said, yes, a great risk to reward ratio. I mean, I have a question about Thor's camps. What do you feel about using the camps? I have been balancing your system and Thor's camps, and I want your opinion. Look, Chad, it's really up to you. I personally don't love using them. I use them for half a year, I think, 3 months to half a year. And I noticed one thing. A lot of times when these camps point hold to the penny, they coincide with another level on the 60-minute chart or on the daily chart. And by using the pivots, you're basically, it's a human nature. You're biased to whatever you're using, or you're biased to whatever you are thinking. And when you're using the camps pivots, you believe that it is the Camarilla pivot point that actually held the level. It's not the daily, it's not the 60. You're not even going to go back and zoom it out to see, was it actually the Camarilla pivot point, or was it the daily and the 60-minute chart? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not telling you that it's useless and you should not use them at all. It's a system, and these are levels that are calculated in a certain way. And they do have their impact in the market. But personally, I love trading using the levels that I see in front of me, using the levels that I'm good at drawing. Now, if you are not good at identifying levels, because sometimes we tend to find levels at places where they are not. If you want a level, you'll always find a level. You'll be going back, zooming in, find a 60-minute chart, and be like, okay, that is a level around here, I'm gonna play outfit. But this is over searching. You want to make sure that the level that you're finding is an obvious level that a lot of other traders are using. If you're bad at finding strong levels, then I think Camarilla pivots are a good one for you. If you are good, then maybe you do not need them. But probably I'm saying that because my trading style is a bit different, and I'm biased to my trading style. So use whatever you feel comfortable with and whatever makes sense to you. I have some of my mentees who are still using Camarilla pivot points, and I tell them this: if we are to work together, you need to stick to whatever I am teaching you. Only after we are done with my teachings, you can combine my knowledge with pivot points, because there is no point combining what I'm teaching you with pivot points, and then I'm not going to be able to review your charts really well, because I'm not using them. I'll be reviewing it based on what I am doing only, and there'll be a mix of things that are conflicting. So I need to make sure that you are able to review my trading style on your trades the way I do it. Only then you can combine it with whatever indicator you're using, be it reading the tape, be it pivot points or Fibonacci lines or whatever it is. Yes, Sam. I think you are right. I mean, right now they are happening in an obvious way that could be utilized into trading. It would be annoying when they will be happening a lot within 1 minute candles, within large 1 minute candles that are wicking you out before the move happens. I think then we might want to get into more of a scalping type of price action, but who knows? I'm an atheist and comes like believing in God. I'd rather to do my own levels. Like I said, remember guys, there are just so many different trading styles in the community. Gary loves using Fibonacci levels. He will tell you, he will show you a lot of logical things on how to use them, and they're not wrong. I mean, they work for him. Thor would do the exact same thing about camps. Paris is going to do the exact same thing about the level 2 and diamond sales. I would do the exact same thing about moving averages and multiple time frame analysis. You see, let me actually tell you this. When you are using a particular indicator for a long time, like literally years, you start spotting some recurring some patterns that are recurring, that are happening over and over and over around these particular indicators that you are using, and you start developing rules based on how the price action behaves around the indicators that you are using. And for me, these indicators are moving averages, VWAP, and the automatic levels, obviously. Gary has been using the Fibonacci lines for a long time, and he'd be able to spot these behaviors around particular lines or percentages retracements on the Fibonacci lines. Thor has been using the Camarilla pivot points for years right now, so he started spotting some behavior around these pivot points that he has in front of his screen. And that doesn't mean that this here is stronger than this or stronger than this. They're all the exact same way. It just depends on what you are using. And if you've been using trading, using moving averages, for example, for a long time, you don't want to just simply abandon them, remove them from your charts, and add some other new indicator that you'll have to get used to. You can add, but you should not remove it, in my opinion. I know some people don't even use moving averages or VWAP on their charts. They have naked charts, only candlesticks. Is John using moving averages? For some reason, I just don't remember seeing the moving averages on his charts. It would make sense if he does not. I mean, anyway, because he's playing the break of the high of the day. Anyone here knows for sure? Because I remember a moderator who did not have moving average on their charts. Jared does not. Yeah, I mean, and it makes sense. Like I said, there is nothing wrong about it. You could just simply spot the patterns. A lot of times, and this is something that my observation, traders who do not use moving averages, they would be using trend lines, they'd be using pennants, they'd be using horizontal levels, and that also makes sense. For me, for example, I don't need to use a trend line when I am using moving averages. Maybe they are not going to be as accurate as trend lines, but I can combine the trend that I see, for example, on the daily chart, along with whatever moving average I need to pay attention to right now on the 60-minute chart. It would not make much sense for me to draw trend lines, pennants, whatever, along with the moving averages that I'm having. That would make my chart a mess. So you need to be as clean as possible for whatever you are using. So let's take a look at Tesla. What's the Atlas looking like on Tesla? Tesla, and Atlas. Let's see. So yeah, there is a really huge order at 482, 37,000 shares, and also 23,000 shares at 481.50ish with no liquidity below. Yeah, this thing is definitely going to the high of the day. Yeah, Benz, there are a lot of webinars that I have on Bearable Traders. You could go to the Education Center webinars and find everything under my name. Tesla is going to 481.50 and 482. The real question is when. So it could chop around, it could get people wicked out, those who are having tight stop losses, but eventually it is going to reach this area. Let's quickly go through the whole list and see if we can spot an opportunity or two. Yeah, so the SPY is finally slowly selling off. Like I told you, you see, there is this strength on it on the 16-minute chart. This is what we've been talking about when I just jumped into the microphone. It has these bottom wicks, it has this strength that it's trying, but it's like it's resisting as much as it can before it finally goes down to 675, because the weekly and the daily on it are really weak. AMD is just chopping around. AMD is holding, it's trying its best. I'm wondering when it's going to continue make the next leg to the upside. Will it be within these couple weeks, or it wants to fill the gap first? Because the gap is really big, and I'm not sure if it's going to make it all the way down there. That's 20% drop. By the way, guys, there will be a lot of me on Thursday. I'll be here at 12 p.m. Eastern. Then at 1 p.m. Eastern, there will be a webinar on Trading Terminal. And then I'll be covering for Megan at 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm not even sure what we're going to do together for 3 hours. Probably look for some reversals opportunities at 2 p.m. I think 2 p.m. would not be a bad one for reversals. And don't miss my webinar, 1 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. I'll be giving you some tricks on how you can use the ATR for placing stop losses, for designing targets, for playing trend continuations, for playing reversals, for momentum plays within the first 30 minutes, and deciding your final exit area. So there'll be some nice information there. If you're a Trading Terminal member, you'll probably have access to the recording. But as a BBT member, I would encourage you to attend the webinar live. And who knows, maybe the recording is going to be broken. Happened one time before. Can't believe JPM just sold off like this after breaking this level. But it's having one of the best ranges, by the way. If it ends up selling off down here, that would be a nice swing as well. Every time I open Netflix, there are a lot of levels. I think it's a DAS bug or something. I like this area on Nike. Just will place an alert down here. I actually missed PLTR today. Looking at PLTR right now, this was actually a good trade. There was a nice range on the 60-minute chart. It did hold the low of it, but it held it during the pre-market, so no, there was no clean trade. If that was after the market opened, that would have been a really good entry on it. And now it's sitting around a good short area. High of the day or above the high of the day. These areas would be interesting actually. Why are you messing up? It looks like it's setting up right now to finally make that momentum to the high of the day. Jared, are you still in it? It might make it drop below the 478.40ish though, or 50ish. I think it will make a new low before making a new high. Need to be a bit more patient on it, I guess. Yeah, no need to rush it yet. Yeah, don't see anything yet that could be traded. Don't want to go through the rest. I think you can keep an eye on Tesla. Like I said, 481, 482 is going to be hit on it probably, but it is going to trap the longs before it continues going higher. So wait for the break below these areas before looking for a long opportunity. You see, this could be it actually. I would prefer seeing it below this as well. But if it goes past 479.20ish, this could be it. Let's see what's going to happen around here. Okay, that's good. That's even better. At this stage, you just want to look for a long setup. I'm not saying a new 1 minute high candle or an engulfing. You want to see a setup, a double bottom, a higher low, bullish engulfing on the 5-minute chart, or at least a recovery above 479.20-ish. I think Tesla can set up for a long within the first 15 minutes after this one closes. Could take longer, but there is a high probability that it's going to be ready within the first 15-minute candles of 1 p.m. It's already trying around here, but that's too early. It is setting up though. This is why we said you don't want to just go for a new 1 minute high or engulfing or volume. You want to see a pattern, double bottom, higher low, or see it above 479.20-ish. I think it's going to be ready within 15 minutes, maximum 30. I'll keep an eye on it. Let's take a look at Atlas if something changed there. Nothing much changed. Big order at 476.70-ish. So it could grab it maybe before setting up for a long. I love it too when it's going in our favor, not against it, right? But yeah, this is interesting. Now I just need to wait for the 7. This is why I don't want to revenge up here within this chop. And this is why some people are saying that, okay, there is a big order around here. Should I play to the long side around here and go for this small move? It's probably not worth it, because by playing it long here, you will need to have a wide stop loss. That gives you bad risk to reward ratio. So if you were in early, you could have held it, obviously. But up here, you don't want to play it. You want to wait for it setting up somewhere down here, maybe somewhere around here, add somewhere around here, and then exit somewhere around here. That would be a good risk to reward ratio, and you'll be able to scale into a position. And remember, it could just simply sink. It could just simply go all the way down. That's always an option. But I don't see any reason to play it to the short side. Daily is strong, weekly is strong, the Atlas is strong. It needed a pullback overall, right? That was a big move, so it needed a corrective pullback. First leg up, second leg up, third leg up is usually a trap. Anyway, guys, the rest of Tesla probably is not going to be walked through by me. I'll be calling it a day around here. If you get any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbultraders.com. Trade smart, and John will share some of his great trades with you. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it as well. I might, I have a 15-minute call with one of my mentees. After that, I might trade it myself if it does not set up between 1 and 1:15. After that, I'll look for an entry. I mean, after 1 p.m. Anyway, guys, talk to you tomorrow. See you.
Hey folks, how we doing today? What's up, Sam and Rick? And everybody else, let's get right off to the business of what we're here to do, and let's take our SPY trade here, folks. We're going to take a fake trade on the SPY, 100 fake shares, and we are going to set a $2 target and a $1 stop, and I'm going to ask you if you want to go long or short on this fake trade. And the SPY is right around 676 right now, which means the target upward would be 678 and the target downward would be 674. And remember, a dollar stops us out. And this is a volatile market compared to a week ago or so, so could be quick in the outcome. Let's check our results thus far. And we could use a winner. We have not hit target yet out of 12 trades. So that'd be nice to accomplish. Looking to get 50 votes, 50 votes. Got 27 now. I realized I didn't share a screen or a camera yet. I'll do that once the votes are in, because now I can't access those buttons because the vote window is covering them. You guys haven't probably, most of you have never seen the vote window because it doesn't appear that way. Actually, it probably does, because it probably covers up your stuff too until you close the vote or make a vote. I think it appears bigger for the person sending the vote. It's quite a big window. It covers up most of the chat room. SPY's dropping further here. Almost down to 675. Will that change how people feel? Still looking for 11 more votes. Who's vote number 40 going to be? Sure Trader 2. Thank you for your vote. What happened to Sure Trader 1, I wonder? Sam, thank you for your votes. Sam just voted finally. Thank you, Sam. The first person to say hello and the 42nd person to take a vote. Shagan voted. Hello, Shagan. AI voted, or Al. I can never remember which one it is. I think it's Al. Neha voted, thank you. That's the 45th vote. And Venufenzo and Rick have voted. Vinifenzo. Joe voted. Two more. I know we can do this. Steve, vote 49. Appreciate it, Steve. And vote number 50 is Shamail. All right, here we go. 50 votes. The room wants to go long. Let's take that vote. 100 shares. Fake vote. Fake trade. Buy. Okay. Didn't quite get the full dip there, but we did get a nice dip down to 675. This might be a very good place to get in long. Hopefully. All right, let's get the deets on this vote here. So we got or this trade 675.71 for an entry. Quite the difference in entry price compared to all the others, except for the very first trade we took back on November 26th. That was 673 on the SPY. But let's see. So that was 58% long, I think. Yep. December 16th. Taking that trade at 108, and now we need a stop position. Stop. Range. 674.71 for a stop. 677.71 for a target. All right, let's go. I just went to go get a little cardio right when Tesla was up at oh geez, where did it get up to that second time? 481, just above 41. I went to go do something else when it was up there, hoping I'd come back here and we'd have broken through yesterday's high on Tesla and we'd be at all new highs for the day, but apparently it rejected. Now we have a very good level for Tesla. I mean, this rejection yesterday and 2 rejections today. That's 3 rejections, people. That's nice. Nice resistance building up on Tesla at 682. So definitely a level we can play with. Well, I mean, hopefully, maybe it never goes up there ever again. But if it does, it'll be interesting. You never know. Tesla may have gone as high as it's ever going to go ever again today. A lot of messy looking charts today. NVIDIA looks absolutely horrific, as does AMD, as does a lot of stuff on the screen. These are not good looking charts. Took 2 trades today on Tesla. 2 trades in total, and both were on Tesla. And the second one worked out very nicely. I will say it felt extremely lucky, but it did work out. Damn, the SPY's coming down again. Oof. Well, let's see if 675 can save this market again. I don't know if it's gonna this third time here. Tesla's trying to hold PDC, it looks like. I mean, it got down there a while ago before I even came on the mic, just after the hour. A couple of stocks having quite the day today. AFRM is up 10%. Anyone trading AFRM? I'm guessing you guys picked up on this breakout and talked about it already. Would have been when Eamon was on the mic. Broke out around 12:10, about an hour ago. Looks like it was having a strong day anyway, but a hell of a breakout. Really nice midday volume on that. And what What else? CRCL is having a nice day. It's up 8%. And Tilray's up 21%. I was looking at Tilray. Tilray's got a whole engulfing candle going on the 1 day. Looks very interesting. Just thinking it's almost worth putting some money on old Tilray and see if we can get into this before the news strikes, the official news. I don't know how long that could take, though. That's the thing about these kind of announcements. It could be tomorrow or it could be 2 years from now still before they change the federal posture on that on cannabis. Was that a bad place to get in, Sam? I didn't pick it, by the way. The universe did. The great simulator chose your SPY entry today, mostly. Yeah. Well, isn't that trading in a nutshell, Sam? Price can go anywhere at any level. And the more levels you throw in your chart, the more you'll convince yourself that price gives a shit about the stuff on your chart. It probably doesn't. If you really want to see price react at levels, put a level every 10 cents on your chart. You'll never be bored. You'll always be at a level. Or nearing one, breaking out of one, rejecting one. I'm really bummed because after 6 years, my mouse button has started to make a slightly different noise than it used to, and I just missed the old click. Can you guys hear the difference? See if you can hear the difference. This is how it used to sound. This is my right mouse button. And now this is what my left button sounds like. Do you hear that? Right, left, right, left. It's very subtle, but it's driving me crazy. Cleaning? I don't know. I can't really clean this button. It's nothing to clean. So, nobody's saying, did AFRM have any news by any chance? Is this anything I should care about? AFRM today. No, doesn't look like it. It says here, AFRM up 10% during CFO fireside chat. Not sure I believe that. Well, we definitely picked the interesting level here on the SPY for our entry. A little better would have been a little lower, down closer to 675, but still, this is building up here to be a level of interest here. I have a feeling that the SPY is going lower. Honestly, I think it's going to lose 675, and I think when it does, we're not far enough away to avoid the stop out if it flushes down. So we will probably get stopped out at 674.71. Hopefully not. Quiet chat today, folks. Must be the market. Amazon's losing it here. That looks particularly bad compared to most things on my screen. It's gone down to well past the low day now, down to 221. Where could Amazon find some love? God, what is wrong with this fucking stock, man? I'm just getting tired of holding this. It is officially driving me bonkers. Minus the Trump dip, it's been just stuck here for a year now, going back to December of last year. Just been in these prices. Very, very annoying. Excuse me. Oh, thank you, folks. Just waking everybody up. A little uptick here. Let's see if this can do anything. Our SPY trade is a bit green. That's nice. This is where the SPY's been stuck on the upside, has been right around 676, holding above, just above 675 to the downside. So it's ticking upwards now. It's helping some things recover a bit. Or no, back down. Yeah, Nvidia's awful. It's just telling you, like, stay away. At a certain point in the day, you have to believe what the charts are telling you. You know what I mean? Like, Nvidia's just saying, like, trade me tomorrow, maybe. But not today. There's got to be something better than Nvidia, right? Just look at PLTR's chart. Like, at least there's flow there. At least there's movement. There's ups and downs, and it's not a great looking chart either. Trust me. I don't think there's anything on my screen right now that really says, like, ooh, that's a nice looking chart. But gun to my head, I'm saying PLTR looks better than Nvidia. Tavi, my favorite setup is the break of the high a day. So I like to trade stocks breaking out over their high that they've set since the market opened. So whatever their high is after 9:30 Eastern time, after the market opens, whatever that is, I like to try to trade the break of that level under the right conditions. It's not just a matter of the price being at that level and hoping it goes higher, although there's always hope. But there's a setup involved. But no, I've never traded a 9-10. Wait, that's not a strategy. What do you mean by that? 9 out of 10 every time you take it? Wait, I don't know if I'm reading your question correctly. What is your favorite setup? 9 out of 10 every time you will take. Oh, and have a good. Yeah, no, that'd be the high day break. Definitely my favorite setup. If you want to know more about it, because you're here in the chat room, you're a member, you can go to the Education Center. I'll show you here on the screen. And go to the Education Center, and the first screen it takes you to has a bunch of strategies. And if you click on this one, high of day breakout, There's a short video here that explains the very basics of it, the idea, and then there's a trade book. You can download a PDF document. There's 2 webinars here. If you're an elite member, you can watch these 2 webinars. These are both like hour-long webinars. And then there's setup practice here too. So if you click on setup practice, these are the trades Eamon curates. You know, we send him examples and he makes sure they get on the web page. But there's a bunch of examples here of stocks that broke their high of day in a nice manner, in the manner that I want. PLTR alert just went off my ear, by the way. But you can take these examples and you can go right to this link on the bottom. It says check trading terminal replay. So like, here's an example, September 26th, Tesla, the afternoon, 1:57 in the afternoon. So if we click here, it takes us to trading terminal and we can go to, we're already on Tesla here. So we can go to September 26th. And we can go to 2 in the afternoon there and see what the breakout looked like on Tesla. Let's see why I liked that trade. So that was at 157. I wonder what happened there. Let's see what it looked like. So I'm guessing the high was here up at 434. Let's speed this up a bit. If I liked it, I would have thought there'd be a pullback here before 157. So in the next minute, I'm thinking, yeah, no, there's the breakout on Tesla. That's an interesting breakout. Not much of a punch there, actually. In hindsight, I get why I gave this example. I think this one's a little tricky to pick up on, and this is how afternoon breakouts are. They're hard to gauge. The morning's much easier for me to judge. The afternoon can do this. They can sometimes just start ripping like this, but this is obviously a great breakout on Tesla. That back on September 26th at 1:57 in the afternoon. All this crazy volume coming in. You'd kind of want to pick up on this little uptick in volume here. And then you'd have to really be watching, because how much was this pullback? The high a day must have been around 434, and this pullback was, yeah, about 50 cents, which is typical. Again, this is typical afternoon kind of stuff. It goes to this 434 level, rejects, holds the $50 level where there tends to be, a lot of buyers sitting there as well, and then it makes the punch. You'd have to really be watching this to catch this, I think. But no doubt a breakout. But you can check out all the examples there if you want to. There is a journaling tool. I don't know the state of it at the moment because I've heard people kind of say this is up and this is down, so I don't really know how it's doing. I've never really used it, I don't think. Is it gone? Where'd it go? Well, it used to be here. I swear we used to have one here. Maybe we took it down to work on it. Could be. I wonder if I could access it through Peak Capital. This is the journal we get over at the boot camp, which I thought was the same one. I don't know. This does have the trading terminal logo up here, so this might be the trading terminal journal. I think it is. It is, Jordan? Okay. Oh, you go to the simulator? Okay, let's go there. Simulator. Uh-oh. I thought I'm not logged in correctly. Oh, I'm on the wrong account. Hold on a second. Log out. How the fuck do I log in? And here we go. Now I'm logged in correctly. Simulator. That's funny, Jordan. I don't see the journal button above like you do. Or maybe you have to go to funded account or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have it. I'm not cool enough. I am cool enough to make some money in my funded account though. Let's do that. Let's go. Max buying power. Tesla. No. On this account. Wait. Why has my funded account got so much money in it? Am I in? Buy me some shares, bitch. There it goes. Well, anyway, what happened with PLTR when I wasn't paying attention? So that, oh, it's at its high of day. That's on our little rip there. Look at it. I told you PLTR is the one to watch. Remember when you were saying something about NVIDIA, somebody? And I was like, oh, PLTR looks a little better. Look at that. It's like I made it come alive. I would not take this for a high day break, by the way. I don't feel like this is really breakout potential right now. And you've got yesterday's high not terribly far above the high a day, and it'll probably reject off there initially, would be my guess. So I would not, I wouldn't take this trade. But actually, NVIDIA's come up nicely here too. Amazon, nice bounce. Oh, I got some nice stuff going on. Our SPY trade actually doesn't look like crap. Actually, I'm going to try a little PLTR here. Let me see if I can get underneath this thing. Nope. Come on, baby. Meta alert just went off. That's coming up. I'm going to reduce my position size in PLTR. This is not going well. Yeah, no, it's going to lose. It's going to lose 187. Not good. Not good. I pretty much only trade the open, Simone. That's by and large where I mess around. As you can see, I just gave a little shot at PLTR, and I just was in and out of it pretty quick here. So these are tougher. I don't know. It's not that it's tougher to trade breakouts in the afternoon. It just requires a different mentality and goals and whatnot. And I don't know. It's just it's just easier in the morning. It's just a higher probability time to trade. And
alert price higher MS70
Microsoft alert just went off. A lot of things are pushing up to their highs right now. But yeah, it's one of the things in trading where, like, I mean, if it's a weird thing for a lot of people, the morning's better, and yet they persist to trade in the afternoon anyway, and they'll keep buying and selling, and fully knowing it's like a lower probability time, and it makes no sense whatsoever. Like, there's not many things in life you would do that with. If there's a better chance to do something in a certain period of time, and it's not as good a chance in another period of time, you're almost always in life going to go for the period of time where it's a better opportunity. Or maybe it's not a time thing, maybe it's just an environment thing, or whatever. But there's not many things where we purposely seek out shittier conditions to try to do the same thing when we can wait for good conditions to just come back at a very predictable time, like in our case, the next morning. Then you got to ask yourself, why is it that traders have that problem? Why can't we admit, or that we're putting ourselves in a less good place, and why don't we have the patience to just wait 24 hours or even less than that? And what it comes down to is trading is gambling, and it brings out gambling traits in people. That's well put, Ryan. Exactly. Yeah. It says what you can stop trying to watch the sunrise at night. That's right. Yeah. Wait till the morning. But it's the allure, it's the attraction of the stupid moving candles, man. They will pull you back in if you don't get away from this platform. It'll draw you in. You'll convince yourself of something. I just convinced myself that PLTR was a good idea. I don't think it was a terrible idea. I think it was a good idea to get out of it when I did, honestly, which I did. Yeah, no, it's a funny thing to watch people struggle with that, or watch yourself struggle with just coming back to dip your toe into the pool. That sucks. We came very close to hitting our target on the SPY trade, like real freaking close. Like 1.5 pennies away. 1.5 cents. Come on, give us a damn win. We just have to pop the price above the pre-market low here on the SPY. The SPY is hitting the pre-market low right here, and I think we'll get our target. I think it's going to give one push here, even if it does start rejecting here. I think we'll get one shove up to get us filled. We need $200. We are at 177, 182, and 185. Come on, give us a break. 190. Yeah, we did it. Holy shit, finally. 6 7. Uh-oh. Let me go check on that. Okay. It was UPS, FedEx or somebody. Yogi, I don't really need a trade. I don't know. Let me check out what's going on here. Let me see if anything looks good. I do kind of like NVIDIA. Everything's going in the right direction. I mean, everything looks correct. It did technically just break its high. I think I'm a couple cents too late. If I hadn't gone to the door to get this package, I might have, I would have had a better entry. I'll just leave it for now. And that could still be opportunities. I honestly think Tesla 482 might be better to wait for than NVIDIA. I can't believe we hit our target, though. Look at this. Look at us. Look at us. We did that at 144. Taking our $730 loss down to a $530 loss. Look at that. Let's go. Technically, NVIDIA was a good setup. That's a good candle punch up to the high, and that's good increasing volume, and everything was there. And the high was, it looks like it was around 179.50, and it did go to 179.66. It just barely broke. It's kind of one of those. It's one of those difficult things. Like, it's not really enough to move your stop to break even on NVIDIA, so you'd probably have to like either get out manually or just ride it out and still be in the trade right now if you took it. And in which case you'd be back green. It's going up again. But this would be a tricky trade. I can tell just by looking at it. Kind of glad I'm not in it, to be honest with you. And PLTR is just really never went anywhere. That would be extremely frustrating. So that was good to get out of that one, and right after the right in the second candle there, because I'd hate to be sitting in this thing for 7 or 8 minutes with this nonsense going on. Which again, this is the nature of afternoon high day break trading, is like you don't get the break all in one candle like you do in the morning. It doesn't happen immediately and carry for $1 or $2. Like you have to sit in these, and you have to let them play out, and then you have to make this decision about when the heck should I be out of this thing. And for me in the morning, it's so much easier to make that decision just in and out real quick. It's the way I like to trade. I don't like to sit in these things for 4 minutes and 5 minutes and 6 minutes and start to just turn strategy into hope, which is what it feels like. 480 on Tesla. Back to there. Interesting, 480. Such a big level yesterday. Not that big a deal today. But like I said, 482, that's a juicy level. Breaking out here. Tricky Microsoft. It's funny, you know, just out of boredom, about half an hour ago, I set a bunch of high-a-day alerts on all these stocks, and I did not think I'd be listening to all of these go off. This is surprising. Certainly not within this hour anyway, maybe by the end of the day, but this goes to show you never know. This is why it's so good. If you can incorporate alerts into your trading, it's such a good thing, because you just never know what can happen. You know, it's free. It's so easy to set alerts on DOS, or maybe in any platform, but in DOS, if you have that hotkey, you just slap them down, you know, and you can use alerts for all kinds of things. You want to trade reversals, go put alerts by places you think you might be taking reversals at. You're playing Camarilla pivots, then put alerts near the pivots that you think, you know, you might be playing them at. They're not even high-a-day alerts, Azar. They're just alerts. They're just price alerts. They just tell you the price has gone up to this level or the price has gone down to this level. I just set them below the high-a-day, obviously, right? If a stock has a high of day of 100, you don't want to put the alert at 100, right? But you don't want to be alerted that the stock is at the actual high of day. You want to be alerted that it's coming up to the high of day. You want to have some time to think. In a similar manner, if you're trading S3 reversals, you don't want to put the alert at S3. You want to put it slightly above or below S3, or whatever the direction of the trade's going to be. So you get alerted a little bit ahead of time. How do you do it? That's a good question. Glad you asked. I have some help for you in that regard. Hold on one second. Here you go. Here's a video on how to do it. Just because that question comes up a lot. But, you know, people often say, how do you watch so many stocks? I can't keep an eye on more than 2 or 3. And it's, you know, it's really hard to cover everything. And people are always asking for scanners. And people think scanners are the end all be all of trading. I don't really know anyone that uses scanners really for like taking entries or anything. I think they give people good ideas, but anyway, but it's like having a scanner, you know, it's just an alert. It just lets you know, hey, something's going on, just like a scanner does. Dinesh, that's funny. That's an old ass image that I made back in the day. I can tell my handiwork. That is how you manually create an alert in DOS, and that's how I used to do it. But there's also a hotkey way to do it, which is much faster. Which honestly, I kind of fought back for a while because Mike started to use the hotkey first, and I am so set in my ways sometimes. Once I know how to do something, I just like, even if it's a little bit more difficult, or sometimes a lot more difficult, I just do it that way. I'm just like, I'm just a person, like if it works and I know it works, I'll just keep doing the way I do it. And alerts were one of those things, and Mike was using the hotkey for like a year. And I'm like, screw it. I'll just do it manually, the way it is in Dinesh's image there. I mean, I've got a way that works. It's fine. And then I finally used the hotkey, and I was like, man, I should have been doing this a long time ago. It's so much easier. Simone, I think I've told you this before. I'll tell anyone the same thing. It's just my opinion, and you should seek out. Sorry, alert for AFRM just went off my ear as well. You should get the opinions of other people as well. But I think if you can only trade the afternoon, like you're saying, then trade reversals. I really think it's some. I mean, most trading is a reversal. If you think about it, trades come down to two kinds of trades: breakouts or reversals. It kind of is that way. And so pick your poison, right? And most people choose reversals because of the adage, which is very true: buy low, sell high, right? Or the opposite, short version of that. But which makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense to trade reversal price. That's why most strategies should be that. I think breakout strategies should be fewer, honestly. I was going to say range, I guess, Jared, but one could argue a range trade is a reversal trade. So that's a good Thanksgiving dinner argument people could have, I guess. But yeah, maybe it's range. Oh, wait, you're saying range trend and reversal. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit of potato maybe. I mean, I think what's a breakout trade then? It's kind of a trend continuation. I don't know. But, or maybe it's Sam's definition. Maybe it's overbought or oversold, whatever. But the point being, I think the larger point is there's not really that many different strategies in a way. It's either my version where everything's kind of binned into two things, or Sam's version where it's binned into two things, or Jared's version where it's binned into three things. But you can go through all the day trading books in the world, and you can go through all the communities, and you can come up with essentially what are you could come up with 30 or 40 strategies, right? Go pull out any of the day trading books on my shelf, and you'll get 7 or 8 strategies out of each one. And join a community like this, and suddenly you've got the Fallen Angel, and you've got the 920, and you've got the 1 to 10 trade, Mountain Pass, High a Day Break, whatever, But all of these things, that we give cute little names to, can all sort of be binned into one of these much more broader categories as well. But maybe look into that, Simone. I think an interesting strategy late day is always the fade on a strong stock. So you have something that's and this would be Sam's overbought or oversold. Overbought. I've always been fascinated with stocks that have had strong days, and then they are kind of farting along at a level all afternoon. Not a level, but a range or whatever. You'll see it a lot. You'll see a strong stock that will just kind of run out of juice, and it'll hang out in the afternoon. And quite often, by the close, they sell off. People take their profits. And these stocks might be going up the next day. It might be part of a larger, multi-day, multi-week continuation upward or downward, whatever, or upward. But on that particular day, where it had this great day where it was up 6% and it just kind of held there, it's up between 5.5%, 6%. It's just hanging out there. Those kind of stocks often fade as into the close as people take their profit. And if you can kind of identify which stocks are likely to do that, then there could be something there. I think that could be a great strategy to work on. And just, of course, protect yourself against the one that never fades. There's the ass-kicking strong stocks that just, keep on keeping on sometimes, or that afternoon flatness kind of evolves into more bullishness, and but that's what a stop is for. You're going to be wrong sometimes, so set your stop, and on your winners, make sure you get good results, and maybe there's something there. Gary has made it the most complicated here. What is Gary saying? The way I think about it is there is a major trend and a minor trend, which is the opposite of the major trend. And what you ideally want to play is a reversal of the minor trend back in the direction of the major trend. So you're kind of playing something reversal back into the major trend. So Gary, would an ABCD trade sort of be what you're talking about? At least one version of it? It would be. Okay. What's your question there, Sam? So naming according to a strategy? I think I'm one word off from understanding that. Oh, yeah, right. I'd say, Simone, I don't know. I don't want to really make it sound like it is, because I think you're getting a you're getting a biased opinion from me personally. Because what I'm saying to you is, for me, for what I've spent 6 years working on and trying to hone and develop and be good at, is best for me in the morning. That's what I've created. So you're asking me, is the morning better than the afternoon? It is for me, and it's going to be hard for me not to sort of generalize that beyond myself a little bit, but that's probably not the correct thing to do. I don't have any evidence it's harder in the afternoon, but it's different. We all know it's slower, right? It's going to take more time. I need my answer quick. That's how I like to trade. I like to get in, and I like to know right or wrong, just rip off the Band-Aid. Tell me, was I a shithead or am I a hero? I want to know pretty quick. I do not like hanging out in trades. I hate it. Bothers me. So, so yeah, that's me. But I mean, a lot of people love the slowness. They really like the time it takes to be stopped out or to be proven right. A lot of people don't want to be in a trade for 47 seconds. They want to be in a trade for minutes and hours even. To slowly be proven right or wrong, and to really be able to manage it in a much more calm and sort of perhaps I don't know, maybe a bit more analytical way over time. I don't know, but don't take anything I'm saying to the bank too much. It's just you're getting one person's opinion. Like I said, you should ask everybody. In fact, you're gonna have Megan here on the microphone in a second, and she's got such a different perspective on trading, like an entirely different kind of trader, who's much more obviously into reading multiple time frames and getting into aspects of trading that I don't touch, value zones and supply zones and things like that, and which is all great stuff. It's not stuff that particularly plays into me and my 47-second Tesla trades as much. I mean, it does in a way, but in other ways it doesn't. But it a completely different perspective, and someone that I think, Simone, to get at answering your question is probably going to have a better answer to the question of what do you do in the afternoon. So with that, I will actually get the hell off the mic and turn it over to Megan. But you guys have a great day. What is it, Tuesday? So tomorrow's hump day, Wednesday. And I'll see if I can build upon today's success in Tesla after yesterday's not success in Tesla. And maybe we can get a couple winning days in a row here. We'll see. You guys have a great day. Later.
Hello, friends. How are we on this fine Tuesday? It is Tuesday, right? I don't know. It's the holidays. Sometimes, last week I was calling it, I don't know, I said Thursday and everybody was like, it's Friday. So, hello, Art. Hello, Dinesh, Simone, Gale Trader. Hello, it's fantastic today. That is what I like to hear. Hello, Manal. Let us get a screen up for you. It is still morning. Yes, thank you. Good morning. Nope, that's the wrong thing. I think that's the right thing. There we go. All right, cool. There we are, folks. Okay. Hello, Alan, Professor. Slightly nutty professor, right? What's up, Sam? Hello, Anna. Okay, this market is doing markety stuff. We are just doing a nice little downtrend today. Sadly, at the end of yesterday, we never actually got going. So the downtrend continues. But there are some things that were somewhat fun. What did you guys trade today? Anything worthwhile? We filled the gap. Yeah. So I was noticing that yesterday and thought we might do that. I noticed this hole yesterday as we started to push down. I was like, oh, we've got a hole in the bucket, dear Liza. Also, you know, aside from just the gap, from a supply area revisit, we have kind of headed in that direction. So we're coming back down to test supply from above, and maybe if we can get some buyers, maybe we'll get a Santa Claus rally off of this supply. Maybe they'll turn it into demand. Who knows? But I'm definitely interested to see if we hold this. It is an area that's, you know, kind of been on watch for me since we broke above it. So I'm interested to see if we can hold this. If we can't, that's gonna suck. I don't want to lose this. So I hope we just get a pullback and then the market goes. You know, at least for like bullish plays. But, you know, if not, whatever, we end up in some short plays. It's just the thing that's driving me nuts is that we aren't going anywhere. We get stuck in these areas for so long, right? And it's just a battle. So you've got the uptrend from the party that's in control from a structural standpoint, and then you've got sellers that just keep coming into this thing, that keep fighting the buyers, and we just be ranging. So you're already buying verticals. That sounds great. Do it. Do that. Harvey, you traded Tesla. I also traded Tesla. But let me just tell you guys, I traded TSLL, and I don't know why you guys trade that thing. I will never trade it again. Why? Why are we trading this thing? I mean, I get it. It's cheaper. But today I was like, you know what? I've never traded TSLL. Today I'm going to do it. And honestly, I wish I would have just grabbed the actual stock itself. So that's how I feel today. I don't see the joy in it. Actually, it sucked the joy out of my life. So it's funny. I actually mentioned it to my group this morning. And I was like, I chose TSLL and never again. And I got 2 people responding, being like, I tried it once and also never again. So I guess I just had to try it one time to be like, I'm not trading this anymore. So that's my that's my learning lesson for the day. Yeah, I know Andrew does trade it. You know, everybody is different. Every trader is different. I hate it. I have strong feelings. I don't know. I just didn't like it. I'm like, but Tesla has gone 14 points from my entry and this has gone 50 cents. I know like the percentage and like the comparison is like it based off of like if you're not thinking in terms of like dollar movement, it can make sense, but it just, my brain is not okay with that. So anyways, that's how I feel about that today. But anyways, Harvey, yay, you traded Tesla, awesome. I don't know if you traded TSL, LL, or actual Tesla, but Tesla was the one today. And I do want to talk to the bigger picture on that because it's an excellent setup off of a higher time frame. And even when the market has been kind of, pulling back or, selling off the past few days, and Tesla is kind of doing its own thing. So it's a little bit of a standalone. And the structure of the chart is a really nice setup. So I do want to go through that. And then Gale Trader, you're calling out CRCL. Yeah, I heard some people mentioning CRCL this morning. I didn't actually pull it up to look at it. So they bounced off of their IPO low recently. Still, in the bigger context, a downtrend. Weekly break of structure, or sorry, change of characters all the way up there. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. So we're still mostly looking for shorts on this thing, I would say, off of just the structure of this chart. But, oops. This ran all the way up to supply. So on the hourly, we've got here would be the last low that I would look at for the breaks to new highs in this hourly uptrend or this hourly pullback within like a larger time frame structure. And so this would be our change of character on the hourly, and this here would be our break of structure on the hourly. So I'll mark those really quick. We'll just draw them. Oops. Okay, and then I would mark somewhere around here as our and this was a great place to be looking for a trade today. I did not look at this morning. But yesterday it brought it all the way down to where this would start to change character on an hourly. And if they change character on the hourly here, that puts them back into like a bigger time frame downtrend, which if they want to try to like hang on to this thing, they don't want to lose that, because then that would stack the weekly, daily, and 1 hour. So I do like that location to look for setups for bounces for the hour, for like an hourly play. And now they're running it right into hourly supply and stalling up here. And that is, yeah, nice. That's a nice distance. That's a good risk to reward on this thing. Looks awesome. You guys took this, huh? Alan, you got an 8R trade off of this. Gale Trader, you took this as well. Nice. It's a good one. Nice trading on this. Obviously, I haven't seen your actual trades, but catching this off of this level this morning is a great place to be looking for a setup. Really solid location. Yeah, little cup and handle action. They're trying to save this thing. Because technically, oops. Yeah, I'm sure they're trying to save this from moving down. that monthly candle is insane from the IPO. My God. So hopefully they don't lose it. If they lose it, then anybody that came in at the IPO is underwater, and I don't think they want that. So they're probably going to do all they can to attempt to save this thing. But yeah, good intraday setup. Good stuff. All right, so let's see. Harvey, you gave John your hot take that I think if the Santa rally came this year, all liquidity will be highly concentrated into Tesla. Yeah, I don't think you're necessarily wrong in that. Out of all of the like big players, I do think Tesla is more primed for that sort of breakout, just based off of what the chart is showing right now. So it definitely is something I've got my eye on. Simone, do I take any trades intraday from 12 Eastern onwards when intraday you normally... not usually, because that's when I start to pop into meetings. So it's very rare. If I'm putting things on after 12 Eastern, usually it's swing trades or managing some type of swing position. Intraday setups, if I'm going to take an intraday trade, usually it's like more so around the open. Not to say that I don't, but I'm just less likely to. And most of it is because I'm usually in the middle of something else. So most of my meetings, like my one-on-one coaching or any sort of group coaching meetings, usually happen after that time. So I'm not necessarily staring at my my screen as much. So usually not. But not because there aren't things to play. The movements happen. Sometimes they're just slower unless the market gets some afternoon volatility. But yeah, usually just because I'm busy. What are my thoughts on Roku for a swing? It's been in the range for some time. Okay, let's look at it. I heard somebody mention that today. Was it Brian? I had the chat on for a minute. Usually I mute the room, but I didn't hit it this morning, and I was just like kind of in the zone, and I realized at one point I was like, oh yeah, these guys are they're still talking to me. So I heard someone say something about Roku. Let's do a little top down on this. Is NVIDIA going down? That is one on my list for shorting weakness. Might want to take a look at that too. Okay, I love me a good accumulation range. So, yes, this is interesting. I do like the bounce that occurred here previously. So we'll get into kind of this area here in just a second, but one thing that I do like is the bounce that happened here and then the demand that stepped up and then shifted this back bullish. So this was obviously 2020, so there was a lot more going on than just like normal stock movement stuff. We had the pandemic and the, whatchamacallit, why can't I think of it? The money getting sent out and pumped, the stimulus, there we go. So I do like this area, and we are consolidating around it. Let me just quickly see monthly-wise. Yeah, sometimes when we've been in these ranges for a long time, it's a little bit easier to see what the monthly might be doing, and it's exactly what I was kind of expecting here, which is at these lows, one thing that's nice is coming in off of the lows, we do have buyers. So we've got volume stepping in at the bottom, right? Versus, there is some stepping at the top. So this is probably what's keeping them in a bit of a range. But if I was to draw the monthly structure of this, none of these swings broke this to any new lows. So they're not necessarily as strong. So let me see if I can find the weekly change of character here. Let me get this off of the screen so I can have a little bit more space. This one is kind of tricky to mark because of all the consolidation that's went on over here, but if I attempt to pick a level, just at first glance, I'm half tempted to do that, but it does stall here a little bit before it moves down again. So we can probably mark this, which it is respecting that. Okay, I would do that as the change of character on this after this consolidation break. So that guy there, and then we've got supply at the upper end here. Yeah, this is definitely interesting, Anna. I like this. I especially like the monthly volume. I think that is telling of kind of what's going on at these lows. Do they have any sort of growth that's worthwhile aside from me just watching way too much television? I have a smart TV, but I still use my Roku. Anybody else? Like, I've never used my smart TV with the apps. I always use my Roku. I don't know why. Also, for whatever reason, the color is different. It's weird. Okay, so they are having quarter-over-quarter growth. So that's positive. Your TV is a Roku TV. Oh yeah, I forgot they even make those. You know what I really want to get is what is it? It's like the little stick, the Roku stick or whatever. Because every time I go to a hotel, I just want to like plug it into the TV. But I still have yet to get one. But I mean, from just like a quick glance at financials, like if we were just to look at quarter-over-quarter growth, they are growing, so that's a positive. The volume on the monthly coming in off of the lows makes me think that there is a larger player maybe accumulating down here, so that's also a positive. Yeah, I like this one. I think that it comes down to getting in and what you are going to risk against here. Quick one here. What is the weekly 200 doing? Okay, so we're above the weekly 200, which I do prefer for swing trades because this is more of like an institutional player or bigger kind of time frame player. And this, yeah. Update that. Why? Yeah, update. Yeah, I think this is a good one, Anna. They are ripe for an acquisition. I agree with that. Now that you even say that, I'm actually surprised that it hasn't happened yet. Interesting. Who will it be? Should we start placing bets on who will acquire? Like Fubo. Yeah, Fubo. Microsoft. Okay. All right. Sean's bet is on Microsoft. Anyways, to play this for a swing, even just taking, you could play like maybe the 100 just from a couple of things. So one, a weekly change of character above supply, above a psychological number. I think that would be something that you could consider risking against if you were to get in this area. And if you didn't want a super wide stop, like if you were thinking, I want to get in and I want to see it go, right? Like if you're like, this has a shot clock, it needs to go, then I think using the fact that they're above this seller, they're above a change of character, and they're above the 100 level from a psychological perspective, using that for it to go. If it comes back down, there is a chance that it could even retest here, since this is technically the last kind of swing that really got them to some new highs. So we would want that to hold. If it doesn't hold, they might do that. And at that point, you know, it's a matter of, do you want that wide of a risk, or would you rather just reset? And I personally would rather reset than have that wide of a risk. So right now it would be like a $9-ish risk on it. The only, like, the hardest part about like these accumulation plays is that they can retest these levels so many times and just keep coming back into here, which is why people like Sean, who are the bottom feeders, oftentimes get the better play, because if the accumulation hasn't, if we're not done with that phase and we haven't actually entered phase 2, the bottom feeders usually get another stab at stuff. So if you entered now, you would be entering expecting phase 2 or an expansion phase to begin. If that phase doesn't begin, then there's a chance that we can stay in accumulation even longer. So depending on how you like to trade, you could put something on with a plan that it needs to hold like the 100 area for the expansion play to kick in and for us to enter a new phase. If you would rather, you can also wait for it to actually enter the new phase and then start playing like the moving averages off of the new phase. That's also a possibility. So there are a lot of different ways to play swings and a lot of different ways to play any sort of strategy. But I think for now, if there was a play to be had right now, I would look at it as it needs to hold the 100 from a just like a psychological standpoint, supply, and a weekly change of character. And if it doesn't, then I would say, all right, well, expansion phase isn't happening quite yet. And that's just how I look at it. And everybody's different, of course. Sean's just sitting on the sidelines waiting for it to come back to like 50, and then he's going to play it. There he is. Got to be careful with those bottom feeders. They never give up. They just be down there munching away. All right, cool. You are very welcome. Let's see. Kumar, I do want to look at NVIDIA. And then Simone, you're asking, do you find usually also less intraday setups in the afternoon? Yeah, a lot of it for me is because levels have already been interacted with. And so usually on the first interaction, they tend to play the best or move away the best. So setups in the afternoon can take a little bit more time unless we start to get new players involved or we start to get, an influx of volume or something like that. But yeah, usually it's like if you think about, I think it was NVIDIA yesterday, it just kept playing levels all day long. And the first interaction with those levels, it moved away rather quickly from. And then later in the day, it was kind of like the trickle effect. And the trades later still worked. It's just a matter of how long do you want to be kind of sitting around in front of your computer. So it's kind of up to you as a trader of how you like to trade. Like, do you want to put something on later in the day and just kind of like let it go? Because sometimes it just might take a little while. Like, what were we watching yesterday? Was it Oracle, where we were talking about... we were talking about the structure of the chart. Yes. Okay, so it was Oracle. And we were discussing how once this structure shifted on Oracle, there was a lot of value down below. And even though there's a chance that it's going to start to run back down towards the lows, was it Oracle? No, the chart looks the same, but my brain is like, maybe it was MSTR. Hold on. No, it was Oracle. So yesterday's value in these areas, so this started to set up and finish this bear flag. So we had a structural shift in the afternoon. So once it got below here, this is the change of character on the intraday. So a smaller internal structure breaks. Once that happened, there was value like here, there was value here, here, here. And we discussed that once it starts to shift, because of that value, it can take a while for it to start finishing moving down. And so style and preference also become important, because like I see something like this later in the day and I think this is a good setup, but the speed in which this can move, unless there was a giant like value pocket, might be a little bit slow, and too slow for me to actually get to the target. So if I'm targeting, you know, closer to the lows, I might not have enough time later in the day, which is why oftentimes the morning session is a little bit easier to play, because you have all day for it to play out. Like Tesla right now, I'm still in this thing from this morning because I'm still trying to get to my damn target. Whether it does or doesn't, that's a different story. But had I started this trade, you know, at the level I wanted to play now, and I only had an hour and a half left, there's definitely a chance that it's not going to get there. I am stubborn. Jared was messaging me this morning and I was like, no, I didn't take a partial because I am an idiota and I want my level. I want it. I want it. I want it now. Veruca Salt from Willy Wonka. Simone, you tried both times and you find yourself better at the open because of different time zones and work. I can't anymore. Okay, so these are good things to acknowledge. So you're acknowledging you're better at the open, but because of the time zone, like you can't, right? Because of work. That's okay. If you prefer, or if your time zone doesn't support that part of the day, think about what part of the day your time zone supports. And what you're telling me, I think, is that it supports the afternoon. What type of afternoon trades could you take then? They're probably not going to be momentum trades, and they might not expand as far as they normally would at the open. So if I look at something like Oracle and I'm like, you know, at the open, we get so much volatility that this thing, yesterday we had like a massive sell-off, right? But we get so much volatility that this thing just like expands. I might not get that kind of expansion at this time of the day. There's only an hour and a half left. But could I trade off of either? There's two things you could think about. Could I trade a smaller time frame and play smaller moves? So this might be a little bit more scalp style, which I usually try to push people away from, but because of the time constraint later in the afternoon, there's usually a chance that you're not going to make it to a bigger time frame target. So you kind of have two options here. If you're going to play later in the day, you might have to lower the time frame and play smaller moves. So, you know, play from like maybe if I'm thinking in terms of market structure or supply and demand, I might have to play a 1 minute or 2 minute market structure or supply and demand. Or you start to shift into the world of swing trading, right? Where you can play these levels, but you are able to give them a day or two to reach your target. So you do have options, which is a beautiful part about trading, which is nobody has to trade the exact same way. Nobody has to trade it at the exact same time. You have to make it fit your lifestyle. And I think a lot of times traders try to fit trading into or make their lifestyle fit trading rather than make trading fit your lifestyle. And all that does is cause stress. So even though probably 90% of this room trades the open, there are a lot of other traders, a lot of other communities that might not trade the open, right? That are trading an afternoon setup after, 12 o'clock. They're trading swing trading. They're trading into the close. Peter has a close strategy, right? So there is volatility heading into the last hour of the day. So that's also a possibility and a potential. You can, rather than trading the morning volatility, you could trade the close volatility, so like the last hour or so, but make it fit your lifestyle instead of trying to like stress yourself out that you need to try to trade the open when it's not going to work for you because of your lifestyle and work and everything. There are systems to be played, right? You just might not be able to capture like big moves, so you might have to tighten your risk, trade smaller time frames, or trade the last hour. or turn it into like a swing style trade. If that makes sense. But there are definitely many ways to do it. Cool. You're welcome. You're welcome. And for those of you that are in the room, you know, like this is obviously it's a community, and yes, I'm on the microphone, but like there are many people in here that have many different strategies and styles. So if there are people in here that have a system that they like to play after 12 o'clock, it would be awesome if you could share that with Simone and say, I like to trade this type of system later in the day, right? That's what this community is for. That's what communities in general are for, to share with one another. And it's very easy to get blinded by everybody trading the open, but there's so many different types of trading strategies and systems out there. Yeah, you don't have to trade like Andrew to be successful. You can be successful like Andrew. You can be successful like many other traders, right? So there's lots of different systems out there. And this goes for people that maybe you don't have to work during the open, but you just find that like it stresses you out and you're just not, it's not fitting for you as a person. There's nothing wrong with that. I've got traders I work with that wait for the first 30 minutes and then they play later. I've got traders that I work with that trade in the afternoon. So it's, you know, it's completely up to you and what fits your lifestyle. All right, so let me scroll up. Oh yeah, NVIDIA, and then I do want to talk about Tesla. Yeah, how is this doing today? Oh, gross. It's gross. It's gross. It's gross. It's gross. We are still just chopping around this daily change of character level, and this is really common. So we've got sellers on a daily chart on NVIDIA, but the bigger trend is bullish. So when that happens and we end up at a key location, so this here is a key location on NVIDIA. This is the last swing low on the daily chart that broke to new highs. When that happens and sellers start to come into this thing, right? We've got a high, we've got a lower high, we've got a lower high, we've got a lower high. We're now in a battle zone. We've got buyers in the bigger trend trying to protect this and sellers in the current pullback, you know, portion of the trend that are trying to push this lower. And what's happening on a smaller time frame is what no trader ever wants to see, which is this disgusting up and down chop. So what I would look for here, yeah, the fight is on. So what I would look for here is a 5-minute structure. So when I look at this 5-minute chart, what's happening here is we've got this sell-off, this pullback, this sell-off. This is our break of structure point from the 5-minute trend. This is our change of character. It is the last swing that broke to new lows. So while we are in between the two of these, chopping around this level, to me, there is no trade to be had. It's a waste of time. What we want to do is when you first get to these levels, they're worth, like, I think, giving a shot because they're strong levels. They are levels that are a higher time frame that we can attempt to trade off of when price action gets there. But when you start to see price action chopping around there, moving to a lower time frame to trade the structure of that is going to keep you out of this mess. So this is our swing low in this trend. So this becomes our break of structure. And I will just go ahead and mark this. So for this current sellers that are moving this right now, this is their location to continue the trend. And they are currently the ones that are in control. So I'm going to do 5-minute break of structure. And then up here, this is the last swing that created new lows. So I'm going to mark that as the 5-minute change of character, which would put this back into trend with the larger time frame. So ideally, if the daily wants to like save themselves and get going, we would look for them to break this and start to continue up and out. anything in here in between these two areas is going to be very difficult to trade unless you're at the edges. So if you get up to the 5-minute change of character, there are plays to be had, just like yesterday, right? They played this multiple times. That's what I was mentioning earlier when I was talking about kind of like playing those levels at the open. And then once you get to the low or the swing low in the trend, that is a place to look for, you know, continuations from the sellers or maybe some buyers to kind of step into this thing. I would be more, because we were below a daily change of character down here, I would be looking more for the continuation play. But bigger time frame wise, if we're above this and we go back into structure, bullish structure on a intraday, smaller, lower time frame, I would be looking for this to get back in. So there's two places here to watch for trades. Anything in here is going to destroy your account. That's how I see it, at least. And I'm not always correct, but that's how I look at the chart. And I'm like, yeah, no, we're not playing that today, folks. But it's a daily level. You can play the daily level, but you're going to have to just withstand this crap. All right, Tesla. We might actually get to my target by the end of the day. Sweet, gentle Jesus. God. Let's play. I got $6 that needs to go. Come on. Giddy up, Buttercup. Do it for the fans. And then I'll walk you through this thing. No, 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 no. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. I've held this all day because, like, we didn't change the structure of the chart, never changed, right? It's kind of similar to, like, you know, if you thought of it in like terms of like Thor's strategy, I have a very similar, like, there is something that needs to break for me to change my thesis or bias. Kind of like Thor, right? He's got R3, S3. Unless we break that in the opposite direction, the bias stays to a certain side. And for me, it hasn't changed in any sort of way. So let's go. Give me 489. Take me to all-time high. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. But the shitty part here is I'm trading TSLL. And I want to reiterate how annoyed I am that that's what I'm in today. I absolutely hate it. Do not recommend. I don't know why people are trading it. And I have very strong feelings. It's cheaper, but cheaper isn't always better, right? Like if you think about, like, if you buy a car just because it's cheaper, you're probably going to be irritated with it. That's how I feel. Yeah, and like, you know, Gale Trader, it's like the movement of it isn't the same. And part of it is that you know, maybe I just didn't go in like a comparison of like, how do I say this? Like similar size, right? Like, let's say that you go into Tesla, the actual stock itself, and you go in with 100 shares. Maybe then in TSLL, you should be playing with like a couple thousand shares or whatever. I didn't do that, and maybe that's part of my issue. Like, I kind of kept it relative to what I would normally trade Tesla, and that's where the annoyance is in all of this. So, you know, if you're using a fixed risk hotkey, if you're just double clicking, you should have similar, like comparable, like share sizes. But I'm just so used to trading Tesla that like trading this lower priced situation is like messing with my brain. It could just be a psychological thing as well. You know, trading, like 90% of trading is psychological, and I'm very aware of that. Some of my issues and some of the things that I hate or like in trading are all, you know, they might not even be a technical related thing. It might just be, I don't like that stock because of the price. I just don't like it. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I've experienced it so that I can say I'm not into it. You know, it's like going on a roller coaster and then you're like, I don't need to do that anymore. Like Hollywood Tower of Terror. I went on it once as a child and I don't need to go on it ever again. NVDL is a better one. I think I've done my fair share. I don't need to do it anymore. But I'll trust you on this. I'll trust you on it, but I'll just live vicariously through you. So while this is moving and grooving, before we wrap up, I'll go ahead and walk through this. So let's go, let's just go daily on this. Those of you that are familiar with Wyckoff here will see, and I covered this a bit yesterday, but you know, when I did my Sunday weekly analysis for all of my mentees, this is something that I was pointing out as the breakout trade for kind of the week. Like if we get above the 470 area, I'm looking for long plays on this. The reason why is because on a bigger time frame, this has been in a long trend. We started to consolidate. We did a nice little pullback, no follow through or continuation. We got absorbed, and then they did a nice little sprang and pushed it up and out. And as this was pushing up and out, we reclaimed the earnings buyers. So it was almost a test of these earnings buyers. Like, will they let this drop? And they didn't. They reclaimed the earnings buyers level. And as they moved this up, they set demand here higher, right? And then they set it after they tested it. So they tested that. And then they broke up and out again, so they moved demand higher. So you've got buyers from a technical component here stepping up on this chart. And that's what we want to see when price starts to spring up and out of here. So I want to see the buyers stepping up. And you can see this on, the order book and everything as well when you're watching order flow. But from looking at historical chart setup, the buyers are stepping up on this chart, which is great. Now, I also want to bring attention to the volume. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so that you guys can see this. Notice from a bar by bar analysis standpoint here, notice how we had all of this selling down here and price never continued. Then as the buyers started to step in, they kind of dwindled out. Price kept pushing. We got some selling. They got above them on more elevated buying. So every time where the buyers took control of the chart, on that day, the volume becomes elevated. Versus now the selling is starting to kind of dwindle. It was elevated before, and now it's kind of dwindling. And notice just overall that the buyers are overpowering the selling volume. If this was like a 1 minute chart for an intraday setup, I would look at this and say the buyers are in control today. So when I look at a bigger time frame, I say the buyers are in control of this chart. Not only from a structural standpoint, looking at this setup and the way that they couldn't move lower and then they moved back up, the volume is also shifted back towards the buyers again, right? And so the battle is kind of dwindling and the buyers are actually taking over. So I love that about it. Now, when we start to dial it in of, okay, I've got all that, now where do I take the trade, right? So with that in mind, the first thing that I'm going to look for is where is the break of structure on the daily? So as this is moving up, it creates this high here, creates this high here, and then we sell off. Then we come back, we fail to close above it. That is still our break of structure on the daily. And then this sells off again. Then we get back up to it. And now we need to break this for this trend, this bigger time frame trend, to continue. So we're looking for a break of that. The other thing that I like about it is this is 4-hour supply. So where the break of and they sold off from there, I've fine-tuned it down to a 4-hour supply zone, and I'll show you what that looks like. So we're going, top down here. So bigger picture, and then we go top down. So let's go to 4-hour. So on the 4-hour chart, notice here how this seller comes in and creates, we've got the break of structure location on the daily, and we've got now a supply zone. So I'm going to drag this all the way across here, and I'm going to create the supply zone at the break of structure location. So we've got 469-ish is our break of structure on the daily. We've got 4-hour supply here. And today when price dipped down, that's what it held. So I was looking for price to hold that. Yesterday's breakout was great as well. I slept in, so I missed that breakout yesterday. So anything above 4-hour supply, anything above the daily break of structure area, I'm interested in. Now we dial it down into a smaller time frame. So before the open, bring my pen over. So before the open, this was our 5-minute break of structure, and this was our 5-minute change of character. So this was the last swing low that broke us to new lows, right? And this was our 5-minute break of structure. So if they were going to keep pulling this back, and if we were to actually lose this level, we might push lower, right? And we don't want that. So ideally, we want to be above the daily level, which is this red level. We want to be, actually, sorry, it's the green line here. This is the level. And then we want to be above 4-hour supply and above the 5-minute break of structure location. When price dipped down and reclaimed really quickly this morning, that's when I entered into this. So then I'm going for the 5-minute change of character. And once the 5-minute got into bullish structure with the daily chart, it never lost that. And we're just waiting for it to finish making its move to its next level here, which this is the all-time high and the weekly break of structure. And that is why I'm still holding on to it, because the internal or smaller time frame is still holding its change of character. When I got in this morning, if it had not been able to move through this and moved back down and moved through here, we would have had a different day on this, right? So the buyers that hold on to this, we want to see them shift the lower time frame to get into trend with the higher time frame, and then we can start to move towards the bigger time frame levels. And if I've just confused everybody, I apologize. Hopefully that kind of technical walkthrough made sense to some people, and if not, just wipe it from your brain and we will move on. Oh man. And if you guys have questions, please ask them. That's what I'm here for. You are scaling out of Tesla. You do you, bruh. I am not yet. Look at that volume. Come on, we're going to hit target. Let's go. It looks like there are some orders at, what is that level? 487. That might be worth getting out at. Just because it's so late in the day, I might just say we've had enough. Awesome. Happy to hear that, Anna. I'm glad. And if it doesn't make sense right now and you guys are confused about what I'm saying, just know that just keep showing up, keep asking questions, and one day it'll just click. Quitter talk starting. I really want 489, so I'm really trying here. But also, my parents are about to catch a flight, and I would rather spend time with them than watch this thing. So I might just exit when we get to that order at 487. Let's see, Harvey, you did exactly that for the past years. VBT member asking you and other mods questions bit by bit has definitely paid off. Awesome. You know, that's what it's for, right? That's what, you know, having coaches and reaching out and asking questions is for. And I think that you know, it's important to do that. There was, when I first started trading, I was thinking about this morning when I was showering, because that's where all my best thoughts come from. I was part of this small trading group, and there was somebody in my trading group who learned market structure early on, and he just started excelling. Like, his trades were amazing. I could not understand them. He was doing really well. And eventually he just like left the group because I don't think we were adding any value at that point. He was just making all the really amazing trades. Anyways, he left the group. He's an amazing trader. Sometimes he pops in here every once in a while. I don't know if he's still here. I'm not going to call him out, but really great trader. Anyways, after I saw his trades and I started to be like, all right, clearly he's like, there is something that he's understanding about the market that I'm not understanding. I took the time to really try to learn market structure and understand, like, how do I actually read this chart? It's not just about like a swing high. It's not just about a swing low. It is about which swing high and which swing low. Some of them are more significant than others. And once I was able to wrap my brain around that and why some of them are just better than others and why like we stall at certain places or actually continue from certain places, along with order flow and everything, my trading has really started to excel. It's the understanding of supply and demand. It's the understanding of key levels in the market. And then, bringing in order flow just amplifies that. But I want you to know that I've been where a lot of you guys are. So know that it is possible to learn to read the market. There is a path forward in this. And even if you are so frustrated and you log into these sessions and you're like, I just still don't get it, there will just be a moment in your trading where it will click. Like, it's almost like you have to just have enough screen time and enough foundational components that just get layered over and over and over again to where just at one moment in time, you're like, oh my God, that makes sense, right? So just keep showing up. That's the best, I can say is, just keep showing up. Eventually it all kind of starts to fall into place. That's my soapbox for you guys. And then Crispy, you're asking why not swing it? I could. If I was in Tesla, I would, but I am in TSLL and I will not. I'm not going to swing a leveraged product. I'm very irritated that I took a leveraged product. Here, I'll show you the trade. Let me pop this out. Bring it over here. So we out here in this all day. Here's my entry. And we've just been chilling like a villain all day long. So basically, if I put this with Tesla, I am in here on Tesla. And we're just riding. My ride or die today. Is it like an epiphany moment all at once, or things click bit by bit over time? I think bit by bit over time. It's funny because anytime that I've had like an epiphany moment in the market, I've lost a lot of money. So it's like, you think it's an epiphany and you think you've figured it all out. And then the market's like, actually, you have not figured anything out, and really puts you on your ass. So think of those moments where it feels like an epiphany as like just part of like the puzzle, like of it clicking a little bit over time. And eventually you get enough layered puzzle pieces where you're like, okay, I can now understand why the market is kind of moving this way. And there's a lot of components to it. So I'm not even building in like the option side. That also has something to do with this. But if we're just talking structure of the chart, and those are puzzle pieces that you can learn and you can start to combine in your trading. It's been a big topic, theme with my group coaching this past month. We've been doing a lot of market structure. I know some of you guys are in here, and like the questions have been great, and it can take time to really understand it, but the more that you can keep doing it, the easier it becomes. So just stick with what you're learning. Just TSLL, Rob. Just TSLL. All right. Well, it is that time of day, folks. So that's all I've got for you. So I'm gonna head out. I gotta take my parents to the airport today. So I will catch you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place, and enjoy the rest of your day. If anybody has questions, you know where to find me. There's my email address, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.
Afternoon, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed the Megan Hour. And now you have Baldy time. The poll is running. When you get a chance, answer the poll. Let us know how your day is going.
Peter, I have a question for you.
Well, I hopefully have an answer then.
Well, I just really have wanted to ask you this the past couple of days, but we're like ships in the night. And I just need to know, like, have you heard recently about all of these crows that have gone missing? Like, super weird.
No, I haven't. Please tell me.
Like, scientists cannot seem to find the cause.
Really? What? Oh, God. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Took me a second. All right. You got me. You got me. Wow. You know, because I was thinking too the other day, Megan, that if I ever lost my hand, imagine if you lost your hand in a tragic accident. Like, I wouldn't be able to trade properly. So I'd have to get like an artificial hand. And they're expensive. I'm not sure if I could afford a new one. So I'd have to buy one, like a used one off of somebody. And I'd want to make sure it actually fits. So I'd have to go in person. That means that I'd be buying a third hand, second hand, first hand.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah. Come on, man. Third hand, second hand, first hand. All right. Well, yours is better.
Okay, that one is like way over my head.
No? Come on. All right. What are you guys smoking? You want some, Sonny? It's the good stuff.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I'll leave you to it. You can shower the room with more dad jokes.
All right. I've been waiting to have you here so I could share that one with you. So.
Okay, bye.
Thanks, Megan. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to remember that one. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put that down in my joke database because that one was good. You made me groan. That's important. All right. Gary's got a Magic 8-Ball question. All right, let's do the important stuff. Let's do some trading related activities. Magic 8-Ball. Gary wants to know, will the SPY go over the previous day close, which is $680.73, at least once before 4 p.m. today? And the Magic 8-Ball says, Magic 8-Ball doesn't want to say anything. Whoa. Cannot predict now. No wonder it didn't want to say anything. Harvey, you missed both jokes? I don't know. It's once in a lifetime experience. Oh, there you go. That's another good one, John. I like that one too. Wow, I got some good ones here. I gotta write these down. Hmm. Okay. Ooh, I like this. I gotta look this up. Okay. Yeah. Another good day. Another day of trading opportunity. Hasn't been always the easiest, but the opportunity has been there. Let's try asking again. Magic 8 Ball. Gary still wants to know, will the SPY go over yesterday's close, which is $680.73, between now and the close of the markets at 4 o'clock, which is just under 52 minutes from now? The answer is, yes, definitely. Wow, okay. This time it said yes, definitely.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Hey, how are you doing, J Rad? Oops, not
I'm
here.
doing quite well.
Magic 8 Ball.
My fine bald friend. 'Tis the bald hour.
Yes, it is.
The beard compensates, and man, it's itchy right now. You don't get like itch on your beard anymore, right? Because you always have it. Or do you like a beard oil routine? How do you take care of it?
I've never actually used beard oil.
Really?
My son did once, or used to. No, it doesn't really. That's not true. If I let it grow too long, then yes, there's an itchy period, and then it goes away. It definitely looks like you've been scratching.
Yeah.
So don't worry, you'll get through it. But yes, there's an itchy period. Going for a beard, eh? I like it.
I wouldn't say that. I'm just in the phase where I need to shave. And
you've been a lazy shaver?
Yeah.
I see. All right. Oh, and we got Mike too. Wow.
Mike.
That's tomorrow.
I don't know how long I'm going to go.
Apparently, barely long enough to make that statement.
Yeah, audio is a little choppy there, but might be coming in better.
Is it better now?
I think it's your connection, not your mic itself.
Yeah, you're sort of, the video's freezing and the mic is choppy. It sounds like a connection issue more than anything.
But it might have just been temporary. That first sign in acknowledgement.
My goodness, excuse me.
But yeah, trading's good today. I'm pretty much done with Tesla today, and
done with Tesla.
I'm sure their traders are going to take it right into the close, but we made a good move on it already. I think the fibs might stop it in just a bit, but get every inch that you can because the stock is hot. Tesla's hot.
Can you hear me now without
Yes,
choppiness?
much better.
All right,
Yeah.
much better.
Much
Oh, well, that's because I shaved before I got onto the plane, Peter, and I've yet to shave since. So I'm wondering if I just don't shave till I get off the plane back in the U.S.
Oh, maybe that should be a challenge. Jared can match you.
No.
Come on.
No.
Why not? I can do the same. We can all have big bushy beards.
I would need to get some beard oil then to calm this thing.
Oh, we could all put it into like a little point. Fashion it. Anyways. All right.
Yeah.
Well, have you thought about my proposal, by the way? Jared?
Me?
Yeah.
Which one?
Oh.
Did you propose to me?
I proposed something to you.
That one. Not fully.
Okay. All
Is
right.
there an ETA?
No.
Is the main thing. Okay.
No.
I guess I wouldn't need to start
Just
considering
however long registration is open for, I suppose. But again, you can visit without that. But I thought it would be fun.
Are you gonna come run the marathon with us, Jared?
That was the proposal. Yeah.
That's what I proposed to him. I've got room in the house. You
absolutely
can come.
should.
It'll be a whole party.
Yeah. You should do it.
I'm considering it. I've got
A great half marathon workout plan.
I'm not so concerned about the marathon itself. It's mostly just
Half
I need to make sure. Yeah, half a marathon.
Oh, you're doing the full marathon, Jared.
Wait.
Well, that's not what I proposed, but all right.
I'll just run it twice.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
I'll run it frontwards and then backwards.
I don't think I've ever done a full marathon.
You don't
I've
think?
done,
I think
I've
you'd
done
remember.
a 10K and I've done longer than a 10K, but probably not a half marathon fully. So, because I wasn't really tracking it at the time. So, it took me a little while to get up to like half marathon comfortability, I guess. I don't
So
know. if
I'm
I could
saying
go full.
Nike Run app. Perfect for it.
Yeah.
Nike Run app. That's the way to go. Why do I always look like I'm sideways?
But back to the markets because we got hotness here. Tesla's about to break all-time high, guys. Like, how excited are we for the one stock that's trying right now?
Yeah.
It is trying. The market's pulling back right now. I don't know. It's
490.
Sorry, 488.54. So we got $2, let's say, from current price. It got almost $1 within $1.25.
I think he'll do it. Yesterday, man, Peter, I bet you, if you had been here, you would have shorted it.
Oh, at the
I
1 to
took
10
too
time?
It wasn't really a 1 to 10, but it moved up and then it hesitated right at that 481-ish or 480 level, and then it just dumped.
Oh wow!
Like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
had your typical setup right about 3 or 4 minutes after the 1 to 10 that you like to get in.
Look at that. Look at and it had volume.
Yeah.
And then it
Yep.
just hung there. Oh yeah. That looks
So
wow, and that's like a $5 move.
Yeah, it was fast.
that's why I tell you.
Yeah. That looks awesome. Too
To
bad.
me, it was like the intraday buyers were just dropping out because they weren't getting any more out of it that day. But we came in today to like finish up the move because we were thinking the same expansions yesterday. It's just we were too early. And as intraday traders, that's important. But I'm glad to see it try again today, obviously, because that was the bigger plan to get out of here. And yeah,
I want 500.
yeah, I don't see any reason why we can't hit 500 this week or get close. Because we'll see if we gap up tomorrow, maybe. That would be very helpful. And maybe if the divergence continues, because Tesla's been rallying on like market pullbacks. If we get strength in the market, I don't want Tesla to like start weakening because that would be the expectation. So ironically, we want a lagging market to get Tesla to go up. But one a day. Maybe we can rally something tomorrow, and then Tesla will just hit 500 while we're not looking.
488. All the orders in the world are sitting at 488 on Tesla.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about any other price.
Let's see. 62,000. Yeah, I've got my 490 showing way up there, but doesn't feel that far away now. 490 is very heavy. That might be a thing for tomorrow if we can stay under it. 500. I'm actually looking at 500 here. 500 has 290,397. That's our big weekly target right now on Tesla. And then once we clear 500, we're going into a yearly expansion because that's what all this has been prepping for. This is just the components to get us to the breakout. We haven't even started expanding yet the price. That's how crazy this move might be. It's ready. All time frames are bullish on Tesla. Every single one. From the 1 to the 5 to the hourly to the 15 to the daily to the weekly to the monthly to the yearly. Every single one. All gears. Full crank. And then one piece of bad news, we're gonna completely lose altitude. It's gonna be amazing. But, I don't know. It's exciting to get a breakout like this because it's been a while. Takes a while to circle back around.
I like it. As a long-term Tesla shareholder, I really like it.
Yeah.
Again.
I mean, 5 years of just seeing the same price levels. I mean, if Tesla can't wow some portion of next year, then I think investors are going to really start to like get a little frustrated because they're not making any money, you know. We've been buying these levels since 2021. So
Give me a robot that mows my lawn.
yeah.
That's what I need.
Give me a self-driving robot.
Yeah, a self-driving robot. But you give me a robot. If I get a robot that mows my lawn, I'm going to be the nicest person to that robot because I want that robot to defend me against my neighbor's robot when they decide to take over the world.
Ooh, battle bots. Lawn battle bots. Now we're thinking. One bot has hedge clippers. One bot has like I don't know, just a chainsaw. We'll put them to battle. That's where the money is.
And then you got to replace it. So it's like perfect.
I love it.
You got to repurchase.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps things moving.
There's going to be like a secondary market for just robot parts. And then, customization of your robot, paint jobs, stickers.
Wasn't there a movie that they had the battle bots?
There's a few. The one with
Real Steel, the one with
Real Steel. We were talking about that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we were the boxing robot with it's one of the Helmsworth brothers, wasn't it, or was it Hugh? It was Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, Huge Jackman. His official name.
Wolverine.
that works too. The Greatest Showman is his third name. No, Huge Jacked Man. French.
Huge
You
Jacked
have to
Man.
add an extra jacked.
I see.
Oh, new high there. 487.50s.
Yeah.
Can we kiss it today?
You're going to. I'm telling you, they're going to get it over the all-time high.
It feels like it. I mean, if a seller wants to come in and try and stuff, maybe these late to the party longs, maybe, but it's still probably not going to work at this point. We've lost all semblance of sellers. 480 felt like the real seller in Tesla's range, and we broke them just now. So these are your fib extensions, though, so just be careful of like an algo sell. More of a reaction than a strong hand. These are buyers who have targets. They'll put the orders where the extensions are.
Oh, boo. too bad.
Someone was saying, I think it was I forget the name, but there's someone who's monitoring like call sweeps on Tesla and keeps posting them in the chat room. They were saying they noticed an 800 call sweep in March. So like we're looking at positioning for the next couple months, and if they're starting to load up 800s, I mean, that's like an MSTR style flow, you know, where we might see 50 or 60% upside here. I want to confirm that, obviously, but yeah, I mean, talk dirty to me at this point. I don't give a damn.
Talk dirty to me.
Well, John said it, yeah. I see 700, but look at the volume right here. 3873 in the 800 calls.
Wow.
You know, someone's doing something out in March, and they're starting to load that up. I want to see how they're coming in today. Let's see, like, because we got short-term players. They're all going to be targeting the same thing. I want to see like a March participant or February, 600s in February. Yeah, everything I'm seeing is just looking at call side activity. It's all bullish. Just the thought of a breakout gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Got you all excited.
I mean, do you remember trading NVIDIA when it first broke like 400 at the time? It had that multi-month range, and then Nancy Pelosi had her positions in, and the thing just ripped. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for. Just like that exciting price discovery action. Somewhere down here, you know. There was a couple days I remember, I was like, man, this thing is not moving like it was anymore. And I had to start changing the way I traded it. It just ripped. Yeah, PLTR. Those were coming off of like some earnings gap ups. Even PLTR, I think, jumped over the highs. No, that one took a while. This is more like getting ready to jump over. I don't know. If you like swing trades, I think Tesla's going to be something to watch.
Also like Tesla at 500.
That'll feel like peanuts when we're done. We'll get it there, but we might not want to sell it that soon. Some comments on the SPY activity too. So it's an observation I made this morning. I marked it so we could visually see it, but all of this blue area on the SPY is an old gap. A lot of our midday session has been filling that gap with some price activity. And even in pre-market, we had missed the wick high of Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So at a minimum, I thought they might come back and actually connect to it. What I see now is that they filled the whole gap, which is a much better fix, I guess. Like it's a full fix of the gap to me. And not only that, but we're starting to see like the move away from it. So it's probably why you're not thinking the market is as weak at this point. It's probably because we were only selling to fix the gap right now for today. Now on the intraday, it looks all choppy. The daily chart looks like a pullback that might be finished, as long as we can kind of keep those lows intact next couple days. Then we might have a good minor low to work off of to get the next leg up in the market. So just kind of keep those zones in mind as you're intraday trading, because I think that's what kind of made us trade weird in the morning to the downside. It was very difficult to move down, but it kept working. And once they fix the gap, it feels like it's changing direction pretty well. Targeting probably just high of day, and we might even get lucky and break out. Once our 5-minute lifts will be all right.
All right, we got a little pullback here. Pause for the cause.
Your board meeting uneventful, Peter?
It was a little contentious at times.
Oh yeah.
At least it was entertaining.
Sure. And we can call it entertaining.
I'm assuming the guy is not getting paid 8 times what he's currently getting paid, and y'all came to a much more reasonable agreement yesterday. Obviously, no details needed. Just sounded like a ridiculous claim.
Just wanted to know if any food fights started or
no
staplers being thrown.
Ooh. Here's some aggressive move back to the high here. Come on, Tesla. You can do it.
You got it, Tesla. Come on.
Shorting it. I know Peter's shorting it right now. I know he is. Look at him.
No, I'm not actually. I'm waiting for the opportunity, to be honest. But I'm not.
He's waiting for 488.
No, it's too close to this all-time high. Like this last dollar could be be an exciting
big push.
Yeah, I don't want to get in front of
I
that.
think we break.
Not yet.
I think we break 488 and push right through 488.54.
Yeah. John's got the target all-time high.
There it is, all-time high.
I just popped in to put the hat on if this should happen, which I think it's going to. I'm not putting it on my head until I see 488.54 though.
Wait, is there a pre-market high above that? We might want to really double check.
Going off whatever the DOS daily chart is.
Yeah, no.
It was
no
around the same. I think it is actually 488.54. Oh my, 15.
Here we go.
Come on, baby.
There we go.
Come on.
Let's see. Yeah. I have it 488.54. Yeah. It's a session high.
That's what I have it as. Let's go Tesla.
One little push.
Don't fail us now.
One little push.
There it is.
Yeah, baby.
There it is. A little poke.
64, so a couple of cents higher. 66.
I put this hat on for a couple reasons, but none better than this.
Sweet resolution.
There we go.
So, John, I want a full markup of every emotion you experienced, along with every challenger you had along the Tesla journey, from the lowest lows to now.
It hasn't been that bad because it's honestly gone up fairly steady since I buzzed. There's been some, you remember the.
I remember certain days.
Yeah, which we may be back at tomorrow for all I know.
Wow. All right. See, this is why you don't want to get in front of this one. All right. Now the volume's here.
We go.
Welcome.
489.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody
it's ridiculous to think we can pull up Atlas
Tesla.
and actually look at 500 and think about like what's there at this point.
There's a couple scenarios for tomorrow. We could just jump like $5 more and then rush towards it. If we pull back, I'm not going to be as keen, but I mean, we don't even have to go to it anymore. We can just jump over it. It's only $10 away. So I'm very concerned with like an overnight gap up over 500 where we're actually buying at the price. And then we start rushing for like 525 or something. So
I actually have a few shares of a day trade left here, and I got so excited I forgot the partial. I forgot what I was doing.
That's the way. I mean, I'm out, and y'all are getting extra on this one. That's what's so good about that consolidation it had. I mean, you have all this like new demand coming in. I don't even have a good target now, obviously. What would be a double? $492. These are just intraday, So. But yeah, everything I'm seeing, John, option side is straight call buying. So the market wants it.
I think the 2 trillion market cap is up around 600. I did a calculation yesterday, and I believe I think it's just below 600 or just above it, but it's very close.
That's what I want to start thinking about is more just market cap prices.
Yeah.
This kind of movement's only going to matter if it makes those milestones.
There we go. All right. So I got my partial. Oh, let's take another one here. Come on, get down below.
Peter's shorting all-time highs. There he is.
Of course. Short it. I just got it again. 489.30 was my short entry, and I don't want to take a lot of risk. It's holding up here better than I would have expected. So it just came up and spiked me out there again. So we'll just wait. It's a little still looking strong here.
This monthly chart is amazing.
And you guys can see that on my chart, I think. So come on.
Oh. 490 is going to get weird.
Oof. I don't know what to. Yeah, those 490. There's like 490 orders and nothing in between.
Yeah. It'd be good to maybe look for like a spike through.
Yeah.
I don't like the hesitation underneath because the fill would be a $1.50 spike potentially. So.
Wow. It's pulling the whole market is charging higher here right now.
Yeah.
I gotta believe that Tesla's leading the charge.
It's our stronger name. It's our biggest market cap mover with performance. Meta's up 2%. That might be helping. But it's not the outperformer today. Not yet. And everything's setting up. We needed this.
God, it's
Santa's rally is brewing. It wants one thing. 7,000.
This just feels like it's gonna break hard one way or the other. It's all-time highs. It's hanging out here.
Time highs.
Nvidia's pushing nicely higher here this afternoon. 178 on Nvidia right now.
I'll give you something to wreck your Santa Claus rally, though. I think Trump has requested airtime at 9 o'clock tomorrow night to talk to the nation, which you never know. It's either something big or he's releasing like a Trump doll or something. You don't know which one it is, but
a Trump doll,
a Trump Labubu or something. But
honestly,
it's probably Venezuela. Given the time, usually at night when presidents talk, it's usually a national security kind of thing like that.
Briefing.
So I fear it's that, and which will shake up the energy markets a lot, which will shake up probably a lot of stuff. So that may be the hiccup in the whole rally, but we'll see. Hopefully it's a Labubu.
There you go. Here we go. 490. Done.
Oh, there it is.
Now let's see. Oh, look at the orders now that have populated here higher. Interesting. Okay, wait.
Wow, there was that spike. Oh, come on. Were you too short? Too late, Peter?
I was not fast enough. Yeah.
All the Tesla buyers are like, I got the sundae, I got the nuts, I got the icing, I got the sprinkles, I got everything. What?
The cherry's at 500.
The cherry. Yeah, if I'm lucky, I'll get the nuts, but you get the sundae, Vinny. This truly is a planned trade, and I'm really glad to see a lot of people are taking advantage of it. Whether you're long or short, I'm not going to give Peter harp, but I don't think Peter's looking the right way.
Look at all the orders to the top side. I want to short it so bad, but it's
just give it some room. Give it some room. I mean, if you're right, you'll need to give it at least $1. Don't scalp it. Like, we either accept all-time high or we don't. So I think that's the only way to manage it at this point. Yeah, and I know I've been talking about this rally for a while in Tesla, so this is like a full staged trade that's starting to show its face. But remember, there are buyers who are just now getting into Tesla. They buy at the all-time high, so they're fresh. They want
fresh
expansion. Yeah, they want the money.
Fresh meat.
Fresh. All right, Peter. There's your candle.
Yeah, my trades need to be tighter than that. I didn't want to go against this. There was too many orders to the top side, and they restacked at 490 twice. That's interesting. You're right, Jared. It really looks like there's people waiting for it. I just don't know if there's enough to hold it here.
I think intraday longs are done. They target this area. It's whether or not the market maker can finish up further or just hold back. Because if we lose 487, you'll probably imbalance like late to the money longs. But I'm showing you my chart just because we're back testing all-time high right now. So that's the only thing that matters. If it holds, then we don't go anywhere. We just move sideways. So, stuff. But imagine, Peter, you could be at the highest tick of Tesla ever. This could be the highest price ever on Tesla. You could hold this short forever if you want.
Hold it to zero, you're saying, eh? Yeah, sure.
Such a bad influence on the markets.
Yes, you are. Old.
Just making a trader think.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and John, you called it too. Yep. Yeah, our performance today is kind of normal, right, John? Like, this is a normal day.
Yeah, that's not really nothing big. I mean, it's not always nice to have a 2.8% day, but it's just not hard for Tesla to do, or in the opposite direction.
Exactly. We're just excited because it's the price that we're achieving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not the range that's impressive today. It's just the actual price point.
Yeah.
Here we go, by the way, back to 490, I think. Retesting.
On Tesla, Gary? Or like on the market? I usually don't look for the flip on... we need to be trending for a while. This is actually the start of a trend. Like the yearly. So, no, I wouldn't be looking for it tomorrow. I'd maybe look for it at like... Depends on how fast we go, actually. Because... the way this is set up, if they start maneuvering around the daily moving averages, I would never look for it until way further. And more importantly, I would need like probably a weekly extension, of which we don't have. So I don't think it's the right moment to look for it. Gary's saying we won't breach 500. What if we jump over 500? We don't have to go through it. We can just jump. A wall doesn't stop us if I jump over it. So we might do that. I think it's cautious to say that. That's one way it can break out. Are you still long in it, John?
I am I'm in a trade right now from way down at 482, 41.50.
Nice.
Oh.
I've added 3 times.
Nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
Have you taken any profits?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Big old Christmas tree chart.
'Tis the season. I've made a few of my own.
OKLO is pushing up to the high a day. That's at the pre-market high. Actually, it's not the high a day, but it's pushing up to the pre-market high here. For what it's worth, a lot of things are though.
Oh, all right. Now it looks like it wants to do something. All right, where are we going to go? NVIDIA looks like it topped at 178.
It's been a chop fest.
Yeah.
This does look kind of like a short period. I don't want to talk you into anything, but it's achieved, the big story. I don't know. It's 15 minutes left in the day. 490 might be the wall.
I think
That 1 to 10 though, that's gonna be scary.
That's true. Who knows what the hell's gonna happen there? That's gonna be wild.
Imagine I was short all day in pressure and then a bunch of my margin all of a sudden disappears and I have to liquidate higher. That's what I'm scared of. It's the opposite party.
Yeah, here we go. So a new high.
Some people short on the way up and they liquidate at the highs. We're just a little bit faster sometimes. Now, a 5-minute high with no expansion would be a great quick short because I'm watching how the highs are getting made now. See, that last high was not amazing yet.
No, there was no volume on it.
Mm-hmm. So if the market maker wants to flip back around, that would be fine.
As you guys are pointing out, with 3 minutes to the 1 to 10, I don't want to. This thing could get a pop in it It would be awesome if this thing could pop to a new all-time high right at the 1 to 10 mark, because then that would show our last hurrah. But I don't. I'm afraid it might not have any orders left.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at how NVIDIA broke out, John, because we need to start prepping for a session that Tesla breaks 500. That type of energy is gonna be very different than what we've been trading.
Yeah.
So we might need to get our big boy pants on as well. Like this is a different horse now.
Big boy pants and small share size.
It depends.
It depends.
I might size in to a move like that if the money's really flowing. The shares are bigger, but we might get more volatility too.
I've got my Lululemon money burning a hole in my pocket, Jared.
That's true. Could just roll that into more Tesla. Double down on the horse. MU earnings. Does MU have earnings? There's still earnings going on? Oh, look at that. MU does have earnings tomorrow.
All right.
Expected move on MU 22.25. That's all I need to mention. All right, Peter's gonna short Tesla until the close. I guarantee it.
Guarantee it? Well, you can guarantee I'll be looking for it. Whether I actually do it or not, it's going to depend on what sets up here. So
sees all this 5-minute balance right here. He's like, I can't wait.
I can't wait.
Can't wait.
This could pop all the way up to 491 with a big volume spike and then die. That would be awesome. But all right, here we go. Da, 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 da. Here we go. Here we go.
Did spike up for you.
It did. Wow, on very wimpy volume. That's it's hard to take that early though. Come on. Here comes the volume now, a little bit. Oh, that is interesting.
That looks like a finishing move there. If we break this mid price.
Look at Microsoft. That's a spike higher on Microsoft.
Yeah, that felt like the top right there for today. It's hard to say. It looks like a move I would try. Got the double top highs on the 5. No follow through there. If we break this low, it should come down pretty fast. Probably here. But they're keeping it balanced for now.
Yeah. I'm not going to chase it. Interesting that Microsoft is bouncing back up. Don't forget the Magic 8 Ball said the SPY was going to go green between now and the close.
Break that low. Break it. pretty much we're back at a high of day. There's a little bit of tester candles here, but this was the morning 5-minute level. So that's about what I would expect from a turnaround after a gap fill, is just putting the market to the morning prints. This looks pretty good for like end of day. I think the SPX is also...
See, here's why you don't short this.
It's pushing right back up, isn't it?
Yep. Actually just hit a new all-time high.
I like John's.
106.
John's taking a very stoic pride in all of this. I very like it.
John doesn't want to eat crow tomorrow morning when something crazy happens. So
hey,
best not to spike the football too hard.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens now. The new all-time high has been made. Doesn't matter if it's accepted or not. New prints. But it is true that you can't lock it in until... What would be your Tesla target? If this were a trade on Tesla, which I know it's not quite a trade.
I have no idea. I really don't. So it's kind of... Some of it will come down to how much money this ends up being and, you know, and sort of what I can do with it. If this turns into remodel of bathroom money, I might just, you know... give it all to my wife and be like, let's finally do it or something. Let's do it while it's still possible before remodeling a bathroom becomes so freaking expensive that we decide we're never doing it again in our lifetimes. Because that's starting to be like what it feels
Isn't
like.
it already there?
I think it is, Peter. Yeah, I haven't even looked since we bought the house. I don't even want to know what it would take to do such a
I know.
thing.
I know some people that are like remodeling, and it's like the costs are just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You got to do it yourself.
You do. You got to be Mike. And it's just, I have faith in myself, but I know it'll come with 8,000 mistakes along the way. I don't want to listen to my wife point out all 8,000 mistakes and why we should have hired someone and go through all, you know, like it becomes contentious and I can't, that's what I don't want to deal with. If I was by myself, I'd just take a sledgehammer and go to town and just figure things out, break some pipes.
I gotta say, John, I hear you 100%. It's no, it's not that bad. It's like we bought a tree. I'm usually always buying the live Christmas tree in the years, and this year I said you're coming with me because a couple of years ago I bought a tree that didn't work out too well. It had a big bald spot. It had scoliosis, as my daughter said. It was all crooked.
Oh, like a Grinch tree.
It's sort of, and you can't always tell when they're all wrapped up, right? Yeah. So anyway, this year we bought a tree, and it's it never opened. It never opened up. So it's like this skinny tree, and she's like, yeah, it's not a great tree. And I'm like, well, you know, but we bought it together. And she's like, I don't want to hear it. What are you talking? I'm like, I didn't say anything. You started. You're the one that made the comment. Oh, I just don't want to hear about the tree. I'm like, well, now you know how I felt when you were busy critiquing the tree all the time, and it was all my fault. This is why I don't want it to be my fault. I'm just trying to keep my mouth shut. Just say, it is what it is.
I can't explain this whole story I'm about to tell, so I'll give a very short version. But when we bought this house 6 years ago, the kids' shower needed a temperature adjustment. So I looked up the type of fixture it was. I went on YouTube. I found a video that said exactly how to do it. Long story short, John's fix made water rain out of the dining room light fixtures. And my wife was screaming, turn it off, turn it off. There's water coming out of the lights in the dining room. And that didn't even compute. I'm like, what the hell did I just do in the shower that made that happen, you know? And I lost all my credit for being able to do anything at that point, you know. And recently the lights were flickering. And I'm like, it's old light switches. I can do this. Let me do it. And she's like, let's call an electrician. I'm like, I'm not paying $300 to get light switches replaced. So I did that correctly, and I built like a little bit of like trust back, but I'm not there. I'm definitely not bathroom remodeling there, you know. So I'm slowly trying to get back into good graces.
You ever seen the video of the guy that's like he's repairing someone's house, and he looks at the electrical panel, and like there's wires cross connected everywhere, and he says, "So, ma'am, who did the last work?" "Oh, my nephew. He's real handy." And the guy says, "And what year did his house burn down?" And she's like, "Oh, it was 2022, but how do you know his house burnt down?" You know, it's one of those when you look at the wiring, you're like,
Oh, just I guess.
yeah. Well,
Yes.
Raph, you have to understand, I've been married a long time, but we've only lived in a house that we've owned for 6 years because we've been renting or on military housing for our entire lives. So like we always called somebody.
Right.
You know, I did very little handyman stuff.
That's fair. I know. I remember how excited you were. Do you still map your oil consumption?
I do. Yeah. Still charting it. Looks good.
Yeah. What are we looking at this year, by the way? Did you advance buy, or are you going to pay as you go?
I didn't, and it was a pretty good price too. So again, this may hinge on Venezuela as to whether this works out or not. I think I could have locked in $1.90 per gallon, and currently the price is oh geez, wow. Oh no, that can't be right. No, it wasn't. No. No, it was 310, and it's at 310 right now. So I'm
Okay.
Oh geez, I was like, holy shit. No, it wasn't 190.
Yeah, we have about 30 seconds left. We
Got
did hit
30 seconds if you want to get out.
Oh yeah, I gotta get
Yeah,
out of the street.
we did hit the 200% extension, so we doubled the consolidation from before. That might be all we get for today.
Yeah.
Very
So I
nice.
didn't end up taking a 1 to 10. I did get a little earlier attempted reversal on Tesla. There was a couple of opportunities here, but nothing real pretty.
I did not go green.
We recovered. Good enough.
There's the bell. Ooh, look at that spike in NVIDIA, up and down. Well, Gary, it looks like the Magic 8 Ball was not correct. It was directionally correct, but your specific question was, would it hit 280.73? And it did not. You got 280.56 was the closest it got. So I'll have to call that false. All right.
There's just an old candle in the way.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Accuracy rating down to 58% again.
What a great day.
All right. Some good trades there. What do we have? Any earnings? Nothing. Lennar Corporation. That's about it.
Nothing tonight. Just MU mentioned tomorrow.
Yeah.
But, do we have
All right.
anything else? Anything?
Wednesday. Oh, tomorrow, Wednesday. MU. There was something else tomorrow, I thought. Oh,
After the close.
no. Maybe I'm thinking Thursday with
Yeah.
FedEx and Costco. Yeah.
We did Costco already.
Did we?
Was it Costco last week? So FedEx and Nike makes sense, but Costco's might not.
Oh, you're right. The next one is March the 12th. Yeah, why is that on the wrong day?
There's a couple of companies that just I've noticed they show up twice. So just
Okay.
have to double check that. Is there? Would I just email the trading terminal team, Mike, if we noticed certain companies show up twice on the earnings calendar?
Just email info.
I think they're aware of it because I remember that being a problem when they were first developing it. It must be a data provider issue.
Yeah, I think so, probably.
Okay. It's only a few of them, but they always show up twice at very specific companies.
Cool. Well, guys, thanks for letting me invade on this special day.
No. Always a pleasure to have you.
Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Anytime.
All right.
You
I'm
won't
out
see
of
us
here.
tomorrow,
Take
apparently.
care, everybody.
All right. Later, y'all.
All right.
I'm gonna
Take
start
care.
planning for the Tesla 500 breakout. Because today is just the beginning.
All right. I'll leave you to it. Have a good evening, everybody. Talk to y'all later.
All right. Later, Peter. Kind of thinking scenarios here. So it's a full reversal, high to low. Year-to-date high versus all-time high was cleared a couple months back. And we're expanding past recent ranges. So, trying to think how to measure out. Because I'm also trying to think how they're going to open. So, I think if we open under 500 tomorrow, we could have one more day of rest on Tesla. Today's session was pretty wide. Even if we gap up and move to like 495, that could still be a little exhaustive. But with 500 being so close, I'm more worried about what happens if we open above 500 tomorrow. So let's say there's like an overnight move. How would we handle a 500 plus open on Tesla? Would we buy 495 pullback and then look for the reclaim, or would we just gap and go style? To me, there's so much open interest here that it would be better just to gap over it. I actually would prefer not to run into 500 from below on Tesla. And I think that would be the most bullish scenario, is to use 500 as support, not resistance, and just get over it on a gap. So usually jumping over a call wall is only possible whenever there's a huge market shift in dynamic. I think even though we're seeing new all-time highs, that's not really the objective on Tesla. That's just an old price marker. I'm more thinking the most bullish scenario is getting over the objective as soon as we open, and then seeing more buying above 500. So that's kind of what I'm planning right now for tomorrow, because even though we traded Tesla today, it was a pretty normal day. I'm actually planning for an abnormal day tomorrow, despite what we saw in Tesla today. I look at the daily candle. Tesla had a good day. It's just going through a midday consolidation and then an afternoon breakout. That's a trend continuation day. It's a type of trend day. And the only thing to plan is for a gap up open. Since we're moving like this, where do you think we're going to gap? So I don't know if anyone has thoughts on that. I can tell you pretty much everyone and their mom is going to be trading Tesla tomorrow. So we may as well think about it right now while we have some time. I mean, who wouldn't want to trade Tesla tomorrow? gap and go. What defendable support exists right now for 500? Are you asking what support do we currently have to get to 500? As in, what do we trust right now to get us to 500? Historical. Right. That's, yeah. I'm not even really thinking about getting to 500. I'm trying to use 500 as support. So, but I'm also trying to make sure I'm based on what? If we gap above 500. Why do I need support if we're at new price levels? We're just going to start exploring. I don't need an established support. I need price discovery. We're trying to plan like an expansion. So when prices break out of all definable levels, why do I need to worry about the support behind me if all we're doing is exploring? I would only worry about that if there's a failure pattern. So failure would be, I don't know, going back into balance and losing 2 days worth of effort. So, like, to me, this profile isn't so much worried about support, it's worried about whether the expansion continues or not. Is that towards your question, Ryan, or are you trying to like offer a counterexample? Because some questions come in and say, well, why do we theorize that way? I'm trying to theorize price expansion. Your question assumes support. And the recent trade has support in the value areas, because that's how market profile suggests support is made. Where do we see price acceptance? Right here, VPOC. So if push came to shove, I wouldn't want to trade Tesla where we gap up and have to go this way to find support. It would be an oversold kind of move intraday, and maybe we could V reverse. I mean, if you got an entry in a V reverse, maybe hold it. But that's not what I'm looking for based on today's movement. Yeah, that's a better question. So I agree. If there was a failure on Tesla, how do we confirm failure at this point? I would have to confirm it by price trading under this VPOC over the past 2 days. Because even though this is an active candle, the VPOC of this week is 477 approximately. All massive price acceptance has been the chop zone of yesterday and the chop zone of today. So that's price acceptance to me. They've already done the inventory management at those levels. People have gotten their positions. We've moved forward. So because we're moving up, that is real support. It is price acceptance support. It's not like the low. It's where every buyer's position is dependent on expansion. And a loss of this area, it's like a VPOC here, would be a failure. Anything else, to me, and to the market's view, is a pullback. So we would buy it, right? So that's a better answer to your question. Failure would be under 477.50 approximately. this week. And logically, that makes sense, right? It'd be halfway down. It'd be too much pressure. And we'd have to be under it to break the weekly open. The weekly open is the buyer or the discount of the week. So if our candle looks like this, because we're working off dailies, we forget about what's happening on the weekly. This is our active candle on the weekly right now. Not only do I not care how that candle is made if its main intention is to grow, but more importantly, you can't fail it unless you look like this and you go red. So theoretically, if you can't even break this price, it might not even be failure. It would be like a wick assessment or a test. So even if we went to 475, it could still not work and we could still break 500 because all of it's happening on an active candle this week. But session by session, I'm trying to prepare for what would be a good opportunity intraday. And that's where I would say we're trying to prepare for like Wednesday. Failure this week would have to be a pivot candle losing 470 or just not getting any price acceptance, a huge wick. Or, to kind of lay out scenarios here, it could take 3 weeks. Because if we have to move up first, and then we have to do this for a week, and then we have to run it back, that's a real failure pattern on a weekly chart. It's a 3-bar reversal, or a 2-bar engulfing, maybe if it is that aggressive. So to me, I'm not even looking for failure this week because nothing about the active candle says I should, right? There's nothing on the weekly that tells me to look for failure. And if it is failing, it should be obvious. We'll be trading under VPOX this week. So just to kind of lay that out. I start with the successful parts, and then the failure patterns come with the opposite of success, which is when do these participants start losing? And you can't lose if you're positioned at 477 with a day like today. You can't lose if you bought 470 with a day like today. You can be tested, maybe, but that's not how market participants of this magnitude work. They keep buying. They have a price, they keep buying it. Their failure is lack of expansion, which would be like a pivot candle. So, all stocks, Nate. Tesla is one analysis using the method for what is considered a stock in play right now. Market profile should be applied to all markets if used adequately. So, volume profile. I'm not doing full market profile, but so as an aggregate, Nate, what does everybody think about Tesla right now? And I just want to look at Monday, right? Like everybody who's trading Tesla either has positions here because it's where the most trade took place, or they took advantage of the Monday open and today's test of Monday open, which is why we saw such an aggressive step up there. It didn't drop. So Monday open offered Monday high and resistance. Tuesday low revisited Monday's high. We did the same chop. So that's 2 days of price assertion, I guess, or just value assertion. And then by the end of today, we got something different. We accepted that price, the market did. and we moved it on. So we are either looking for another round of price acceptance tomorrow, which I wouldn't be interested in, or we are so aggressively bullish that we're going to start price discovery. And at no point would I be thinking balance in a breakout, because that's the opposite of balance. It's imbalance. So that to me is what's showing here. That's the real truth of this profile right now. And failure to me would have to be going under the price acceptance, which now that I'm bringing up this total profile, just the past 2 days, like I'm trying to zoom in as much as possible. I have my VPOC at 477.2. So if you can't even get under this shelf of volume, there is no failure. We might not get new price levels, new price highs, but there's no failure. That would just be more shelves being made or volume areas being created over the course of a couple days, building structure higher and higher. So, it's a good question, because like that happens a lot intraday. A lot of traders focus on what is happening, and they don't think about when it fails, so they'll take, arbitrary stops and have positions in weird spots. But to this degree, I would also be considering that if we want to back test, I want to buy 480. If we're above 495, I want to run it to 500. If we're above 500, I want to buy a gap and go. So every scenario is a long, but it's only because of this configuration. So failure this week would be under this price. And I don't think it's FOMO, like J2H mentioned FOMO. This is trade logic. If we are in a Tesla breakout, a breakout doesn't look like $2. A breakout looks like 25 at least. So we have a lot of room up here if it's a breakout. And if it's a failure, we would have to be losing a lot of activity all at once. I don't like us reaching for an all-time high and trusting it, so the back test is one problem for tomorrow. If we just reached for the high today, then we could just back test right here. So that oversold idea might still work, but I just don't want to play it that way. I want to just gap over 500 and start to explore. So that's my most bullish scenario. So it's like jump over 500 and go. I don't like a $5 or $10 range right here. At this point, I'd prefer momentum. And then if we do this nasty, like come back down and have to bounce off this area, then so be it. It'll have to just be a weird intraday long. So you've been playing meta, tough to figure out, and you see I leave pre-market prices on the chart. Do I weigh those the same? Not necessarily. It's still part of the overall view of the market, but pre-market prices are often price offerings that don't have a lot of staying power if in a larger move. So do I need, like, I can delete all this for now, but the truth of it is my eyes are navigating closer to the regular trading hours prices. So this to me is the real information that my eye sees, Nate. But because of these boundaries that were created on Monday, is it more valuable or less valuable to have this information given it's inside? It's good to know that when they moved it down, whether we saw it in pre-market or we saw it today, that was support. right? The thing to remember though is when I bring the volume profile up, all pre-market activity may as well just be noise. Because I can tell you a lot more of this profile is built with the regular trading hours volume. Like there's no volume in pre-market that would register as part of this giant shelf right here. So it's good to see the interactions, but truth be told, the money is made whether or not we stay in this range. And because pre-market didn't move us out of balance, it's kind of just part of the same puzzle. It's almost as if it's the same range. And it could have happened in the regular hours or it could have not. So, does that make sense, Nate? Otherwise, you could do this. I don't think it changes the story. There. That is everything that happened on Tesla this week. These two boxes. So, and obviously I want to anchor to the 30, but those are the general price offering levels, but that's a 30-minute Monday. The initial look, the initial touch, we tested support, no selling. We tested resistance, no buying yet. Lots of price acceptance, lots of price consolidation, afternoon breakout. That is all the major information that's being presented here. And all I care about are these past 2 days. So. Can I do a 2-day? Yeah, 2-day, 30-minute. There you go. That work, Nate? Just thumbs up. I'm not going to look at another stock. I'll tell you that. It's Tesla right now, but that's important. If you're going to do this type of analysis, the pre-market trade is sometimes just an assertion of whether or not the market is ready to move to a new level. So we get gaps sometimes, and it's really about whether or not the market accepts that that's going to be the trading range of the day. If it isn't, it'll go back to previous day close. If it is, and there's still momentum, we'll gap and go. Because of this overnight trade not being outside of Monday, it's not really a gap, so it's some price activity that's irrelevant. The 2-day balance here is more relevant to me. Do I think Tesla will trade in the range between 490 and 510? This is new all-time high. We don't know. Tesla is capable of trading $20 high to low, but that's not the most bullish game plan tomorrow. We have game plans for tomorrow, or we're trying to make them. If I told you yes, it would be ignoring all other possibilities. There's possibilities for tomorrow. But I'm not so much worried about the high and low tomorrow. I'm worried as to whether or not tomorrow's a breakout day. Because if tomorrow's a breakout type of day, Jojo, I don't want to think about the high. I want to think about the entry and buying to the close. A real breakout day won't stop. We'll open strong, we'll close stronger. So it kind of depends on what you like about ranges. Will the 480, 500 price range be very choppy? I wouldn't think. What's choppy? J2H. Was this choppy? Okay. Then probably not. Because this is $10 wide. Barely. This was approximately $10. So you're saying, will a $20 range be choppy? It'll be half as choppy as a $10 range. As in, if that is the range, if we can't make it through 500 or if we keep struggling, then 480 would be a backtest buy because it's sitting right at the top of the balance profile. And let's say 500 is like the highest print we can achieve tomorrow. If we have to come back down, we might struggle at 495. Like, we might not even make it. But the whole point of the conversation is, if we open and have to falter, you probably still want to make the attempt. I will. You don't have to, but I will. I will buy off of 480, just so you know. So I will be waiting for a 480 backtest. The movement to the opening print, if we have to open high and fall back, will be my first target. So if we open above the session high, right? I'm trying to give all scenarios just so you can understand the logic here, because the candles are going to be fast tomorrow is more likely. You will want to be ready for this movement if you're going to trade Tesla. If we open high above the session high, but we start falling back, as in downside momentum, it is likely that people who bought in the last hour will not be very strong and capable of stopping the downside. So this last move is a breakout move, but it doesn't have structure yet. It doesn't have enough volume behind it. So because of that, depending on how fast they're moving, I'll be looking at two zones in this area right now. I'll be looking at this flag just because of the way it was built. It's got enough nuances there that maybe there's something there to hold. It's kind of a holding level, kind of. It's very minor right now. But if I'm being upfront, we could just backtest the breakout point. And what did we break out from today? We went to all-time high, but we didn't break all-time high as the trigger. To me, we triggered by breaking 480-ish. We'll call it Monday high for now, you know. Let's just give it a candle name or something. So in the scheme of what the fuck could happen tomorrow, there is a scenario where we could do this and still come off. And the candle would look, hopefully, like a strong candle with a bottom wick. Where would you want to buy if the candle looked like that? Probably close to the wick, right? Somewhere down here. So I'm prepared for that scenario. I don't like it because we'll still be inside of the range that we made today. The range today is big, so it's still possible, and that's what's annoying. We expanded well today, but now I just want to leave. You know, I'm done with this area, but the market might not be. So that is the backtest scenario where if we open high or open in such a way that we start moving down, there are buy points now. Points where you'd actually be looking for sellers to be unable to move through and then buyers just to step right back up. And in those moments, it's $10, right? I mean, we could move $7, $8 down and $10 bounces. That might be enough. I prefer a breakout. So That's what I'm looking for. Does that make sense, J2H? Like, we have to first work with the idea of why the hell are these prices important. We can't just arbitrarily say this is a good price to buy. It has to be important to the market. Do we believe that the 2 days of balance here are important enough? Is the first question. And the proof has to be through volume profile analysis. We were here and then we left. So it's important. Someone is here with a strong enough hand to move the price up. If we have to be the defenders of that, it's a back test. And a back test will look like that. If they're done with the area and they've done all the buying that they need to get up and go, I would prefer just gap up open and rip. But 495 is not a far enough gap to trust that we're just going to gap and go all day. I would need to clear 500 and hold it. That is the only way I would stay long in Tesla all day versus just a scalp or a move that we can measure. Because if we're above 500 and we keep going, there is no target. I don't have a target. I will exit at the close, and I'll probably look for another gap up open Thursday. That's a different type of trade. It's a runaway, breakaway gap kind of thing. Like breakaway first and then runaway later. So we have to segment those because the game plans are all bullish game plans, but they're different price interactions. You can't just buy Tesla randomly tomorrow. You might lose, especially if you don't know these levels. So that's why certain things in the morning will tell us what the game plans might be. And I still would consider the back test no matter where we open, but opening above 500 and going would make me forget about that plan. I would throw it away versus having a few and trying to figure out which one I need to use. All bullish. So, does that make sense, J2H, before I kind of end JoJo, I guess? Like these range ideas are great. Tesla is capable of moving price $20-ish right now, at least with what we saw today. I'm not thinking about boundaries just yet. The boundaries of tomorrow are very undefined. But if they're going to make interesting boundaries, I prefer to use the boundaries that I know about or have a wide open session. I don't want boundaries that are kind of arbitrary. So I don't like the game plan of, getting stuffed at 495 and having to consolidate, with a wick low at 480 and 485 is meandering. I don't like that. It's not exciting. But if it happens, be prepared for it. We might give up on Tesla tomorrow and look for something else. If we open differently or have one of the better game plans, you might want to focus on it because the surge of interest in the stock, especially over 500, may lead to something very, very surprising. And you could make a week off of a day like that. I mean, most of us made at least, I would hope, some people made like 4 to 5 R today on Tesla. I made about 8 total. But I know some people make grand slams today. It's because of the type of stock we have right now. It's a very different stock. So I would prefer the bigger game plans, obviously, the ones that make more money. Now, to that point, Farida, whichever one, FA. Which one? The first one or the second one? Farida. One or two. Okay. Farida. I like that one better. Would I prefer a breakout? I'm actually not very good at breakouts. I'll be upfront. The only reason I prefer a breakout is because we're in a mode that offers a breakout scenario. There's something to market setups where breakout styles tend to work better on certain days only because of the prep time needed on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. And it goes to the concept of typically like some price acceptance throughout the week. We call certain things breakouts when they're not. And this to me is a breakout. That is a 2-day balance breakout that is currently active, right? We don't know how far that can go yet, right? It broke out today. It did a nice job into the afternoon, but it technically has more energy because we're breaking from Monday's range. And I don't know why it keeps anchoring weird, but if Monday's offering of prices is the range, and you can measure from the high or the absolute value areas or whatever, this is just a fib target of balance hitting first. Kind of weird to say, but if we truly are expanding all of what we've been doing Monday and part of Tuesday, there's more to it. A breakout on an intraday time frame is often going to be best played when we're getting the intraday trigger sometime in the 10 o'clock session, like I'll just say 11 Eastern is when I start to look for those breakouts. There's a type of day that is a breakout type, but it occurs after the morning has done some work. And we measure from the morning range to get the breakout target. There's also daily breakouts where we've been trading in balance for a day, 2 days, 3 days, sometimes longer. And it's those setups that offer really big opportunities, but they take a while to break. Intraday traders might be trading the same zones for weeks. Go look at the SPY right now. The past 2.5 weeks on the SPY, same prices. Whenever that breaks, we expect big expansion. We just don't know which way, right? We expect bull, but it doesn't have to be. And because this has already started to break out, I would expect to hit the target of this range. Today's target was basically the close. And you had to really trust that we were defending support. We were accepting prices in the upper half, upper third of the trading range. And you had to get the breakout because it had to basically maneuver price to at least make more money off of your long positions. That is a sequence of morning interpretation, midday consolidation, ABCD patterning right here. A lot of good stuff going on in this consolidation if you're keen to it. Eamon took, I think, the C wave after the VWAP pullback. But more importantly, if we're breaking all of this, what's a double? Because a real expansion should double. And if you believe my, 0% and 100%, the double is not currently showing, but it will be. It's 495. That is what I don't want to take advantage of. Because if someone had planned a breakout using this information, guess what kind of day we're going to have at 495? a very balanced, sideways, difficult to read $10 trading range, because you'll have people taking profits when they maybe plan the breakout on their longs here. They'll hit their targets. I don't want to trade into someone else's target. Like, that's not expansive. It's not good for the intraday trader. The candle won't go anywhere. I would also not like it if they kept price above 485, because I can't trust 485 right now. They just broke out, and they're really not in like a key area. They're just on a leg, you know, like an expansion leg. I can't trust them, not yet. I wouldn't like that kind of day. Not as a momentum trader, not as a trader who thinks the stock is bullish. The ones that are interesting are if we're over, like way over, maybe even 500 plus, then we can use 495 as like, wow, they were actually targeting this, and then they're going to use it to spring out. Might work. It'd be a little tricky. 500 plus, it might just gap and go. There's not going to be sellers up there that are going to stop it. Like, that is going to be the beginning of a breakout, like the initiation. It's going to be very, very, very important not to step in front of that. But the interesting one, I think, is that backtest scenario, because honestly, if we just get a point where we have to come back in and grab more buyers, we might open high, fall down very, very quickly just because they want to go to the best prices, get this connected, like touch the two profiles together, yesterday, Monday, and then tomorrow, get that wick in where we can really see it and trust it. And then throughout the day, it can V-reverse, which will be crazy enough because we might open high and this V-reversal is going to be crazy, 15 points. But more importantly, if we trust that low, the weekly is still expanding. And therefore, by Wednesday or Thursday, yeah, we could get stuffed here a bit, but I'm still going to be looking for the 500 break. So it's mostly trying to prepare for this in-between session for Farida. Does that make sense? And they're all bullish scenarios because I just explained how you have to be under 477 to be bearish, in my opinion. You can short whatever. Yeah. That V reversal opportunity might be a great morning short if it ever works. Like if you see volume just no one stepping in yet, no one like moving the price back up, if they just want to swan dive to 480, a good entry on a short, you might just make your morning very fast. But I would say you're out of alignment with the bigger plan. And you'd want to be cautious of staying short, even though you like get this amazing $10, $15 move and you're like, wow, look at how much control I have. A V reversal would very quickly change your mind. So be prepared for that as a short seller too. This might be your target, even as a short seller. The high of the 2-day balance. So it's all these plans of like, what do we need to see to trust the flow? Buyers who like back tests know where to buy now. You buy on top of balance. That is your plan. Breakout buyers do not want to stay anywhere underneath 495 right now. That is the worst scenario because it's the breakout target and it might just distribute, and you know, bunch of positions will just be like, oh, 495 again, I'll take my breakout target, but no expansion on the day. And then that swan dive V reverse idea, but a gap and go will really solidify that this stock is breaking out completely. That kind of outlines all the areas up here that I can really think about, because I mean, the way I see this profile, this area right here, there's something going on here that would make me want to watch it tomorrow, but it's too nuanced right now to trust on a dime. I think I'd be okay with letting them kind of meander with it for a bit and then using it as like a setup area for tomorrow if that happens to be the low of the range. But you see how it kind of flipped right here? It's very minor. There's like a flag, you push, and then you're kind of holding right above the flag. There are bull flag buyer types right here. They only came in on the last 30 minutes. I want to keep maybe 485.70 as like a reaction point. It might be something we could at least leverage tomorrow. But the real buyers would prefer the back test if we're coming down. I don't want to trust this flag just yet. It's a little too small. So you can kind of see it like there's some interest here, but it's part of an extension. So I don't know if it's got the juice to hold the market up. Yeah, it'd basically be an imbalance on the 30. So it's these two, it's fair value gap, whatever. I wouldn't mind a test there, but to be honest, if they can do that overnight or in pre-market and still move it up, that's better. This, whatever that 30-minute range is. To me, it's not very important. So those are all the Tesla game plans. Does anyone not see that opportunity or think differently? Because we can look at contrarian stuff, but I think all my game plans are going to be trying to look for buys. And you have to have a sense of like how much effort has been put into this range to get it to move. Plus, you know, obviously this is such a tenuous area. People are going to be looking at like, is this just FOMO? Is this the highest print and then a bunch of people are going to get trapped again? They're obviously going to be scared at first. But it's the acceptance of it all that can lead us to really big moves. So we're actually trying to see if we can get a strong close in December on Tesla, of which this week is part of the equation. So. SPY sells of the morning. Tesla's got weird divergence with SPY, so I'm not sure if that would be enough. These are the past 2 days on SPY. Those are the past 2 days on Tesla. So if this divergence is still working, it's actually a rally in the SPY that I'd be concerned with, not a sell-off. If the SPY starts ripping and Tesla is selling, the divergence remains. It's just the opposite effect. So is that fair based on these two viewpoints? Because Tesla moved up on Monday, held upper half. SPY went down Monday, held lower half. Today SPY fixed the gap. I mean, it went down, Tesla went up. Tesla broke out. Ironically, the SPY was recovering and Tesla broke out. So I'm not sure if that divergence is going to matter, but if the SPY is ripping and Tesla is selling, I'll trust that that divergence is happening still. And if the SPY exhausts and Tesla wicks the areas I'm interested in, I'd be a buyer. And I would see. It might not hold perfectly, but I'd at least start my attempts there. I'd start scouting. So yeah, that's my thought. Divergences are typically something that get fixed through price or time. And I'm curious if we're not really tracking it like on 5s, we're tracking it on 30s to me. These are the Monday and Tuesday sessions of the SPY, of which I would argue are bearish turning neutral. Tesla's Monday is bullish turning bullish, or neutral turning bullish, at least of the ranges. So why is this movement up also resulting in breakout on Tesla? That's either a changing divergence or just a lack of the relationship being there for now. And it's hard to know when divergence is over because you need enough data to confirm it. So I don't know. I don't think I'd prefer a ripping SPY based on what I've been seeing the past 2 days, because Tesla's actually not preferential to rising SPY prices. It's preferential to falling SPY prices. You could argue, I mean, even just these moments, like, haven't we been moving down for 4-ish days and Tesla, I mean, I would argue we've been at least trying to break out for 4 days on Tesla. This looks completely the opposite to me. So if that starts happening while this is happening, divergence remains. Just now we're seeing the opposite effect, and that could stall us for a couple days if it happens. Kind of weird too, because I'm long biased SPY and I'm long biased Tesla. The SPY is more of a dip trade. The Tesla is a breakout trade. They're both long biased to me. If one starts failing, it's that divergence showing itself again. So. When we get to all-time levels like this, can the option market glean anything? You bet your bottom dollar. What do you think the option market is saying on Tesla this entire week and for more than a month? Absolutely. It's been saying 500. I keep doing that. I mean, yeah, the option market is screaming that Tesla is bullish, but it's been saying that for longer than you know. I can back this up and you will see large open interest at 500 from last week. You will see volume coming in day by day at 500. This is just part of the sequence to get it there. We have been looking for 500 all December. And more than that, I mean, we started thinking about 500, I don't know. I think 500 was always on deck this year. It's just confidence. Like, we needed a lot of things to be close. So intraday traders are thinking about it because it's close. Swing traders have been thinking about it. I don't know. Depends on how you think about the market. Demand, mid-range, premium, or the lows, the middle, the highs for now, and then obviously all the testing and the setups in these areas. There's like zones in here. outside of the extremes. So yeah, we have been looking at the option market. This is not us just trying to project a bias onto Tesla. The last thing I want to do is say I'm a Tesla fanboy and I only want to see Tesla go up because I have an investment objective. I'm trying to give you market data that is being confirmed by money. There is large money on Tesla this week. If we can make it to 500, it'll feel pretty good. But the irony of large money being at a price is what happens if the stock is over 500. The amount of gamma that is being piled into Tesla right now will make this stock absolutely, I'm going to just say it, fucking explode. I mean, it's a gamma strike. It's not just a call wall. It's everything for Tesla. If the market maker sees prices above 500 and buying pressure, we will not stop. Not on a day, and definitely not even on a close. The amount of gamma exposure will be overwhelming, and we will probably have a gamma squeeze. Call it that, but it'll be a breakout, right? So I'm trying to give that to you as early as possible, and the only reason we're talking about it at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock Eastern on a Tuesday is because Tesla had a breakout session. But we have known about this for weeks. We being the larger mod team, I especially. I mean, if you really are planning trades, this information is crucial. Not just from Spot Gamma's view, but like open up the option chain occasionally and say, where is the open interest? This is a monthly series. It's a big one. It's not a weekly, it's a monthly. So, you know, that volume does help confirm it because we want to see that it's coming in this week. It helps us understand that we're driving towards it. You know, there's plenty of volume coming into this thing this week, pumping the price. I mean, one could argue that the volume has a much more notable profile as of the past couple days at 500. But the open interest was also elevated before this week. It has just become overwhelmingly elevated as of now. So my hope is that that is not me projecting a bias. My hope is that you're seeing that the marketplace as an aggregate wants this. So it's our job to help facilitate it. Or if we can't, if we see failure, we will take the opposite trade. But failure is going to be hard to spot. You'll have to break something that is much bigger than you might see, 477. So I'm just kind of being upfront. Like you're basically going to have to take back 2 days of work to call it a failure. So to me, I'm not going to even be looking for it. I'm going to just look for Monday back test, Monday high back test, inside day, V reversal session, but it'll just be because we do like this. And it's a 3-bar configuration for continuation anyway. So Thursday I'll look for a breakout. If we open high and chop around at 495, I'll just ignore it. It'll be a day to not trade it. And then 500 plus, gap and go. That is the only thing I want to do above 500 is a gap and go. If it starts getting swarmed by sell orders at 500, there would be a very strange, like fall apart kind of move, and maybe that'd be dangerous, but I wouldn't be looking for it. I would only be playing gap and go because the amount of calls at 500, I would assume, would provide some support because above 500, you're using the wall, the call wall as support. Not on a dime, like always, but we're talking like you dip into 500, you recover it, you start using it as like a trigger point, you go. So. Any questions? That's as much analysis as we can put together in an hour for one stock with multiple game plans, of which one of them has a bearish part and a bullish part. So if you like shorting, look for the back test. If you like longing, hope for the 500 clears. If you want the V reversal set up, wait for the selling to stop. And you're looking near Monday's high for a back test. I would, if it has to back test VPOC, that's still valid. I just think it's deep. I would hope we don't have to go that deep. But 480 to 477.50 might be a buying zone. And I'd hope for a 480 back test, like a pretty clear line in the sand on the session. So, but I guess Monday's high is 481.30 as far as the morning imbalance is concerned. So, those lines. Not really, because it depends on the response. So the preference is the hard, sharp sell into it, because you want to come off fast. Almost that way we can like maybe scalp it first and then position long on a V reverse, higher low setup. There is a case where if we distribute under 495, which is the breakout target, that entire day could be above Monday's high, inside, or parts are inside, parts are outside of today. And then by Thursday, because of that distribution, we may need the back test anyway. But all of those wouldn't be failures to balance of Monday and parts of Tuesday. So it's a question of the only time you call it look above and fail, Roddy, which is a fine question. I use it sometimes actually incorrectly. We have to identify balance first, because you only apply look above, look below when you have balance established. I am asserting that Monday and Tuesday portions are balanced. It's enough overlap and enough trade to call it that. We are interested because of the imbalance that took place into the afternoon, the breakout of the session. We are concerned with the target of balance. Every range has a target. Every zone tries to double. This zone is so big, we expanded it. The target is 495. If they have to distribute there, they'll do it in a weird, sloppy way. You know, just it'll be ranging, but not in a way that we can take advantage of very easily. Sharp, maybe even like kind of meandering around those ranges, and it'll still look like it's inside. It'll be, parts of it will be inside of today, which doesn't lead to a lot of enthusiasm. Like, you know, I saw this yesterday. This isn't new. Failure, or look above and look below, would be if we don't reach 495 and then we start losing, we'll call it the breakout attempt. So because of what we're breaking, you'd have to lose it pretty definitively, and I think it's because of a distribution, which means we probably know by Thursday If I saw it happening tomorrow, I would question it. I'd actually be going against the attempt to look above and fail. I would actually be buying still. So it's an interesting thought because sometimes we do excess moves and people call those look above and look belows, when really, from the market auction theory, if you have balance and I'm offering you prices right above or right below, like orders. So 95% of the price action's happening here. We identify supports and resistances based on our trade logic. But if the market maker does this real quick and grabs an order for 30 minutes and then falls right back into the range, you could call that a look above and look below, but the true definition of that would suggest it's not. It's really an excess move. And that all that means is there might be a day where we're rising, the order is right above the balance area, you spike it into the session, and that finishes the auction. You're no longer buying that day. That's your target. It's outside of range, but it's a finisher. And it typically takes all day to like traverse. Same thing with a low. If we get like a little, it's all the spring concepts and the excess moves outside of balance. Exactly. Yeah. There's not enough participation there to like change the directional objective of what's been going on in that range. And the only thing we can say is that we're still in balance, but there's some excess highs and excess lows to pay attention to. I view those as edge cases, and oftentimes they can be, and it's kind of a weird word to use, but it's like a cap. So, we're trying to define the market as like boundaries sometimes. And if I have a house, there's a roof, there's a ceiling, but sometimes there's a chimney. Sometimes I don't know what's under the ground, but like something like that, right? So the floor and the ceiling haven't changed, but occasionally you'll see the chimney poke, and you'll see whatever this is, the opposite chimney, the inverse chimney, right? But the house remains, right? Everybody is still in the house. It's just that someone was keen enough to get a fill in the chimney and someone was keen enough to get a fill in the plumbing, yeah, whatever. But everybody's still in the house. It's only when the chimney is growing to such a degree that we're making a new house that we can call it expansion, right? Because what we're trying to build is not just a single tier house. We're trying to build a building. So the game plans or tomorrow are actually house-based. And the look above and fail would be like, we tried to build a new floor, but we didn't actually maintain that structure well. And the failure leads you back to the previous floor. It is the concept of look above or look below, whichever way you're trying to build. So if the house is getting built in blocks, the preference is no matter what price is doing, I'm trying to land on a structure that I believe is stable, which would be here. Yeah. And the only reason look above and look below tends to work on the slightly higher time frames, usually a whole day of distribution or a whole day of accumulation, is because they weren't building there. They were deconstructing there, which is getting rid of old longs, getting rid of old shorts. So it's very difficult to detect in a session. And the distribution part would be, are we actually building a new block? Right? Because if they're doing work here, but they're not building anything, there will be a VPOC there. It'll look like value moved up, but really it's whether your participants move up. If no one's actually living here the next day, they were very much happy down here. You start to target this because of the re-entry into the old house. So you're kind of blocking the market into those tiers. And how do you detect it? Typically, you have to go back inside the previous house. So it's why failure can be very difficult to detect, because you now have an assumption or an assertion that we're building a new floor. They don't fail the building of the new floor if they're trying to put in a floor right here. They're just going to come and build and then move away. So it's not even a failure if that happens. It'll be a back test. They built a floor. What we're trying to determine, though, is if that happens, and then all of a sudden we wake up Thursday and we're under the new floor, that's failure. I mean, that's a problem, at least. Because then it means whatever we saw, whatever building might have been presumed, is not being accepted by the participants who we thought were moving to the new floor. And we will take advantage of that. These people will be trapped, have to take action in some way, and the result is typically a range run, where you go from the old ceiling to the old floor. Run the balance, right? That is 95% of look above and look belows do exactly that. It's just a matter of the distance and time. If it's a big enough range, it might take a couple days. So it's actually what gets us into the model of running the range in reverse. Excess lows and highs make us do it because it's a finished auction. But a look above and a look below is basically like failure to expand structures. We can easily spot them on bigger time frames. On the shorter time frame, you have to be kind of fast, because like this stuff can happen. Whatever new building they were building up here wasn't accepted. So we're going back to the floor. And it took 3 days to do it. That gives us 2 weeks to spot. When we're intraday trading, this patterning could be a session. It's typically a day or two. And the result would be, if Monday built the floor, Tuesday was the ceiling, Wednesday was the look above, Thursday might be the range run. So we have like a day to work it. And then by Friday, if Monday is a gap up open, whatever the low of pre-market on Sunday, or even Friday's high, which might be lower, would be Friday's objective. There are actually things we can do after the confirmations. More targets, right? What's important, though, is the attempt, because as I'm showing with Broadcom, this was a structure. There's nothing wrong with working that structure short term. In fact, if you go look at it, it's the setup, right? I mean, why would we even call that a decent structure at first? Because these are the people trying to build the floor, right? I did get tired, yeah. I'm trying to show a counter. I'm trying to show something that's already happening, so we can get concept too. But you see how there's floor builders right here? They're trying. They're desperately saying, hey, everyone in Broadcom, these are your new price tiers now. Accept them. And everything about it looks fine in the moments, which is why it's hard to detect. Only until you lose these builder types, the candles that look like they're trying to defend it, do you really see the range run taking place. So the failure is essentially a UTAD. The failure is essentially a spring. We talk about those because of their sharpness, but it's also time. And in the same way that this is like a month of work, the building of price for a November session and then the failure in December, we notice it when it's happening. So we trade it when it's happening, but we think about it when it's being attempted. Every move above and below doesn't have to be accepted, right? We're just looking for, reasons to believe it. So it's the same thing with Tesla in our very small areas. We're trying our best to assume that even if they come try and build a floor tomorrow, I'm going to trust them because the builders will be there trying their best. They'll do what they need to do. A failure of them might take place the next day only because the overall participation is low. And if we lose the builders, we run the range. So it wouldn't really be worth the short without the builders, the candles at the top of the balance. So that's my thought about it. And the look above, I prefer them when they're on the excess side because they're faster. Intraday wants resolution. I can't be short a sideways day and then hold it the next day for the range run. There's only really one key operation that takes place on the session. So if Wednesday is the look above part, the fail is Thursday. And I don't think we would look for both on the same day. It can happen, but it's more rare. I would rather just look for the above, right? So, does that make sense? Kinda. I'm trying to work in like metaphor now because the levels are clear to me. I hope everybody's kind of mapping them visually or more definitively. You can even put labels on them. Like if we know where Monday's high is, absolutely, or at least I like the first hour. The first hour high is this 30-minute high because the next 30 minutes didn't clear it. Mark it. Back test high. If I were short Tesla, I would love to get out because these are not sellers of conviction, but sellers got overwhelmed. It's a matter of did they get out quick enough? We can back test them, give them a break even exit. They can get out of Dodge. We can buy on top of them, get more money. Bob's your uncle. But to me, doing that markup now is just like game plans. And the real question is price acceptance. I don't know how, do we need to spend a day or two up here doing nothing to get a 500 breakout by Friday? Can we get it tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be a stretch. That's why I'm hoping for the gap. So, and I would say the main game plan is look out for that back test. If you're short, might be your cover point. If you're long, might be your entry point. The candle should change direction around the same time, so there should be evidence. You know, give it some room if we're diving like that. Maybe don't be first. But more importantly, what happens after will kind of tell me more if we should be looking for further expansion this week, or is 495 all we get? Plus a Friday breakout on Tesla with the option gamma is actually the most bullish scenario, both by price and by time, because Friday gamma is faster. Yeah. I mean, back test anywhere right here would be fine. So, yeah, I think that's the plan I see. I want everybody who's still here, who is interested in this, to not think that that's the only possibility. It's the most probable scenarios. I'm assuming we stay elevated. I'm assuming certain price maneuvers in the morning and, you know, throughout the session. But really, because anything can happen, I'm trying to think of like the market maker's best choice. The best choice for the market maker is probably not the breakout. I'm just hoping. The best choice is the back test. It's unique. It will feel weird if it's happening, but there's money down and up. We might be able to take both sides. 495, if you're the breakout buyer, that's your target. 500 plus, gap and go. So it's kind of like these are unexplored areas. That's a boundary that I'm concerned with, and that's a buy point that I'm interested in. In between that, we're going to have to be a little bit more clever. So. Okay. So that's the analysis, I think. So yeah, if you learned one piece of information, a lot of that was actually pretty generic, but Tesla's a good example of actually looking for like game plan logic tomorrow now that we have proof. There's proof that there's buying. There's proof that there's an attempt. There's setup areas. There's interest at the targets. There's option activity. It's basically a perfect storm of like, if not now, when kind of thing. And yeah, if it's not going to be this week, you know, we move on. But I think it's a good week to focus on it. A lot of our mod team has been. I can tell you right now that it's one of my more profitable first 2 days because of Tesla. And if you're looking to make intraday money, you need a stock that looks like this. Has some distance to it, has some setups to it, and holds the price well, because we've been kind of looking for like pullback buys and, you know, the occasional up and down, but more so for the breakout. So okay. Because I spent so much time on that, are there any other questions? I don't mind staying a little bit longer for anything else, but that was the focus to me. And so Ryan, my assumption, Ryan, is you want the failure. Is that correct? Because you think you want the expansion. Okay. So what bromance are we talking about? Yeah. I mean, a failure pattern would be sexy. It's just we don't have the information for failure. So an expansion pattern seems the most probable. Yeah. then that would happen, right? Like it should be obvious if we're selling. And actually, this is actually a look above pattern of the past. Always go back and see how price maneuvered itself around old support and resistance. This is actually an old look above pattern. You see how it takes a couple days to kind of observe where you're actually in balance before. And notice the candles here, they're not actually overlaps. There's a day down, a day up, a day down, it's pinging. There's a mediation of buyer and seller in that area. This was a breakout attempt, right? To them. It actually worked. But what's important is they got their money. And what ended up happening later was the range run back to the support, the reping. It's kind of like you hit the ground, you back test the ceiling, the old ceiling. And yes, as Ryan is pointing out, we had other issues back then. But barring the issue part, I think the observation of this zone right here is an old look above and fail pattern. And notice the days. It takes a breakout day. And in this case, it took 2 no expansion days, but probably distributing targets of buyers who only took the range expansion. And then something caused us to move back down, revisit the resistance and connect to it. And then it got ugly. So that's an example of one that I remember. And remember, they were just as bullish back then too. It's just, they were at their own levels, right? They had their own concept of strength and stability. We have a concept that's based on a single day. So ours is actually smaller. And yeah, that's what got in the way, that pivot. But the reason I'm not as concerned, what's stopping us up here? It's all about whether we stay above the all-time high. So with 480 being just like a final dip into something sub all-time high. Back here, it was more liquidity based. So all right. So nothing else. We're all set for tomorrow. We're gonna make a lot of money tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. So only do the work if you want to make the money, right? So it's more of a job, or like at least a little prep. I don't want to do this work in pre-market, not completely. I want to think prior. I want to plan pre. I want to execute market open, market setups. So I'm hoping I've done like a third of the work for tomorrow, but really it's going to be, we'll have to maybe look at 2 to 3 plans tomorrow, and then we might need to discard one because depending on how we're looking, one plan might not make sense. So I'll discard the one that I don't need, but I've drawn 3 plans. And then 2 of them might still work with less accuracy depending on what we're doing. So everybody wants to see the gap and go, but market has its own plans. So yeah, something like that would be cool. If I'm being upfront, I want to see this, but I don't have earnings. So you know, I don't see a good breakout session. Something like that would be fun. Yeah. Earnings. Giant overnight highs. Even these are inside days. You'll notice like every good setup has some inside days that we don't want to trade. I only want to trade the expansive days. That's the start of a new month that cleared a high volume high in the end of a previous 2-month consolidation. That one's okay. But I don't know if we have that type of volatility yet. We're kind of just like progressing things pretty evenly, and we might have the inside part as our problem. So it's been a while since Tesla has looked like this. You know, and I'm also trying to think harmonically here too, because I don't think failure would show its hand on a day. If we're failing, every failure pattern that I think is being observed takes weeks to harden. I don't expect a failure pattern as quickly as a session. A single day to reject this idea that we're breaking out. Because it would be no different, kind of, like this and this. So we're, you know, and it's also why I don't think this high is really that important anymore. This has always been Tesla's trading range. These are the moments where people were the most bearish. The volatility was the highest. The trend was the most down. And it took a couple of weeks, if not months, to flip it back around. With the potential, I guess, yeah, let's say this is the low. I mean, I'm trying to be fair as like, what actually was our giantest support of Tesla? Yeah. And why are we thinking the potential for failure doesn't even register at these points yet? Because trying to get the right candles here. Yeah, this was always the range to me. This year, 2021. Because it was the year where the high was made and the following year broke a yearly low on a full range run, right? It took months for us to come back inside of 2021's low. And it took us 2024 to run it back. Bigger move, bigger wicks, but essentially the opposite effect. So I think our failure case shouldn't exist here because this high is not resistance. It was this one. Hasn't that always been true? If that truly is the trading range. It's where the volume profile suggests it is. And honestly, it's not even where the VAs are, but that year marked high and low for Tesla for the following 3-4 years. And it was a volatile ride ever since, but the edges of that year were what caused us to be the most bearish down here and see the most off-sided sellers, right? You wouldn't want to be short down there anymore, obviously. But notice what it takes to really recover that kind of level. And I think this is what caused us to be concerned at first. Everything we've been doing the past couple of months has led me to believe that this is no longer where Tesla even wants to be. So while we are interpreting a Monday and a Tuesday together as our confirmations, I want this to be the real image of what we've had to work with for the past 5 years on Tesla. And to me, we've been staging a breakout above resistance since October, which is why we've been talking about Tesla since October. And we're just getting going right now. We finally got the flag to munch on. So if we want to be conservative with targets, we're going to measure day by day. If we want to be aggressive with targets, and this is where a John, a swing trader, wants to really put their thinking caps on. What if this range is expanding? I'm just going to grab that year. That, to me, is why it's going to be so difficult to tell if this is failing. This is not about Monday and Tuesday. It's about October, November. And now we're seeing buying at all prices, at the highest highs, and we're above a yearly high that has stopped us from expanding the price for 5 years. So while we will look to close strong in December, I actually don't think any of this is stopping anytime soon. I think Tesla has a much bigger objective that will take probably another year, if not 2, to hit. With speed being a consideration, I want 2020 back again. So that is the real picture I want to show here, is we're actually looking too damn close on Tesla, in my opinion. Every time frame on Tesla is long right now. Every time frame. So failure to me would require stages of failures. We'd have to blow out this to even consider that it's failing on the bigger time frame. So I don't think they'd be willing to stop it soon, right? But intraday volatility, sure. Session volatility, opportunity, but big picture, I don't know if we can short Tesla anytime soon. Like, we might have to stay out of Tesla's way for a quarter and then let this thing rush out for a while, see how it handles some of the upper ranges, and more importantly, look for new longs, because you'll start to see old ranges being defended again. And it's the same concept, you know. We're trading above all forms of sellers right now, of which, you know, coming just to connect to them once a couple days back, those are going to be buys, right? Old sellers might turn into new buyers. So, yeah, it's a very fine-tooth comb here, but the only time we would look at a stock like this with such a high conviction is when all time frames are in alignment, and it's been a while since we've had every single time frame in alignment outside of the semi rallies that we got at the beginning of the year or in May. So this might be such a big move that we're actually underestimating everything. I think I'm actually underestimating how wide Tesla can go. So I'll let y'all squirrel over that. Since there were no other questions, I actually don't think all that discussion for the past hour sits right there. All the stuff that y'all are worried about tomorrow sits right where my arrow is. The important thing to see is what we've been doing for the past 2 months and the fact that we're starting to get over it. So I want to trust more nuanced prices, but I also want you to understand that there might be buyers everywhere on Tesla. And how they resolve the price is not up to us, but it might be very difficult to short it for weeks, if not months. Every time it pushes down, it might get bought up very quickly because we're expanding. That's how it looks. There's only been a few times I've seen a 5-year expansion take place. I mean, we're talking about historical stuff that already broke out. So, just think about that, because I don't want that to be the only bias, but I don't think tomorrow is going to matter. I don't even think how this week closes is going to really matter. As far as strength is concerned, it'll be nice to get those prices, but the bigger picture here is like every time frame on Tesla's bullish. Every time they've tried to come back into their range recently, they failed. And it's important to see that, because we're actually not talking about buyers that are clever right now on Monday. We're talking about buyers who have no choice. So be thinking about that too. The buyers right now have no choice. If they want to join the ride and they haven't bought already, they're now chasing, and more importantly, they're only buying to make money. If I buy up here, the way I make money is to go higher. That's it. It's the only choice. So experience. I mean, look, we see opportunities based on what the market offers us. We ignore opportunities that didn't work, right? What opportunities have we had on Tesla the past 5 years? We look for big monthly sell-offs in the 400 pluses, and we look for the generational buying opportunities near 177, the support of 2021, right? Like the thing that keeps holding, the thing that keeps getting tested. We do that logic on a monthly because the waves on the monthly take, let's say it takes like 3 months to acknowledge that a short up here was worth it, right? You might get it at first, or you wait for the spike. You wait another month to get a position. The third month, you're like, oh, that was pretty smart, right? 3 months to acknowledge. 3-bar reversals, right? It's why patterning works in threes sometimes, kind of. What do we now see up here? We see the move up. That could be month 1. We see a holding pattern. And to me, this wick, the Pearson fail, that no one thought was important last month, was so critical to this that we didn't acknowledge it yet, right? There were 3 months where ignoring this bar is not here yet. This is what Tesla was to us. It was a stock that was trying its best to get over a price high that we thought was important. It was never about this high. It was about this one. This was basically a test, a place to short, to get rid of longs. If you were the range buyer low, you sell your longs here. These are planned moves of the past. But we always saw it because it was the highest high. It's the wick, right? So it's important. It's like, well, I wanted to get over this high and hold it, but 3 months later, we're back in the range. It sucks, right? It's annoying. Okay, well, we're back in the range, but they're not dropping to support anymore. So even if I was pretty good at shorting up here, I didn't get as far as I wanted. I didn't actually make it to support. If you believe that's where the low is, if the real support. Well, now they're holding price higher, right? So it rebuilds. It takes months. We saw what it took this year to get Tesla back over here. And October and November were those sessions of like, we're still not seeing like clear breakout signals yet. We're still not expanding. They're even trying to get back into the range, but November to me was important because it was needed. We needed to tell the sellers who have been doing this for years that Tesla's no longer selling through at 410, 415, whatever that high is. I think it's 415. Because before, you could short it there. Yes, the wicks are important, but I mean, if I have a pretty strong hand, I can just short in this area and then I get money. I make money. November was the first time that did not work. Right? Even if I positioned in the breakout point, I'm like, well, October I didn't make any money. And then November, it's like, oh, it's starting to work. But if I didn't cover or if I didn't see what was happening, it actually failed. So this is no longer acting like resistance. It's acting like support. So I'm trying to show that lens to show you how strong this actually is. If you believe that this is the trading range, this is a flag. All of this push is a bull flag. We could have an entire month that looks kind of like September, but more importantly, if we measure from September, the expansion of this, I could just use September's bar, is coming out to like 540. And that's just the first target to get the flag buyers happy. So as much as I want to be the nuanced buy 480, stop, $1, $2 wide, I'll be honest, it's not going to matter. If all of this pushes bull, we're going to expand out a range that has been in the market for 5 years. And when you think about time and price expansion, that actually has such a stronger impact because of the lack of intention anymore for the sellers for what could be months, if not a full year. So all of 2026 could be green, right? The entire year could be the expansion. And when you start to wake up to those plans, you won't even look for shorts, right? Because there's no short seller in 2020 on Tesla that we care about. They're all dead. They all died. There's volatility moments, don't get me wrong, go look at that candle. But if this truly is the next expansion, then I'm not going to even look for it. So. Yeah. That's a great write-up. Yeah, I agree. Like, there's going to be these moments. Like giant sell downs into no follow through. Like usually liquidation breaks, right? So the worst ones that I remember back here during the expansion of 2020 were this one, right? Where we literally opened, rallied until February, stalled till March, lost all progress. By May, recovered the price. By July, doubled. Like, obviously that's going to be something to concern ourselves with. Like, I don't want to position incorrectly during that time, but look at the lack of like, you can't stay short in 2020 and go into how we closed. More importantly, we ended the year so strong that it felt like you could have bought the stock anywhere. Could have bought it on the upswing, could have bought it at this high, could have bought it down here. The price recovery, the secondary breakout stage, the tertiary pennant breakout. It felt like you could just be random and still make money. That's strength, right? Like if you don't even have to time your entry and you just have to have conviction, that is strength. Because if it closes at the high, you win all year. This is all of 2020. Why is 2020 the example? Why would I reference 2020 only? Go to a log scale. Pull back the chart. What did Tesla do from 2013-ish to 2019-ish? Nothing. It ranged. It expanded before, it had its good year in 2013-ish. But when it topped out in 2014, it did a lot more range. And yeah, here's another weird look above kind of thing. I mean, I can see another weird kind of breakout attempt of the past. Boundaries, right? The boundaries that we have to work with. It's a log scale now, so you can see it. So now that this has happened, 5 years, I think failure, to me, required a full year where we didn't really go up, really didn't go down. Success would be this. And the question is, do we trust it, right? So those game plans have been in this stock all year. We've reiterated a few times. I think the only time people pay attention is when it's ready. No one wants a good price anymore. They just want confirmations. All the good prices have either been bought or you won't get them. So now your question is, do you buy Tesla now expecting expansion when all you have is the information of the past couple months? Do you trust these levels right now? And how do we trust levels? We either test them and move away, or we actually trap the opposite party. Why would I want to trust resistance as support? Because we trapped any seller who thought it was still resistance, and we did it in November. It was such an important maneuver from earnings, from the levels that we had. It was everything about that low. It was a Pearson fail. And it's one of the most powerful breakout setups possible because you're trapping the other party. It is not just about buyers anymore. It's about the sellers who came in November thinking it was in that range one last time. And they are now either liquidating, trapped. They'll lose eventually. They'll give up wherever. But more importantly, they did not expand. They failed. So the only choice I think right now is up. And anything in between is not notable yet. It's just meandering. So all right, 2 hours of basically just Tesla. I wish I didn't have that type of bias. I think it's more the market's bias, but there's nothing I want to do on Tesla except for look for longs. My hope is that I've given you some ideas for where to look for longs, how to look for longs, and what we need to see to confirm longs. I will not be bearish Tesla. At no point this week will I short Tesla, ever. I would rather lose money long than short Tesla this week. But that's my bias. I think the market is giving me that bias. And I've shown you the reasons why. So have a great night. 2 hours of analysis. Trade safe tomorrow. My watch list tomorrow is Tesla. So don't ask. And I've done the market. So have fun. Trade safe. See y'all then.